Good morning and welcome all our respected guests, our participants, my fellow colleagues for taking a keen part in this important program to commemorate the 50 years journey of the state of Meghalaya through this webinar jointly organized by the Center for Historical Research, Synod College, in collaboration with the Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya. I am sure that you will all feel enriched with the knowledge after the completion of this event. I welcome you all once again to this webinar and hope that you will all have a great time ahead. Without wasting time, we'll move ahead with the program. I now invite the principal of Synod College, Dr. R.M. Lingdo, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Sir David, chairperson of this webinar. Very good morning to one and all present here for this webinar on a retrospection in Meghalaya 50 years journey of statehood, organized by the Center for Historical Research, Synod College, in collaboration with the Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya. I would like to extend my warm welcome to our keynote speaker for this program, Professor L.S. Gassa, former Professor, Department of Political Science, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. Sir, we are truly grateful for your kind acceptance of our request to deliver the keynote address for this webinar. I believe that our participants will learn a lot from you. Thank you, sir. I also welcome Dr. W.R. Khalukhi, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. Sir will be delivering a special talk tomorrow, the 22nd of October 2021. Sir, we are indebted for your contribution to the development of the college, for being an advisor to the college. We thank you for sparing your valuable time to be with us. Thank you, sir. I would also like to welcome Mr. Bindu M. Lanong, former Deputy Chief Minister, former Speaker, Government of Meghalaya, former CEM Khasi Hills Autonomous District Council, and currently Co-Chairman Law Commission. We are really honored to have you here, and we are all eager to learn firsthand about the political history of the state since attaining statehood. Thank you, sir. I also extend my warm welcome to Mr. K.K. Muktan, retired MCS, Government of Meghalaya, who will deliver a special talk on the second day of this webinar. I extend my warm welcome to Dr. Benjamin Lingdo, Assistant Professor, Department of Tourism and Management, Northeastern Hill University, Dr. Fabian Lingdo, former Professor, Martin Luther Christian University, Professor L.S. Gassa, Dr. R.A.J. Sinkan, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Northeastern Hill University, Dr. Mrs. Rekha M. Changplyang, Associate Professor, Department of Sociology, Northeastern Hill University, Dr. Moses Kharbitai, Department of Political Science, Assam University, Silchar, Professor Brenda Beasley Kharbi Rumbai, Professor, Department of Education, Northeastern Hill University, and Professor Sukalpa Bhattacharjee, Professor, Department of English, Northeastern Hill University, the chairperson of different sessions of this two-day webinar. I also extend my warm welcome to all the paper presenters, my colleagues from different colleges and from Synod College. The history of Meghalaya is as old as the lore and mythology of the people. What we know of the people and culture comes directly from the writing of the British and missionary of that era, has shed light to the life and custom of the people of this region. Post-independence, Meghalaya was a part of Assam, but on the 21st January 1972, the three districts that is the Khasi Hill district, the Garo Hill district, and the Jaintia Hill district, became the new states of Meghalaya. The webinar has been organized to celebrate the 50 years of statehood of the state of Meghalaya. Over the last 5 decades, the state has undergone great changes. The state has seen demographic, social, as well as economical changes. In this webinar, we will learn about the different facets of these changes and how it's affect all of us as the inhabitant of the states. I wish all of you a great learning experience, and I once again welcome you all to this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those kind words of welcoming and also giving a brief introduction about the state of Meghalaya. Now, we are supposed to have Mr. Frederick Roy Kharkangor, the Commissioner Secretary, Department of Art and Culture, Government of Meghalaya, in our midst, but he informed that due to some unavoidable circumstances, he won't be in a position to join us. Nonetheless, he had sent his greetings and good wishes to the success of this webinar. Now, moving ahead with the program, we have come to the most important part of this, that is the keynote address. And on behalf of the Center for Historical Research, Synod College, and the Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya, I welcome our keynote speaker, Professor L.S. Gasa. Our keynote speaker does not require any introduction, as he is a well-recognized figure in our city, the Northeast, and the entire country as a whole. He is a retired professor in the Department of Political Science, Northeastern Hill University, was a former honorary director of the Indian Council of Social Science Research, Northeastern Regional Center, Shillong, and currently he is a member of the Government of Meghalaya, the Task Force Committee for the Documentation of Meghalaya at 50. Professor Gasa has published and edited a number of books. For example, the books like Regional Political Parties in the Northeast India, Traditional Institutions in Meghalaya, a study of the Daloy and his administration, Autonomous District Council, Survey of Research in Political Science in Northeast India, 1970 to 1990, Garo Hills, Land and People, and has edited also quite a number of books. And these are a few just to name. He has been working, towards connecting young minds to strive towards success and achieve in the various academic fields. We are grateful to Professor Gasa for accepting our invitation to deliver, the keynote address in today's event. I now take this opportunity to invite Professor Gasa to deliver his keynote address. Sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The respected principal of the Synod College, the vice principals of the college, Dr. Karen, the coordinator of IQAC Synod College, ladies and gentlemen, students and others who join this program online. A very good morning to all of you. Frankly speaking, I don't have the qualifications to overtake other qualified historians to perform this task of presenting to you the keynote address on a retrospection into Meghalaya's 50 years journey of statehood. Therefore, you will find that this presentation is only a note and there is no key to it. Having said that, let us come to brass tacks. First, allow me to take you 20 years back down the memory lane and chronologically examine and analyze what happened before the 1970s. In 1952, for the first time, the people of Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo Hills experienced the concept and exercise autonomy, though at the district level only, through the constitutional body granted by the government of India, that is, the autonomous district councils under the 6th schedule of the Indian Constitution. However, during the course of the debates on the floor of the Constituent Assembly, there was so much serious attempt by certain members of the Constituent Assembly, especially the two members from Assam by the name of Kuladhar Chaliha and Rohini Kumar Chaudhuri, to stall and prevent the acceptance of the recommendations of the Border Law Subcommittee to set up a constitutional body within the Indian Constitution so that the hill tribal communities of Northeast India can take part in decision-making process of independent India. The ill-conceived attempt to assimilate the hill tribal communities was thoroughly defeated. S.K. Chaubey, in his book, Hill Politics in Northeast India, commented that the most remarkable thing about the Border Law Subcommittee was the skill with which it sought to reconcile the Hill people's aspiration for political autonomy with the Assam government's drive to integrate them with the plains. Friends, I refer to the year 1952 because what happened in that year, as stated earlier, led the people of Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo Hills to experience a kind of autonomy, though at the district level, but certainly empowered them with political authority to administer themselves through their elected representatives. Mention may be made here in brief of what happened on 27th July 1952, the day the then United Khasi Jaintia Hills Autonomous District Council was inaugurated at Dinam Hall, Jayau, Shillong. For the first time, the people of Shillong got the shock of their life when they were tear-gassed by the authorities of the government of Assam. The reason being that they protested against the Assam government's policy enabling the governor of the state to nominate 3 so-called minorities as members of the then United Khasi Jaintia Hills Autonomous District Council, who had nothing to do with the Autonomous District Council's administration. Less than 2 years, that is, in 1954, the first chief executive member of the Garo Hills Autonomous District Council, Captain Williamson A. Sangma, convened a meeting of the chief executive members of all the autonomous district councils. In this meeting, 2 memorable resolutions were passed, which later changed the approach road to political autonomy movement in Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo Hills, and the rest of Northeast India. The first resolution was to demand immediate amendment of certain provisions of the Sixth Schedule. The second resolution was to demand for a separate state, that is, a separate state outside Assam, to include within it all the hill districts. That second resolution actually aroused and created more interest in the already existing political consciousness of the political leaders of Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo Hills. That resolution set the tune and direction to move forward, demanding more autonomy and attain a separate state for the Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo people. Another serious attempt to assimilate the hill tribal people of Northeast India came in the wake of an ill-conceived idea by imposing the Assamese language, which the government of Assam passed in 1960. The short-sightedness of the political leaders of Assam resulted in opening up of a Pandora box, not realizing and expecting of the matured positive ability of the political leaders among those of the hill districts of Assam those days. The Assam Official Language Act 1960 contained such provisions which were used as scapegoat to please the other non-Assamese speaking people of the state, like recognition of the rights of the various linguistic groups, no discrimination against any institution on grounds of language. Third, the right to appointment in the Assam Public Service Commission without discrimination on the grounds of language. And lastly, English to be used by the state government officials who could not write Assamese language. The above provisions were just lame excuses expressed in black and white on the part of the Assam government to avoid illegal treatment of the act and deceive the non-Assamese speaking people of the state. These provisions were not meant to be put in practice because soon after the assent of the governor over the bill, the Assam government issued structure that the government officials working under the Assam government secretariat should learn Assamese language immediately to cope with the situation arising out of the passing of the act. The indifferent attitudes of the government of Assam and its political leaders towards the autonomy granted by the government of India compelled the matured political leaders of Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo Hills to form and organize within their societies several pressure groups, which later on turned into strong regional political parties. This was done in order to protect and safeguard their ethnic identity as well as other socio-economic and political interests. Friends, the declaration of the government of Assam to impose the Assamese language led to the stiff resistance of the people of the hill districts of Assam. That incident of short-sightedness and ill-conceived attitudes led the political leaders of Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo Hills to form the strong, vibrant, and effective regional political party by the name the All-Party Hill Leaders Conference on 6 July 1960. The FHLC, in short, initially may be described as an alliance of hill political parties, as it consisted under its umbrella such other political units and parties, both from the hills and the plains. Another vibrant and effective regional political party was formed on October 10, 1968, the Hill State People's Democratic Party, or HSPDP in short, which is still in existence. The FHLC, as a strong regional political party, was destined to play an effective and decisive part in molding and shaping the political destiny of Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo people. The party from the beginning had shown the sagacity in formulating its aims, objectives, programs, and methods of Hill State movement with great wisdom. Throughout the movement for separation from Assam, it was done in a democratic way and within the constitutional framework of the Indian Constitution. Meanwhile, such autonomy movements that were conducted to get separated from the state of Assam was not well conceived by the government of India, especially Jawaharlal Nehru, the then first Prime Minister of independent India. Nehru and others examined the role played by the Indian National Congress in Assam. During that time, Indian politics was under one-party dominance, that is the Indian National Congress, and Assam was administered and governed by this political party. Nehru made it very clear that he was not in favor of the disintegration of Assam. To expedite his approach to stop the disintegration of Assam, Nehru offered plans and proposals of autonomy to the leaders of the All-Party Hill Leaders Conference. Further, he even went to the extent of quantifying his autonomy offer of 99% and later raised it to 100% autonomy with a request to the Hill State movement leaders not to disintegrate Assam. To this effect, Jawaharlal Nehru came out with the Scottish Pattern Plan of Autonomy, which he borrowed from the British Parliament over its administration of Scotland. The FHLC leaders and others too examine and analyze the Scottish Pattern Plan of Administration thoroughly and did not favor its contents and provisions. Some even kept its nickname as Skirt Pantaloon Plan. So it was neither a skirt nor a pantaloon, and nobody can actually put it on. So the Scottish Pattern Plan was thus rejected. Nehru offered another plan that was known as the Nehru Plan. But in the meantime, he died in 1968, if I'm not mistaken. Then Lal Bahadur Shastri, the next prime minister, was supposed to look after the matter of the demand for a separate state, but he also died in Tashkent. The Nehru Plan was also rejected as it failed to satisfy the aspiration of the Hill State movement. After that, more plans, proposals, and commissions were offered and set up one after the other. For example, like the Pataskar Commission, the Federal Plan, etc. All such plans, proposals, recommendations put forward by the different authorities appointed by the government of India were rejected either by the FHLC leaders or the government of Assam. Throughout its long years of demand for a separate state, from the 1960s onward, the FHLC did not compromise its stand on complete separation from Assam, though for a brief period of about 2 years, it decided to accept the autonomous state status with a strong determination not to remain in the same status, but carry forward till the achievement of a full-fledged state. The FHLC made it clear at the time of its acceptance of the autonomous state that it was done on a trial basis. Acceptance of an autonomous state led to the formation of another strong regional political party in Meghalaya, the Hill State People's Democratic Party, which did not compromise anything short of a full-fledged state. Credit must also be given to the HSPDP leadership, who put so much pressure on the FHLC to strike forward. Such peaceful, democratic, and constitutional movement resulted in the passing of an act, the Northeastern Area Reorganization Act 1971, leading to the formation of a full-fledged state on 21st January 1972, named Meghalaya. Friends, In conclusion, while the figure 50 is well past the midlife of an individual, it is difficult socially, economically, culturally, and politically to predict what it marks in the life and the road travels by an institution, that too at the level of the state. To believe that a state as an institution is still young betrays a healthy self-confidence because we do not really know about the future, not even the near future. Much life, activities, performances, etc., still lie ahead of the state. During these 50 years of the existence of Meghalaya and the celebration of its journey, it provides its inhabitants and those in the helm of affairs of the state a befitting occasion to reminisce what had happened in the past, the peaceful struggle for its birth in those memorable years of the 1960s and 1970s, as well as to positively reflect on how and in what way we reach where we are today and what possibly the future holds in the next few years hence. Friends, a lot of questions may be raised and asked individually and collectively. What next? As things stand today, in the whole state of Meghalaya and its conscious preparation to reach the target mark of 21st January 2022, I may have to conclude by pointing to a big question mark. Meghalaya Kobadis. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking us down memory lane in a very enlightening, in a very informative and stimulating way on this occasion of retrospecting 50 years of Meghalaya's journey to statehood. Now we have come to the end of the first part of the program, and I invite Dr. Gerin Lingdo, the coordinator of the IQAC Synod College, to propose the vote of thanks. Madam.
Thank you so much, Sir David. On behalf of the fraternity of Synod College, I would like to take this privilege to propose the vote of thanks. First of all, I think we would really like to acknowledge with gratitude the gracious leadership of our management under the leadership of Dr. R.M. Lingdo, our principal, Dr. M. Rani and Mr. S. Jirwa, the two vice principals of our college, for always being so supportive and allowing us to go ahead with so many programs and activities that will enrich the college in any way. And their advice and counsel has guided us throughout the years in ensuring that Synod College plays a vibrant role in shaping and contributing to the academic culture of the state. So I would like to thank our management, our leadership management team from the college. Today we are very, very grateful because we also have with us Professor L.S. Gasa, who has kindly consented to be, a very important part of this webinar, especially through the delivery of the keynote address, which is always a very important part of any program because it sets the tone for the entire program. Sir, we are very, very grateful to you because, through your keynote address, you have shared your vast knowledge, your expertise, and you have also highlighted, some of the key thoughts that will be deliberated upon in the coming 2 days of our webinar. And through your keynote address, you have also opened up questions which I am sure will be deliberated upon, and at the same time which will add more as we look forward to celebrating 50 years of our journey as a state. So thank you so much, sir, for your participation with us through this morning's keynote address, and also for being a very important part of our college as guest faculty in the Department of Political Science postgraduate. So thank you, sir. We would also like to acknowledge with special gratitude, the presence and the participation of so many dignitaries and esteemed guests in our webinar. I would like to thank, our Honorable MP of Rajya Sabha, Dr. Wanway Roy Karluki. Sir, thank you so much. You have always been very much a part of our college, and you have always encouraged us through your presence and participation in so many of our webinar and programs. So this morning also, we want to acknowledge your presence and we thank you. We also want to thank Mr. Bindo M. Lanong, who has, very, very graciously agreed to be a part of our webinar and who will be addressing us through his talks. As already, announced by our principal at the beginning, Mr. Bindo R. Lanong has held various offices contributing to the growth of our state. And we really look forward to hearing from you, sir, as you will be sharing your thoughts with us in this webinar. Thank you for being with us. We also want to acknowledge another important guest who will also be addressing us in this webinar, and that is Mr. K.K. Muktan, retired from the Meghalaya Civil Service. So we know that you have so much to share from your perspective, as well as someone who is, who has been very directly involved in the evolution and the starting phases of our states, of Meghalaya as a state. And we really look forward to hearing more from you. And of course, we are very grateful to all, esteemed research scholars and academicians who will be joining us in this webinar as resource persons, as chairpersons, and also as paper presenters. We are so excited when we look at what you will be deliberating, what you will be discussing through this webinar in these 2 days proceedings. So we really thank you for always being a part of our webinar. Some of you are, are known names. You've been joining us for a very long time in many of our programs. And even this time also, you have graciously consented to be a part of it. So thank you so much. We look forward, to what you will be contributing even to this academic program that we have organized as a college. I would like to say a special word of thanks to Mr. Frederick Roy Karkungor, who is the Commissioner Secretary of the Department of Arts and Culture. He, along with his team from the Directorate of Arts and Culture, are very much our co-partners in this webinar. And even though Sir Frederick is not able to join us this morning, we know that he has been extending, and he is extending his moral support to us. And Sir, we give you our well wishes, and we thank you once again for always being our partner in many of our academic endeavors. Thank you so much. And of course, I would be amiss in my duties in proposing the vote of thanks if I fail to mention the very young and vibrant team from the Center for Historical Research, Synod College, who are the main organizers of this webinar. I'm so grateful for their initiative, for their hard work in putting together this program. And so once again, on behalf of the college, I want to say thank you to each one of you, Sir David, Sir Kerr, Sir Rusavan, and Ms. Grace. Thank you so much. And of course, we are grateful to the technical team of the college for the technical support that they have given and that they will continue to give throughout these 2 days webinar. Thank you so much to everyone. I know that there's so many others who have also contributed in many ways. And if I have forgotten to mention them individually, please know that we are so grateful to you, and we thank you for everything that you have done, the role you have played in small ways, in major ways, in making this webinar what it is. And finally, we thank God, our Almighty God, for giving us the opportunity to organize programs like these, in spite of the various constraints and limitations that are there. So we're grateful to God. And as we come to the end of this inaugural session, as we moved into the main academic sessions of these 2 days proceedings, once again, I want to wish the webinar all success, and we look forward to a very fruitful and beneficial, a very beneficial time of academic enrichment. And, as we look together at the 50 years of statehood that we have journeyed together. So thank you so much to everyone. God bless all of us and have a good day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam, for those kind words. We have come to the end of the program. Kindly note that the first parallel session 1A and 1B will start at 11. Thank you.
Hello, good morning to all of you. So we'll start with the parallel session 1A, and the time which was allotted to this session is from 11 to 12:45. I understand from the organizers that 2 paper presenters are not able to join, Dr. Moses and Dr. L. Mena. So we'll have Professor Amena, Professor Brenda, Professor Chintamani, and Dr. Rekha and Mr. Sevandar Dakar. So we'll be having 5 out of 7 listed paper presenters here. So because of the absence of the 2 paper presenters, so instead of 12 minutes assigned to each paper presenter, so we can enhance the time to 15 minutes each to each and every paper presenter. Now I understand that Professor Amena Pasa is yet to join, and I'm happy that Professor Brenda is here. So if Professor Brenda is ready, may I call upon Professor Brenda to present her paper on development of higher education in Meghalaya since statehood. Professor Brenda, you have 15 minutes. Please go ahead.
So, thank you, sir. Very good morning to our respected chairperson, Professor Elgasa, and all the delegates and the participants here and the paper presenters. And I would also like to thank Dr. David Karshandi and Richard Lingdo for organizing this webinar. So my paper is on the development of higher education in Meghalaya since statehood. So it's a survey type of a paper, and I have included some data in the PowerPoint which I want to share. Hello, I think I'll just share the full screen. Just a moment. Can you see? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Can you see?
No, it's not.
All right.
It's not there.
All right. So just give me. So now can you see? Hello?
Yes, it has come.
Okay, thank you so much.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so this is the topic of my paper, and this entire data that I have managed to collect is all based on the survey study. So starting with, I would just like to say that higher education is the most important. In fact, it is the apex of the education system, because it is from here that the society benefits, and also a lot of scientific research takes place, innovation takes place, and many kind of planning, management, development takes place from here. And looking into our in India's higher education system from the past 1934 to 2021, as you can see, we have traveled a lot, and right now we have around 1,005 universities. From 20 universities, we have 1,005 universities at the moment. And in Meghalaya also, we know that right now we have 11 districts, and a lot of initiation has taken place regarding higher education in Meghalaya since statehood. So development of higher education in Meghalaya started with the first college in Meghalaya, which was the St. Edmund's College in 1924. And this was actually the initiation of the missionaries which took place. And after that, we went on, and the colleges in Khasi and Jaintia Hills also during the British period evolved. And you can see here in the slide, we have around 4 colleges coming up during that time. And the year is also clearly mentioned. Then again, if we go further, we see that the percentage of literacy also in the Garo Hills and Khasi and Jaintia Hills improved from 1901 to 1941. And as you can see, in 1901, we had just, in Garo Hills, it was only 0.99%, and in Khasi Jaintia Hills was 6.72%. So we went on, and right now you can see the literacy rate in Meghalaya. Our literacy rate has improved a lot, and in total we have our literacy as of 2011 is 75.48, and the male-female division is also been given clearly. And regarding the institutions and universities which are managed in Meghalaya, we have a lot of institutions now, starting with NEHU, the Northeastern Hill University, which is the only central government institution, university in Meghalaya, and it started way back in 1973. And then it went on, and as you can see in 2020, we have the Northeast Adventist University in Thalaskin. And this bar diagram clearly shows the universities in Meghalaya. We have the Central University, the Institute of National Importance, and private universities. So you can see the private university has been dominating. And in 2021, it has reached up to 9 compared to 1 and 2. And then also we have the list of autonomous institutions governed by the central government, and there are a lot of autonomous institutions which you can see, starting with the NEGRIMS. And then we also have the Central Institute of Hindi, Institute of Hotel Management, and going on, we recently in 2016 we also had the Northeastern Institute of Ayurveda and Homeopathy. Then the regional campus for educational institutions in Meghalaya. We also have this regional campus. We started from IFLU at 1973 to this NERI in 1995. And further on the list of institutions which were approved by the AICTE in Meghalaya in 2nd October 2021. So these are the institutions you can see from the Shillong Polytechnic, which started way back in 1965 till now. We have the USTM in Ribhoi, and further on we also have this Regional Institute of Science and Technology. These are all which is self-financing. Then we have the list of state nursing council. And here also under this section 13 and 14 of INC Act for the academic year of 21-22, you can see here that we have NEGRIMS, the College of Nursing, NEGRIMS, the MBBS College, and the Woodland Institute of Nursing. Then the list of law colleges which have been approved by the Bar Council of India as of 31st March 2021. A long list of law colleges are there, and the affiliation is also been given. Mostly it is by NEHU, and then we also have the Mahatma Gandhi University, USTM, and the CMJ college, so which was established in 2018. Then the list of institutions affiliated to Central Agricultural University Imphal. These are our institutions which are affiliated to Imphal. So you can see there are 3 of them, starting with the College of Community Science, then with the College of Postgraduate Studies in Agricultural Sciences, and College of Agriculture. Then the list of government degree granting colleges in Meghalaya affiliated to NEHU. These are the government colleges which are affiliated to NEHU. As you can see, it started from 1958, the Tura Government College, to William Nagar Government College in 2000. Then the private degree colleges under deficit in aid in Meghalaya. A lot of private degree colleges under deficit is here. A list is being given here, as you can see, and this is going on a total. You can see here the total list has been given. And also, if you look into the overall degree granting colleges in Meghalaya, right from the categories, you can see we have the government degree colleges, the private degree colleges under deficit, then we have the private degree colleges under ad hoc, and the private degree colleges under lump sum grant in aid, and also private degree colleges which are self-financed in Meghalaya, which is coming to 60. And the list of institutions offering the DLED in Meghalaya, also we have 9 over here, starting from 1867, the Chera Teachers Training Center, to the Diet Nongstoin in 2004. And the Center for Diploma in Special Education is also recognized by the RCI. So we have this diploma in special education diploma, all of them has been given. So this is only being run by the Montfort Center of Education in Tura. Then the total number of institutes and colleges offering B.Ed program in Meghalaya, we can see we started first with 1937, that is St. Mary's College of Teacher Education, and then further on we have in USTM we have a department of B.Ed which started in 2011. So you can see the B.Ed colleges and the institutions in Meghalaya, which is government and private. So the private is dominating again, with the 67% of them being under private. And then the overall educational institutions in Meghalaya, the type-wise number of institutions and universities you can see. So Central University, we have 1. Autonomous, we have 8. State Private University, 9. And regional educational institutions, we have 4. So all total, we have 22 as of now. And then also you can see here the institutions which are approved by AICTE, then the Nursing Council, which is recognized institution. A total of them has been given. So all of them put together, we have 95 institutes all total as of now. So the population also, if you look into the population and age group of the youth, that is the students, or you can see the youth going to for higher education from 18 to 23 years during the last 5 years, according to the EISHE report of 2019-2020. You can see the male, female, and the total. So right now we have around 33 lakhs 5,241 of them under that age group. And here you can see the population, the age group during the last 5 years, which has been given. And this is clearly showing the male and the female. And then also the number of college per lakh population from 18 to 23 years, average enrollment per college, the average enrollment per college. If you look into the number of college and the college per lakh population and average enrollment, so these are from the years 2015 to 2020. I could not collect before that. And so you can see in 2019 and 20, it has improved. We have 1105. And the average enrollment per college is also shown in the bar diagram. And you can see how it has increased a little bit. In the beginning, we were, in 2015-16, we were 1087. We have dropped, and finally we have come up gradually. So again, the student enrollment at various levels through regular mode during the last 5 years in Meghalaya. So we can see from 2015 to 2020, these are the student enrollment in PhD, MPhil, postgraduate, and the degree colleges. So a total you can see is there. And total will be around 69,369. And then we also have the integrated PG diploma, and the certificate. These are also for the next, for the past 5 years. So a total of 94 has been shown in 2019 and 20. So this also shows that we have gradually improved. So the PhD enrollment in the last 5 years in Meghalaya. So if we see from 2015 to 2020, there was a huge enrollment in 2018-19. And then we have dropped a little bit gradually, right from the male and female. And also you can see the total enrollment. MPhil enrollment in the last 5 years in Meghalaya is also like this, where, we have really come down because I think most of the institutes, departments are not offering MPhil anymore. And then the PG enrollment in the last 5 years in Meghalaya, here again you can see from 2015 to 2020. This is also shown we are gradually increasing. And the degree enrollment in the 5 years, again if you see only degree, so this is also showing for the last 5 years. And it is from you can see we are more or less similar to 18-19 and 19-20. Then the integrated program enrollment 5 years in Meghalaya. This is all integrated enrollment program. So we have really improved here from 2015 to 2020, as you can see the bar diagram. So this clearly shows that we have improved. And also the PG diploma enrollment also. There is a close tie between 2016 and 2019-20. So diploma enrollment in 5 years in Meghalaya, it's only diploma. This also we did well in 2018-19. We have gradually a little bit dropped during this 2020. So therefore, the social group-wise enrollment under various programs at higher education during the 5 years. So you can see the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribe, and the other backward classes. So here we have given a detailed, information regarding the past 5 years about these categories. And then also this is again showing in the bar diagram. Again, it shows that 2019 we were doing much better compared to 2020. And the enrollment of only the ST in the various programs at higher education. So you can see this is the total enrollment for the past 5 years. And this also, they are very close with 2018-19 and 19-20. And the enrollment of the OBC is also given here. This also, with the, here also clearly shows because we very gradually we have improved. So the minority community and the PWD and community, all of them under the higher education during the last 5 years has been also clearly shown. So this you can see from 46 we have improved and gone up to 367. So this clearly shows that we are doing well in Meghalaya. Gradually and slowly we are doing well. The gender parity is also index also shows in the last 5 years in Meghalaya. You can see from 1.04 we have increased to 1.17 and a little bit come down. I think this probably could be due to the pandemic. And then the pupil-teacher ratio, the teacher and the pupil ratio during the last 5 years, you can see we have improved from 13. It is more or less similar, 13, 14, 13, 14. I think that is a good trend. And then also the NIRF ranking of NEHU, as per the NIRF ranking, university ranking, you can see. Earlier in 2017, we had NEHU had a very good ranking of 77, and now we have come down gradually. And then, of course, we are slowly increasing in 2021. Have increased in 2021, and the number of research papers which are published in the last 5 years in NEHU, I've got the data for the past 5 years. You can see from 524 right now, but this is very gradual. We have just increased to 683. So coming to the problems, as you can see, we have improved. The data is clearly showing that we have improved, in some way or the other, though there was a gradual improvement. But there are certain problems like shortage of skilled manpower, where you can see the financial problems we have. A lot of students are moving out. And then for higher education outside the state, it looks like as if it's a trend. They need to get education outside. Then social value institutions are also a problem. We don't have that. And faculty development programs are very slow. Placement problems are always there. So I don't think our students from here are getting very good placement. Counseling of the students is very much required, and I think all the colleges and universities should look into this. Research and innovation is lacking. You saw the research which I showed in NEHU. We are still very low compared to the other developed universities. Then there is a research deficit because most of them don't know how to use this the research, the concept of research, and what are the benefits from there. Then the entrepreneurship is missing. The industry academia collaboration is missing from most of the colleges and other institutes. And the policy is always there, but the implementation is always a big problem. And political involvement also very much there. So lastly, these are just few suggestions which you can see. The governance, we need to have good committees for the governance, especially bringing in committees from outside the country where they're good success stories, and these people can come and help us. Then evaluation, entire rehauling of evaluation system has to be done. We are facing major problem. Then curriculum also should be developed as per the need of the society, not only what was there 20 years back. Then research focused institutions is very much needed now. And also structural changes is required. A lot of regulatory structural change is required now at this point of time. So organizational strategies are there. I've put here many, you can see. And also marketing strategies is the most important. How do we bring foreign students into Meghalaya? How do we bring foreign faculties into Meghalaya? Diversity is very important, and this is how knowledge will, curtail. And also financial strategy is a very big suggestion on this, because here higher education depend a lot on finance, and so most of them are non-profit institutes, and we really need to check on this, because we have to be self-financing. As per the NEP 2020, we have realized we have to be self-financing. So we need to have a lot of programs, we need to have a lot of students, we can enroll online, offline, so that money can be coming into the institutes. And then ICT is also a problem. A lot of though now we are trying a lot to deliver through ICT, but this is also a major problem in the rural areas. And planning, the resource planning is very much required, especially for recruitment, assessment, appraisal, promotion. And then, of course, quality assurance is also very important. What is quality? Most of us, we think that for quality, we need money. So it's not only that, we need to check on this term quality. And after that, in fact, lastly, if you see, the teaching, learning and employability is also very important. So lastly, the NEP 2020 has come up as a boon now. It is like a relief for higher education system as a whole. Major changes are going to take place, and implementation is also a problem now. So I think part by part implementation will be taking place. And also the strategies, a lot of strategies is being done from the center to the state. So lastly, in conclusion, I would just like to say, that higher education in Meghalaya has undergone major changes right from the time, from the British time, and also since the statehood till now. So a lot of gaps are there which needs to be filled, and higher education is facing some kind of crisis. We need to check on that. I've given some points on the problems, and maybe there could be many more from this platform who can discuss. And therefore, our government should focus on quality so that students can get value of what they invest in higher education system. And then we should develop more faster compared to what I have shown. So this is all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Brinda, for that systematic presentation, as well as also the information about the different educational institutions that are in existence in Meghalaya. The paper is very, very informative. Of course, we need systematic as well as also we need scientific analysis of those problems that have been listed by Professor Brinda. So I should say that we are now having a certain kind of information regarding about the growth of educational institutions in Meghalaya and how do these educational institutions are working up till now. And Professor Brinda has given us the information even before the formation of the state of Meghalaya, as well as also what is happening in the state of Meghalaya today. Thank you very much. We'll move to the next paper presenter. I have not seen the Professor Amina. So we have Professor
Sir,
Chintamani. Hello.
I think Professor Amina Pasa, she had already joined, sir. She has
Okay.
already joined.
Is she ready to present her paper? Hello, Amina. Amina.
Yes, I'm ready. Hello. Yes, I'm ready. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, Amina. So you are here. So we'll have your presentation
Yes.
in 15 minutes. Hello, Amina. You can start now. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I must thank her. Okay, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, please make it a little louder. Yes, yeah, okay, okay.
We can hear you.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, Amina, go ahead. Amina, please go ahead with your presentation. Hello, Amina, what is the problem?
Sir, there may be a network issue.
Yeah. Hello, Amina. Can you hear me? Some problem is there. You should have informed us. Grace, can you call her?
Okay, sir. I'll just call her now.
Yeah, so that we can ask another presenter.
Yes, sir.
If she's having a problem, then we can ask her to present later on. Can't waste the time.
Yes, sir. I think you can go to another presenter because I think there's a
Okay,
network
okay.
problem. Yes, sir.
Okay. Hello, Professor Chintamani. Professor Chintamani, are you ready? Please on your mic. Hello, Professor Chintamani, please on your mic.
Yes, now I make it on. Sir, am I audible now, sir?
A little louder, please.
Achha.
So you can go ahead with your presentation.
Sir. Thank you, sir, giving the opportunity. Good morning to all the participants and to the chairperson, sir. I'm here to present my paper on state of the Meghalaya and the importance of the 6th schedule in the Indian Constitution. As the seminar is organized by the Synod College, and the topic of the seminar is the retrospection into Meghalaya's 50 years journey of the statehood. As Professor Gasa in the keynote address, he has made it clear, and the development of this statehood since 1950 to 1972, it was made clear. And the end, he has posed a question that he has apprehended that a lot of questions may be asked individually and collectively also. Sir, I appreciate this hypothesis, and I will go according to you, sir. And I start with my paper, that importance of 6th schedule in the Indian Constitution. And because of this, sir, the statehood has come, as you have told very correctly, and Bardoloi committee has a committee who has approved this 6th schedule page, and the other members, they objected, but still then it went in its own way. But a lot of development took place because of the people who actively participate since 1950 to 72. So finally, we got the statehood on 21st January 1972. And today here we are here to discuss about the introspection and the development assessment of the statehood, and that is the very objective of the organizer. So I am here to just speak something which we have achieved and which we could not have achieved. Sir, though I do not belong to this state, but I have been working here for the last 15 years. I'm a teacher in the department law, and I came to know that this Meghalaya is a name that has come from the abode of the clouds, and that justifies here, that is the nature, that is the geography, and that is the climate. And again also Scotland of east also it is told. And the most important thing that we have been following historically, that matrilineal society in the state of Meghalaya, that is one exception. But the most important part, that this movement is to introspect, to analyze, and to see how far we have made journey, and how to make our journey progressive also, what we have not achieved and we have to achieve more. So this 50 years journey has given a life to us, and we will hope for more better life. So talking about my paper, that instead of a Panchayat Raj system, that is a self-government in grassroots levels, and for tribal areas, it was thought by the Constituent Assembly, and the members rightly thought that the tribal people has their own system of administration, their own way of living, their morality, their ethics, their standard of living. So it is better not to have a Panchayat Raj system or municipalities just like in other plain areas. So they thought that we should go for a scheduled area, which was been described in the part 10 of the Constitution under Article 244 and 244A. 244 speaks about the tribal areas, no doubt. But here is an exception: the tribal areas will include all part of the country except the state of Meghalaya, Assam, Mizoram, and Tripura. These four states are exceptions to the tribal areas. Under that, Article 244A, which was added in 1956, that speaks about these states, these four states, Assam, Meghalaya, and Mizoram, Tripura. They will go for under 6th schedule. And the 6th schedule has given a specialization of autonomous district council, and this autonomous district council has to be established, which is par equal with these legislative assemblies also. The people have to be elected and the people have to nominate it, and the most important task was given to them for administration. Administration of justice, administration of making legislation, and establishment of primary schools, and collection of revenue, and expenditure of budgets. So lot of autonomy has given. So that is a great opportunity to the people of tribal areas to improve themselves on every aspect of the life. Not only this economy or administration or this political system is important. Important is that education, health, and well-being of the people, which we have assessed for the last 50 years, and we little surprised that which we have expected, or the founding fathers, or the fighters, or the, as I sir has told, that HSPDP, the members who fought very courageously to establish a state, and finally they got it. Even Nehru, the first prime minister, who was opposed, and little deviations was taken place. Despite that, we achieved a success, and a great success. And in this moment, I think we should also remember the people, those who have contributed for this establishment of the statehood of Meghalaya, and we will remember, we will cherish them, and we will appreciate their contribution. And at the same time, also we will here to fulfill their dreams, desires, and aspirations. So all these responsibilities are not going to the citizens, those who are only a mere citizen casting their votes in every 5 years to the autonomous district council members. We have 30 to 34 members here. They are representing to us not only in the entire state. We have 60 MLAs. They are in the state legislative assembly. They are making laws. They are looking after the development. But the ground root level, and the ground level, that is our grassroots levels, that democracy sustains when the ground level or the grassroots level is successful. So if our representatives, those who are coming from our villages, and they know us, and they know how to administer us, they know how to fulfill our desires. Our desires, you see, there are 20 paragraphs under this 6th schedule. Starting from 1 paragraph to 20 paragraph, each paragraph or each, instead of article or sections, it has been written as a paragraph. So besides that 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs, that is a preliminary for establishment of the regional council and other councils. But paragraph 6, 7, 8 are very important, which speaks about the autonomous district council can establish primary schools. What Madam Professor Binda has told, that has reflected the entire education system in India, and in Meghalaya, that is particularly the higher education. But the autonomous district council has a responsibility to establish primary schools, and which we read in newspapers, in our journals, and other informations we get time and again, and we are surprised. The primary schools are not much functional as we are expecting, and it is responsible to the village level, the committees or the autonomous members, those who are there themselves, how it is happening. So the message should go that there is a great responsibility on the part of the members of the autonomous district council. They should see the primary education has to be established. And unfortunately, that in 2003 we brought it, the primary education should be free and compulsory education, which could have been brought in 1950 itself, but that was kept in the directive principle of state policy. But that is for whole of the country. But for a district of autonomous council like Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo, these people are here. they could have brought a better education in comparison to the country whole. So that could not have taken place. One point I emphasize that still the members of the Autonomous District Council have the chance and opportunity and scope. They can establish the primary schools and they can see and monitor, manage the primary schools. And sometimes we hear the schools are having no facilities, infrastructures, and teachers. That is one point. But other hand, the students are not coming, and if they are coming, absenteeism is encouraged, and the classes are not taken, and passing percentage is very low, and absenteeism is also low. So that is a point that has to be taken care of in first point. Then second was in the making law. Laws are being made, but that has been particularly you see collection of revenue and monitor ultimately is coming as a budget from the central government and state is also providing it. But that members insist for, they ask for, that is one part. But what money they are collecting for the poor people, from the villagers, from the farmers, from the agricultural people, and most of the people, 80% of the people in Meghalaya, they are living on living stock and this agricultural sector. And recently a CAG report has come also, many times it has come, and the Meghalaya people, those who are farming and they are producing very organic goods and their marketing is not there. And the state government and the Autonomous District Council has to see also their marketing has to be made and the farmers have to benefit. That is the second point. Third point also we came to know in Meghalaya, this rules, regulation, and the legislation that this Autonomous District Council has power loss just like the legislative assemblies. But this legislation they make. Suppose, for example, now a CAG report on the 2nd October that the Ceylon Times has reported that most of the public sector units and they are running with loss. Even a cement factory which is running here with all infrastructure, with all raw materials, but since unfortunately that is also in a loss. All these sectors. So why it is? Because of the government is apathetical or indifferent, and particularly the Autonomous District Council. So they owe a great responsibility for bringing profits to the public sectors, because we have already seen that your Meghalaya State Road Transport Corporation, how it was lost. People did not get salaries for months together, years together, finally it was stopped, and that was a loss. So we have to introspect. Yes, we have progressed a lot, no doubt. Some road connectivity has improved, technology has been improved, educational sector. But educational sector, another point also I will tell on this point, that till now also the state has failed to establish a state university. So it is a high time that the Legislative Assembly and the members of the Autonomous Council, they can think of establishing. Yes, who is there catering the need of the education, but still then some people they want that there should be a state university, because Nehu is also overburdened with the affiliated colleges.
Professor Chintamani, please, Professor Chintamani, please come to some kind of a
Fine.
conclusion.
Sir, at the end, I can conclude in this way. So our journey was good, and we have progressed very nicely. But still, then some of the shortcomings are there, some of the deficiencies are, some of the things which we could not have fulfilled, particularly on unemployment sector also, and the education sector also, the farming sector also, and public sector enterprises. These are the sectors which have been neglected. But still, then this autonomous and also the judiciary. And a little judiciary also, this the establishment of judiciary is also by the Autonomous District Council, which they can also dispose of the litigation cases, which should not go to the headman, and sometimes it is also difficult. That's why that part also have to look at. So 5 aspects of this District Autonomous Council can be taken care of the members, and we people are here to assist, to encourage, and to help. And what we expect a lot for also another last point we can say that corruption is also issue, but never before or ever has been become a political issue, because people they all pacify it and they don't rage. But if they will rage, then corruption will go and perfection will come, because recently this rice scam and others scam has come. But that should not happen in a state of Meghalaya, like where the tribal peoples are there. They are innocent people, but they expect a lot from the administration and governance. And with this expectation, I thanks again to the organizer and to my chairperson who has given the opportunity to speak me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Chintamani. We have heard from Professor Chintamani, especially from the point of view of law, on the importance of the sixth schedule in the Indian Constitution with reference to the state of Meghalaya. So now I would like to, since Professor Amena is not here so far, Dr. Rekha, are you ready? So you can come and present your paper. Dr. Rekha? Hello. Dr. Rekha?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 15 minutes, okay?
Sure, sir. Good morning, everyone. We have another 15 minutes before we say good afternoon. So it is my privilege to wish everybody, especially my sincere gratitude goes to the organizers of this webinar. And I would like to also thank our chairperson, sir, Professor El Gassa, and my co-paper presenters who are here, and also so many, I can see about 19 participants. So it is indeed a pleasure and also a privilege to be here. Now, without further ado, I would like to present my paper. So, sir, I would just like to share my screen now. Sir, is it visible now?
No, not yet.
Not yet? Okay, just a
not
minute.
yet. Let's try again.
Okay, now I think it's visible.
No, it's not visible this side. Okay, now it's.
Okay, I'll start the slide.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so my paper is titled Meghalaya and COVID-19, but I've just not added the second part to my paper, and that is I'm actually looking at Meghalaya and COVID-19 through a gendered lens. So my main focus for understanding this situation that we are passing through now is to look at the implications, the gendered implications of COVID-19 and what sort of problems and implications it has had on women in particular. So I start with my presentation. Now, there's not much to describe about the pandemic, which we all know, but just a little bit of background information. As we all know, the COVID-19 is a new strain of coronavirus, which was first detected in Wuhan, China. The disease started spreading very fast across the globe, and it was declared on March 11, 2020. The WHO, declared it as a pandemic. And since then, there has been a wide range of health policies, economic policies that were implemented to mitigate and control the crisis. And in India, a nationwide general lockdown was declared on the 24th of March 2020. And since then, as we know, there has been so many occasions when the nation has been caught by the media in so many different issues. One of the issues that caught maximum attention was the migration on feet that was attempted by migrant laborers and the amount of problems that it had posed to those migrant laborers in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. So all this, taking this as a background, we also understand that our small hill state that we are citizens of, Meghalaya, it did pass through a lot of stress and strain. It still is going through this sort of a, very unpredictable situation. And something that caught my attention was the kind of newspaper items that came out in the local dailies, and also practically what I could see that was happening from a gendered perspective, which was really, really affecting especially the women of our state, and also even on a global level, it was a kind of a gendered uh, role that was playing, that had an implication on women in particular. So we look at Meghalaya, as we know, it's the abode of clouds. It has come a long way since the birth of this new state on the 21st of January 1972. Much has been achieved, many milestones have been crossed, but none of us can overlook the fact that this state has faced so many challenges over multiple issues that has not really made this journey a very, very smooth one. So within this 15 minutes of time, it wouldn't have been possible for me to gather and bring out all those, challenges. But yes, in spite of the fact that we know we are reeling through, we are grappling through this present pandemic, which I believe is one of the most serious crisis that any country, any state, any democracy, any government has ever faced. Um, there are certain issues which still go unanswered, and that is the irony of the situation. Now, I would like to start with Meghalaya vision document, which gives a very positive approach, towards looking at the situation that we see today. And when we look at what the vision document has highlighted, it highlights that the state has had many strengths and opportunities that have to be leveraged upon to improve the quality of life of its citizens. And one thing that caught my attention was the poverty issue. It's a good sign that poverty has declined by 4.3% in the last 8 years. And the state's population that is living below the poverty line has really come down from 16.1% to 11.9% in 2011 and 2012. So this is quite a kind of a positive uh, thing that we can see about the progress that our state is taking on, slowly reeling through the development. However, while India and the rest of the world is still grappling with the worst ever health crisis since independence following the outbreak of the novel coronavirus disease, Meghalaya has also been one of the seriously affected states in the country that has had to tackle the challenge, which continues still today. So I'm trying to look at it from that perspective where women, rural women, poverty is one issue that we have to look into. And on top of that comes the problem of the virus and the pandemic that is hard hitting, especially to the poorer community. So that is where we need to see the problem at hand. So, who doesn't remember the first COVID case? I mean, it's really sad to know that, in spite of the situation where Meghalaya was considered to be one of the safest states in the early part of 2020, when there were no registered cases of COVID, but the first positive case of COVID-19 came as a big blow to the entire state on the 14th of April, when none other than a senior doctor from a private hospital in the city tested positive. And sadly, he succumbed to the infection. So there was a lot of hue and cry, and this panicky situation in the state capital was, that the government immediately announced a total lockdown. And I remember the state government adopted a 1 day open, 2 days closed policy for a lockdown. And this went on throughout the entire March and April of last year. Now, there were a lot of protocols taken by the health department, and they were asking all the residents of the city who had visited the hospital on or before that particular date to get themselves registered for test and quarantine. So there was a lot of active and hurried uh, decisions that were taken by the government and the health department. And one thing I would like to note here is there was a very appreciable, contribution that was done by the traditional bodies like the Darbar Shnongs, who played a very, very important role during this situation. I remember even in the locality where I stay, the local darbar made it possible for essential commodities to be, dropped in the doorstep of those people who were on quarantine. And they even made these, echoes through the loudspeaker every day about the protocols that should be taken, the safety measures. So, along with the government, the health department, organizations, it was also the traditional institutions like the Darbar Shnongs that were really playing a very active role. So these were the things that were taken at that time, as a safety precaution. Now, coming straight to my focus of attention, the impact of the COVID pandemic, especially on from a gendered perspective, we see that yes, it is not gender specific at all. COVID doesn't affect only women, doesn't affect only men, neither does it affect only the rich or only the poor. But looking at it from a gendered perspective, we do see that women are most vulnerable at this pandemic time. And we also see that the kind of problems that they have faced, and which I'm going to highlight right now, are very unique and are very, specifically gendered only for the women. So those are the kind of issues that even we as a state had been grappling through. And these were the news items that I had been reading on the local news dailies. Now, it's very difficult to bring in all the points, but I have tried to bring in three very key issues that are linked to the gendered perspective of looking at COVID 19. And over and above the fact that women are most vulnerable to this pandemic and its implications on women, firstly, we could see that there's a reduced maternal health care. Secondly, increased cases of domestic violence. And thirdly, there were increased economic hardships that were imposed on women. So these are the three main broad areas that I'm going to look at. Now, in the field of maternal health care, we know that maternal health care is one of the very important aspects of women, and maternal health care has been identified as a basic human right of every woman. And following the Millennium Development Goal MDG strategy of India, where we apply a human rights based approach to reduce maternal deaths across the world and across the country, this still remains a challenge in the country as well as in our state. So there were a lot of discrepancies that were unveiled during the recent pandemic. And I've just taken a few examples, as I said, from news items that came out in the local dailies. Now, one news item that appeared in the August 30th, 2020 issue of the Shillong Times stated that at least 61 pregnant women and 877 newborns have died in Meghalaya alone from April to July 2020, only for want of admission to hospitals and also due to lack of medical attention during the lockdown. So this we see is one of the most serious implications of the lockdown. And as we know, in the rural areas, they hardly have any access to healthcare. And even when they would go, there are instances when there are no hospital beds available for them. And many of them due to the fear of going to the hospital that they would contract the disease, they preferred to stay back in the village, and that led to, many deaths of the pregnant women. So a lot of misconception is there that Meghalaya being a matrilineal society, there are no gender disparities, there's no gender inequality, but due to poverty and due to all these discrepancies, we still see that there's a gendered implication. And one of the root causes of maternal deaths is because of all these discrepancies in the healthcare part. So again, these deaths that have taken place during this pandemic period were mostly due to the lack of care and attention, and all the lockdown and travel restrictions and the curfews that were imposed. There have been reports of movement restrictions, and these ambulances and vehicles that were carrying the sick were also affected. And there's another case in point where I think we all have heard about this incident that took place where a young nurse of 32 years, her name was Manisha Turnia, she was 6.5 months pregnant, but she was still put on duty and she died out of COVID at Ganesh Das Hospital on May 30th. Now, in this, the Ministry of Health and Health had sought a detailed probe into the matter, and this became a very important matter at that time, an issue, and it was partly due to the negligence, and there were many organizations that actually probed into the matter and they sought a inquiry. So this is also another very sad case where a woman was the victim. There was another case of negligence and lack of medical assistance to one lady called Muni Marak. She was brought to the Mausanram PHC, but she was kept at the general ward. She was denied admission into the hospital, and she was denied any kind of care until she died out of excessive bleeding. This also took place during the pandemic. So,
Dr. Rekha, can you come to some kind of conclusion, because we have 2 more papers to be presented?
Okay, sure.
Okay, please.
So the current health crisis has really touched all facets of human life, and poor women had to face the brunt of the pandemic. So we know that domestic violence is another issue in India as a whole, here in the Northeast as well. It's not to say that the Khasi women or the women in Meghalaya are safe from it, but the kind of slogan that we have been hearing, stay home, stay safe, it actually proved to be unsafe for women even within the closed doors. So there are reports that the Swayam is actually a feminist organization which is based in Kolkata. It had taken a survey, and it found that during this period there was a height in the number of cases of domestic violence, and many of these reports came because of physical, emotional, and economic abuse. So economic toll on women, of course, this is the one that has affected especially the rural women and those, roadside vendors who would come and sell their daily sell of local produce like vegetables, fruits, and local indigenous foods. They had no other source of secondary income to support their families. So the lockdown, which led to a complete closure of all markets, it impacted heavily on women. And trading is not only a means of livelihood, but also a way of life. So many news items came out, during those days when they would mention about the plight of these farming section, the farmers, the women who would come from far off villages, and their economy was hard hit. So coming straight to the issues before us, I feel that, we have to look at the lockdown policy from 2 perspectives. One would be the pros and the other would be the cons. So yes, we needed the lockdown policy. The government had no other way out except to impose the lockdown. But the policy implementation itself does have its problems, because it should somehow be sensitive, to the needs of the poor. So perhaps the government could look into other ways of, supplementing the needs and economic problems of the rural people or the villagers, and food security, which was also one of the issues during this pandemic. It came out in the news that um, of course, many people here in Meghalaya didn't die of starvation as in other parts of the country, but there was a kind of food shortage that was that came as a threat, because villagers were complaining that during the time when it was the sowing season was the lockdown, so they didn't really have the time to sow the seeds and plant the crops and all that. So that would have led to serious repercussions in future. So those kind of very sensitive issues should also be addressed by the government. And we also see that the labor market is really gendered. Women are marginalized and pushed out of the labor force. So somewhere, I think we need to really draw a line and find out solutions address the issue of how to make these women farmers come forward and give them a platform, give them a space in the city to sell their products. So the need of the hour is, of course, preparedness. And there's already a threat that we are going to have what we call disease X. So let's not scare ourselves with this, but we have to prepare ourselves that with the COVID-19 and what we are passing through now, there's a slightly more bigger battle that we have to fight, and that is disease X, as the WHO organizes it. So we need to learn lessons from what Donald Rumsfeld had once said, and he talked about what we say knowable unknown. I think we need to take the lessons from what we have known, and we would not have known unless we would have taken care of the present situation from that angle, that we know it because it was unknown to us. So that ends my presentation, and I end with a positive note that yes, the government does have a way to go forward, and the way forward is through participation of the citizens, that is you and me. We need to participate, the traditional institutions, the darbars, they need to participate and come together forward, because this is not a single battle, it is everybody's battle that we have to fight for. So that is all, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rekha, on the presentation on the issue of gender-related impact of COVID-19 in Meghalaya, both in the rural and the urban areas of the state. So thank you very much for the systematic information given through this paper. Now, Grace, where is Professor Amena? Is she here? Amena? Grace? Hello? Hello? Grace? Okay, let me come to another presenter. Let me call Mr. Sevendar Kar to present his paper on Meghalaya-Bangladesh trade relations post-1971. Mr. Seven, are
Yes,
you
sir.
ready? So you have 15 minutes. Please bear with us because we don't have much time left. So 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Seven Dadkar, and I am a research scholar of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, Maharashtra. And before I begin my presentation, I would like to thank the chairperson, Professor Al-Ghazza, and the Center for Historical Research, Synod College, for giving me this opportunity. So my today's presentation is on the Meghalaya-Bangladesh trade relationship post-1971. And I'll be presenting in the form of a PPT. I'll be sharing my slide presentation now. It is visible, sir, my presentation. Hello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much,
Go
sir.
ahead. Go ahead.
So the objectives of my research is to study about the trends and highlight the pattern of Meghalaya-Bangladesh trade relations post-1971. And the aim is to just sketch out the relationship between Meghalaya and Bangladesh, both import-export and the border hubs, and the current scenario. And methodology that I'm using here, I'm trying to analyze uh, and determine the trade relationship using some of the data, and mostly I'll be using the secondary data because I'm not able to uh, extract the primary data from the custom office Shillong due to time constraint. And the limitations of my study will be that I'll be using these mostly the secondary data, whichever I got from the some of the journals, articles, or some theses, and other publishing sources. Meghalaya. So Meghalaya is the 21st state of the Indian Union, which was carved out of Assam in the year on 2nd of April 1970. And Meghalaya became a full-fledged state in the midnight of January 2021 to 1972. And this marked the beginning of a new era of the geopolitical history of northeastern India. So Meghalaya is bounded by Golpara Kamrup and Nagaland district on the east, and Karbi Anglong and North Kachar Hill district, all of Assam, and on the south and west by the Bangladesh, as you can see here. On the north and east we have Assam, and on the south and the west we do have Bangladesh. And the international boundary between the Meghalaya and Bangladesh runs from Malidar to Mahendraganj of southwest Garo Hills, which covers around 443 kilometers. Meghalaya and Bangladesh trade relations prior to 1971, India and Bangladesh, they have only had a very long relationships since time immemorial. And Bangladesh and India share a boundary of about 4,096 kilometers, where Meghalaya covered around 443 kilometers. And throughout the history of Khasi, Jaintia and Garo tribes of Meghalaya, they were known to have engaged largely in in trade with the Eastern Bengal, which is known as East Pakistan after 1947, and now Bangladesh. And the relationship of this trade is being witnessed with the involvement of border huts, border markets known as huts, which have been functioning in many parts of Khasi, Jaintia and Garo Hills. And however, the prospect of this once flourishing trade, which is called huts, was dimmed by the partition of India in 1947, which brought a trade closure with East Bengal, later East Pakistan. And after the Bangladesh attained their freedom from West Pakistan in 1971, almost all these huts were closed, and the economically well-off people in these areas lost their means of livelihood. Apart from huts, people of Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo Hills also are involved in exporting of large quantities of limestone and coal to Bangladesh. And according to report of the 1876-77 alone, about 6 lakh tons of limestone was exported to Khasi Hills. And in 1858, the report came out that the average coal export from Khasi Hills to Bengal was about 10,000 tons annually, which valued about rupees 12,500 in those days. And in the early days, besides Cherrapunji, Lakadong, also known as the famous for the coal export during the British era. And apart from the limestone and coal, orange also is another major trade items which are being exported to Bangladesh. As you can see here, Sir George Burwood, he says that the orange, that in his first letter books of the East India Company, page 36, he refers to the orange and lemon of Garhwal, Sikkim, and Cassia as having been carried by Arab traders into Syria, whence the Crusaders helped to gradually propagate them throughout southern Europe. So the large part of the produce in the export from the district of the plains and to fruit markets are the food hills such as Theria, Modern, Pali, Bazar, and Chela Vizivar, whence it finds its way to Calcutta and Eastern Bengal markets. These are some of the evidence that I collected from Mrs. Pedikar. Like this is the teapot which her grandmother bought it from Silhet Hut, and this is the brass pot. And at the time they used these the colonial coins. So my main focus here is Meghalaya-Bangladesh trade relationship post 1971. So after the liberation of Bangladesh in 1971, a series of discussions had been taking place between India and Bangladesh, and they signed the first treaty of a trade agreement on March 28, 1972, which is the landmark in history of trade relations between these two countries. And the government of India and government of People's Republic of Bangladesh has taken some measures to revive and improve the ancient border hearts. And after the emergence of Bangladesh, the Bangladesh government has lifted the 7-year-old ban on Indo-Pak trade on January 31st, 1972. An agreement was made between India and Bangladesh on a free border trade in perishable commodities and articles of daily use among people living within 16 kilometers of the border. However, the high rate of smuggling in those days made the government of Bangladesh to scrap for the border hearts from October in 1972. So the first agreement of 1972 was again replaced by another agreement on 5th July 1973, and which became effective from 28 September 1973. However, the desired level of trade was not achieved by the agreement of 1973 because at that time they used rupee as a medium of exchange. However, people those days they find it very difficult. That's why the rupee trade was found to be a barrier in the bilateral trade, and thus they abolished rupee from 1st January 1975, and they started using the free convertible currency. India and Bangladesh signed again another trade agreement on 12 January 1976 for higher freedom of trade and long-term arrangement. And on 4th October 1980, the third agreement again was signed between the two nations, initially for 3 years by mutual consent, and this agreement was extendable for another 3 years. On 8 November 1983, Bangladesh and India renewed the protocol on trade of 1980 for 43 years, and in May 1986, and on 3rd October 1989, subsequently this agreement was renewed a number of times from there on.
Mr.
Now,
Dar,
during the
can you
visit
come
of,
to some kind of findings? What did you find through your
all right,
research?
Sir.
Yeah.
Okay,
We don't
sir.
have much time left. Okay.
All right, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll skip the recent development and all those. So I'll just show a little bit of Meghalaya Bangladesh import-export because I've collected some data from 1996 to 2020. You can see here the government of Meghalaya, the government of India and Bangladesh, they have set up around 17 land custom stations in Northeast, which are used for export and import. And out of these, eight LCS or land custom stations are located in Meghalaya, which are functioning, and 2 are not functioning anymore, which you can see here. From Rinku and Balat are not functioning anymore. Actually, we have 10. And the land custom station in Dauki, which we have now, will be converted into integrated checkposts. Construction is going on. So the Meghalaya Bangladesh export trends, you can see here from 1996 to 2002. The amount of export was rupees 59.53 crores in 96-97, and it was 166.93 in 2001 and 2. And you see here the Meghalaya contributions against the total Northeast border trade was 70.02% in 96-97, and it jumped up to 89.33% in 2001 and 2. However, if we look at the import trend, the Meghalaya is contributing only 2.3%, 2.32% in 97-98, and only 0.54% in 2001 and 2. And this is the table showing the land custom station-wise export trade from 1996 to 2002. This is the import, export of coal to Bangladesh through functional LCS in 2005 and 6. In 2006 and 7, and if you see here in 2005 and 6, the contribution of Borsara land custom station when it comes to coal export was 50%, and Dauki 32, Gazipara 13, Dalu 5, and Mahendraganj is around 0 point something. And when and if you look in 2006 and 7, Borsara contributed 47. That means there was a decrease of 3%, and Dauki was decreasing by 8%. However, Gazipara was increasing by 10%. And with regards to limestone, out of the total Meghalaya limestone export in 2006 and 7, Bholaganj contributed 61%, Chela Bazaar 31%, Borsara 8%, Dauki around something 0 point %, and Dalu same thing, 0 point something. However, in the year 2006-7, we can see that there was a decrease or decline in the limestone export from Bahalaganj LCS, and there was an increase in the Shela Bazaar export of limestone, which rose up to 53%. And with the boulder stone, here you can see Mahendraganj is contributing about 62% of the export of boulder stone in 2006 and 7. And with the orange, you can see here Dauki also is exporting orange apart from coal and the limestone. In 2005 and 6, it's about 22,46,980 numbers of oranges, and it rose up to 25,26,530 in 2007 and 8. If you look here at the this graph here, you can see that the export trade from Dauki Lands Custom Station during the year 2012 up to 2020, it is rising, although in between it declined. For example, 2016, 17, it declined. However, it rose again, and that is a positive sign. That means it shows that the trade is increasing, although in a very slow pace. However, if we look at the import trade, it's very, very minimal as compared to export. And I'll just go directly to the findings. In the during the COVID-19, the pandemic, there was no revenue, no trade, and there was no trade between Bangladesh and Meghalaya because there was a lockdown. With the closure, there has not been a formal revenue generation in terms of export to Bangladesh during the pandemic. And the trade barriers that found out is poor infrastructure of the land custom station, poor road connectivity, poor communication system, poor banking facility, and the slow progress of paperwork on both sides, which leads to non-execution of border hearts and land unavailability. And other issues are smuggling and infiltration, etc. So I find out in my findings, in order to enhance the conditions of the people in the border areas, we have to revive the once prosperous economy. Special steps and initiatives have been undertaken by both countries' government. And various meetings were held many times at district level as well as international level, how to again revive the border hearts and also to smoothen the trade between Meghalaya and Bangladesh. And 4 new border hearts were under implementation: Bahalaganj, Rangku in East Khasi Hills, Nilkata in Southwest Khasi Hills, and Shibari in South Garo Hills. And recently they have inaugurated Bahalaganj Bahalgan Heart, but they have not been operated. And Meghalaya, because of its rich in biodiversity and natural resources, it makes Meghalaya the most potential and exporting state amongst all the northeastern states. And among the 8 functional LCS in Meghalaya, Dauki proved to be the most active port, and soon it will be upgraded to integrated check ports. And the bilateral trade between Meghalaya and Bangladesh has risen in recent years, although the amount of import is very less as compared to export. Through the proper analysis, we can see that Meghalaya is getting benefit from the trade surplus with Bangladesh. However, this may have a negative impact on the economy of Bangladesh. And due to COVID-19 pandemic, the revenue from bilateral trade has perhaps been on the decline. And from the above study and analysis, it is found that Meghalaya contribution towards Northeast Bangladesh border trade is the highest. And it was found that border trade can enhance the socio-economic status of people residing in the border areas of both the regions. My recommendation is it's a must to revive the old traditional huts, and it should be a priority. An opening of land custom station or export hub or border huts in the East Jaintia Hills, improve the border road connectivity between Huroi and Dauki, or upgradation of current LCS into ICP, since we are looking forward with the improvement in the tourism. Improve road connectivity and communication system, and the improved banking facility. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sevendadhar, for your presentation. Of course, you need more time because of many data and information that you have collected. Being a person who comes from Dauki, I'm very happy to see the performance of the place where I come from. So thank you very much for your presentation and your findings, as well as also on the difficulties that one has to come across because of certain problems between Meghalaya on the Indian side and Bangladesh on the other side. So perhaps as far as Meghalaya is concerned, what is most important is to look south, not only look east or act east, but more to look south, because Bangladesh is the nearest one to that of the state like Meghalaya, and try therefore to revive the old system of export and import, which actually took place before 1947. Thank you very much, Mr. Sevendra Dhar, for this.
Thank you, sir.
Now, may I call upon Professor Amina Pasa? Grace, can you call her? Grace?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
We have been looking for you. Please go ahead
I'm
and
here. Can you
present
hear
your
me?
paper. You have 15 minutes. Yes.
Hello. Can you hear me?
So you have 15
Hello.
minutes to present your paper. Okay? Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
We can
sir.
hear
Can
you.
you hear
Yeah,
me?
go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Yes.
Am
Yes.
I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible? Am I audible? Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, Amina. Please
Hello.
go ahead. Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yes, it's audible.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Okay, my sincere apologies for the delay due to unavoidable circumstances. The network, I don't know, was playing up. Okay, I'll just go straight into my paper. Meghalaya, as we all know, is just a few months away from. Meghalaya, as we all know, is just a few months away from the celebration of its 50 years of statehood on 21st. I'm talking. Can you hear me? I'm talking. Can you hear me? Yeah. I was just saying. Okay.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. The chairperson has not heard me. Okay. So okay, there's been a lot of network problems. Now, Meghalaya, as we all know, is just a few months away. It's just around the corner for us to celebrate the 50 years of statehood, and that will be on the 21st of January 2022. However, majority of its denizens do not care and are not aware of this momentous event. They care two hoots for any celebration when they're struggling for 2 square meals a day, and they find it challenging to even eke out a decent living. Now, such an important milestone in the history of the state and its people indeed calls for a celebration. However, before the euphoria steps in, the discerning would go down memory lane and attempt to turn back the pages of history. Much water has flowed down the bridge, and sometimes the water is clear and smooth, sometimes it's exciting swell, and
sometimes it's murky. Actually, of late, the water has been very murky and deceptive. Now, like in the cases of the rivers Shirpi and Umkra, the state needs people of vision, integrity, and courage to clean up the social, economic, and political mess. Is this too much to expect? This is the need of the hour, however, if we are to sincerely and happily celebrate the golden jubilee of Meghalaya's existence. However, I want to impress again, where there is a will, there is a way, and miracles do happen. Now, it is highly impossible to encapsulate the highs and lows of Meghalaya's journey since the 21st of January 1972 within a couple of minutes. But I just dwell, on some salient points. Unfortunately, my panelists, panelists have dwelt on them, and I'll just touch a few salient points. Now, regarding the Hill State, it took around 2 decades. We want to know whether the Hill State movement has been in vain or not. It took around 2 decades from India's independence in 1947 for the Khasi, Jaintia and Garo to have their own state. When Meghalaya attained statehood, it was carved out of the 2 districts of Assam, and it had enjoyed limited autonomy within the state of Assam. However, events would come up that would gradually forge the ethnic identity of these matrilineal tribes in a sea of patriarchy that would usher them into the Hill State movement and be granted statehood. Now, one of the significant factors was a fear of losing their language when in 1960, the Assam Legislative Assembly passed the Assam Official Language Bill 1960, which stated Assamese and English shall be used for all or any of the official purposes for the state of Assam. Now, the Hill tribes felt threatened by the supersession of Assamese over their own languages. The Khasi, Jaintia and Garo joined with other groups, with other tribes, to forge a state of their own. But eventually, only these tribes stood out in solidarity. But you know what? Till today, the Khasi language is not included in the 8th schedule of the Constitution of India. There have been movements for that, and I've seen the papers that even our esteemed member who's here, Mr. Bindu Lanong, had spoken out that he was very, very perturbed that the Khasi language is not included in the 8th schedule of the Constitution of India. And he said that may be a conspiracy of the Sahitya Academy. Now, the government of Meghalaya, as far back as 2014, had even drawn up a panelist, working committee to work into to look into the granting of or the inclusion of the Khasi language into the 8th schedule of the Indian Constitution, but that has not borne fruit so far. Now, this struggle for statehood and coming out of the composite state of Assam is known as the Hill State movement, And the cry, "No hill state, no rest," was a rallying cry that stirred the people's passion to give their heart and soul to win their own state. However, many years down the line, the moot question now is whether these sacrifices were worthwhile or were they in vain. It was very disturbing to see in the newspapers in August 9, 2017, that the Garo Hills State Movement Committee submitted a memorandum to Prime Minister Narendra Modi demanding creation of Garo land to be carved out of Garo inhabited areas in Meghalaya and Assam. In March 2014, the Meghalaya Assembly had turned down a resolution for the creation of a separate state in the Garo Hills in the western part of Meghalaya. And then the border problems. Since 1960s, there have been border disputes between various states of Northeast India, including Meghalaya, with Assam, causing untold hardships to people across the border. However, successive governments have not been able to solve this vexed problem, even on the eve of 50 years of statehood. Now, coming to Meghalaya, which is famed and renowned and envied for its matrilineal state, for its matrilineal condition, for its matrilineal status. However, through the years, in spite of more and more women scaling heights in their respective fields of work, for instance, Mrs. Rosemillion Batho becoming the first Khasi chairperson of the Union Public Service Commission, and Mrs. Rebecca Suchang becoming the first Khasi woman chief secretary, we find that the status and the position of women at large leaves much to be desired. To compound matters, rape and molestation cases of women and children are reported every day, even by close relations like their own fathers. And in today's newspaper, an English daily, they have dwelt on this, that there is silence, whereas rape cases are on the increase. And this happens in a matrilineal state. Now, the question may be, yes, they be the results, the factors may be perhaps, the increasing incidence of drugs, drug cases and alcoholism, and perhaps you can say the influence of internet and Netflix and the internet media, social media. But perhaps at the end of the day, it may come down to the predating fact, attitude of men. Not all, there are always notable exceptions, but these have been the cases that have been found in the past, and even till today. I mean, till last week, there have been reported cases. What about the unreported cases? So this leaves much to be desired. Women and children are still very much insecure in this very famous matrilineal state of Meghalaya, which is the only matrilineal patch in the whole of India. The Nayars of South India have given up on matrilineal and have adopted patrilineal. So as we stand today, Meghalaya is the only Meghalaya consisting the Garos, the Khasis, and the Jaintias constitute the matrilineal patch in a sea of patriarchy. Now, as regards education, yes, we know that Shillong has been the hub of education and learning, and the Welsh Presbyterian Mission had laid a sound foundation for education, especially with the emphasis on girls' education, which has stood them in good stead, actually. And we've seen the census reports, stating that in the whole of Northeast India, girls' education is more prominent and more dominant in the Khasi Jaintia Hills. And this is because of the emphasis.
Professor Amena, can you come to some kind of conclusion? Professor Amena?
Missionaries for girls.
Hello? Professor Amena, can you come to some kind of conclusion?
However,
we are running short of time now.
In spite of the status.
Can you come to some kind of conclusion? We are running out of time now.
Of more institutions coming up, right? There has been a progressive decline.
Hello, Professor Amena. Hello, can you hear me?
And to make matters worse,
can you come to some kind of conclusion?
That the primary schools, which are supposed to lay the foundation for the the inculcation of knowledge for the children and for to develop that fascination for wisdom and knowledge, they are not looked after by the governments, you can say, and the primary school teachers who play a very important role. In fact, I used to say that when they celebrate Teachers' Day, we in the university or colleges, it's not so much for us. It should be for the primary school teachers, for the school teachers, because they really commit a lot of their time, their love, their compassion, their energy, the passion for teaching. There are exceptions. There are black sheep also in that group, but majority of them are really sincere, committed teachers. But we hear from time to time that the primary school teachers are are demonstrating for this and for that, and we find that it's a government school teachers who bear the brunt of this. The private schools, the private do give incentives, but they also do not come up to the mark. So it calls for real sincerity and passion and commitment of the teachers to give.
Hello, can you hear me?
Their best to their children, to the students. In the light, in the midst of all the many handicaps.
Hello. Yeah. Can you call her to stop
prevailing within their community?
Perhaps she does not hear me.
Okay, sir, I'll call her now.
Because we don't have much time left.
And we find like I said just now, there's been a drain, constant drain of young people to other states and across the world. Now, if we provide, if we build up on the foundation of good education that was in the past, when everyone would come to Shillong
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. I have called ma'am just now. I've just asked her
Yes.
to conclude now. Yes. Yes, sir.
We have lost track of her. Should we stop now or?
I think because of the network problems,
Yeah, she is having the network problem. So we'll take all these 5 purpose together, and I have seen most of the paper presenters are here, and we have few minutes left for discussion, and I would like to open the discussion or asking any question or clarification from the paper presenters. And if you have any question or any clarification, please refer to the paper presenters. We have only 5 minutes left. So anybody from among the participants? Yes. Anybody? It seems nobody is interested in any asking any question or clarification. So I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share this session, and I also take the opportunity to thank all the 5 presenters for their informed papers. Of course, because of the lack of time, most of the things that you are actually willing to inform the participants, but because of shortage of time, you have not been able to do so. In spite of that, you have been able to bring in some of the points that you would like to make across to the other participants. So from my side, as the chairperson of this morning session, I take again this opportunity to thank all of you, all the paper presenters, as well as also the participants who participated patiently till this time. So I leave the part of the program to the organizers. If they have any thing to announce, please make the announcement now, and then we close this session.
Okay, sir. So we have come to the end of this session. I would just like to thank Professor L.S. Khasi for chairing the session, and also I thank all the paper presenters for their presentation. So we will come to the end of this session. We will start our next session at 1:45. Thank you.
So now, first of all, I would like to wish a very good morning to each and every paper presenter who is present in this particular session, session 1B. Session 1B. And at the very outset, I would like to congratulate Synod College, and in particular the Center for Historical Research, Synod College, which is organizing this webinar rather, on the theme Retrospection into Meghalaya's 50 years journey of statehood, which is a theme which is very, very significant, as we are just a few months away from 50 years of statehood. And of course, this webinar has been organized by the Center of Synod College in collaboration with the Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya. So in total we have we were supposed to have 6 paper presenters, but Sir David informed me just a while back that one of the paper presenter, Miss Dakhar, who is a research scholar from the Department of History, Nehu, will not be able to join due to unavoidable reasons. So in the end, as of now, we have 5 paper presenters. So since there are only 5 paper presenters, what we will do is that I will give you around 15 minutes time. That is the maximum time limit that you can take for your paper presentation. And whatever discussions that we would like to have, we will have after all the 5 paper presentations are done. Let me just read out the names of the teachers who will be giving the paper presentation. I will go as per the list which has been provided to me by the college. First of all, we have a very interesting paper on tourism. Tourism in Meghalaya, a case study of Sora across the 50th milestone of statehood. This paper is a joint paper written by Ms. Karinia Elsun, Assistant Professor in the Department of History, Sora Government College, Sora, and Sir Klor Manix Aim, again, Assistant Professor from the Department of History, Sora Government College, Sora. Are you here, both of you, or at least one of you?
Yes, Dr.
Yes, Sir Klor Manix Aim is here. Good. And then the second presenter will be Dr. Rusivan Shampliang, Assistant Professor from Department of History, Synod College. So Rusivan is here. We were chatting just a while back. He has a paper on heritage in Meghalaya and analysis. Then the third paper is from Ms. Apira Kharpongor. She is a research scholar from the Department of History, Nehu. She has a paper on Khasi traditional medicine, exploring progress and challenges. Ms. Apira, are you here? Ms. Apira? Yeah, okay, she's here. Yeah. Good. And then Ms. Dakhar will not be there. And then Sir David will present a paper on study of Khasi traditional architecture and the Ying Sar, a center of religion and governance. And last of all, we'll have a paper by Dr. Pidarihun Wajri. I think by that time she'll be able to join us. She is an assistant professor from Department of Geography, Synod College, and she has a paper on, a very interesting paper, in fact, skeletal temporal changes in Shillong. I'm really looking forward to this presentation. During the last 50 years, a geographical study. I think the pictures will be very, very interesting. Yeah, first of all, I would like to congratulate all the paper presenters, all the 5 paper presenters. And I believe you have written worthy papers for the seminar. I was not in a position to see the papers, but I believe the organizers must have gone through them, and your papers are worthy papers for which we are going to have a presentation now. And I would like to request all the paper presenters to kindly stick to your time. And if you have your slides, you can show your slides. And whatever discussions that we may have, we can just note down for now, and then we can have the discussions after all the 5 paper presenters have given their presentation. So once again, congratulations to everyone. And now I call upon, who is going to present the first paper? So Klor, is it you? Yes. Or Ms. Karina?
It'll be me, Dr. David.
Okay, it'll be you. So now I call upon Sir Klor Manix Aim to give his presentation. Over to you, sir.
Okay, very good morning to Dr. Benjamin, and of course to all the presenters and all those present here. I am Klor Manix Aim, and along with my colleague Karinia Elsun, we have worked on this paper for this 2-day seminar, entitled it as A Journey Across the 50th Milestone of Statehood, Tourism in Sora. I would like to skip the definition as to what tourism is or what is meant by tourism. I would like, however, to begin by this quotation from Matthias Alvaro, like there will be no tourism without a tourist. Now, according to us, we feel that this is a statement that speaks volume regarding the capability of a place to attract visitors. And Sora region being endowed with nature's beauty that is scattered almost evenly across the different villages is an instant attraction that draws those eager for wanderlust. And on this note, I would like to initiate this presentation, keeping in mind the journey of our state in these 50 years. Now, as most of us might have encountered one time or the other, people from outside Meghalaya might mistake Shillong for Ceylon, or might have been ignorant of the geographical location of Meghalaya. But once mention is made of the anglicized version of Sora, which is Cherrapunji, one would notice them to give a sigh of relief of having having known or having heard the place. Now, that is the status of Sora. It even eclipsed that of Meghalaya. And as paper presenters, we are driven to thinking that in terms of historical geographical background of tourism, or for that matter, historical geographical background of Sora itself, Sora predates Meghalaya in terms of historical significance. Sora has been the capital of the Khasi Jaintia political agency when the colonial rulers were ruling over our hills in starting from 1835. Now, if we look in terms of the geographical location also, or the geographical locale, now what we'll find is that Meghalaya Plateau overlooks the plains of Sylhet, giving a panoramic view of the plains. Besides, Sora is also reputed to have been one of the wettest place on planet Earth. Now, this condition of Sora, coupled with the topography of the Sora Plateau, now give an interesting picture, or an interesting sight of the presence of large number of waterfalls that rolls down these hills and ultimately flows to the plains of present-day Bangladesh. Now, besides this, we have the presence of limestone deposits, which all of us are aware that anywhere where you have limestone deposits, then the cave formations are often a wonder. And these are the very conditions, we believe, that Sora Plateau and its surrounding areas provided conditions conducive to tap upon what scholars would call the propensity to travel. That means the willingness of a person to be a tourist. And that is what attracted people to Sora. Now, if we just look at the genesis of tourism in Sora, now we will find that though these natural sites, tourist sites, have been in existence, it could have been even before human habitation, yet the development of tourism in Sora is of a very recent experience. Very recent experience, in the sense that tourism in its organized form was started only in the late 1990s. There was a thrust that was visible of tourism as an enterprises which started around the 2000s, the early 2000s, and then subsequently the increase in the number of tourists, or the tourist footfall as we like to call it, noticed leaps and bounds from the year 2015 onwards till the COVID-19 situation. Now, what is the objective of this study? Now, the objective of this study is to assess how tourism has resulted in augmenting the income of the people in the journey so far, and to study the role played by the community in the decision-making and uplifting the community with the benefits accruing from tourism. Now, if we look at the area that we have undertaken for this study, it roughly covers this, what we have highlighted in this slide with a red highlighter, a red line, which covers from what we call as the Duan Singh AM Bridge, which acts almost like a gateway to the Sora Plateau, and it also touches to those villages in around Laikinsau and Nongriat. So that is the geographical coverage of the area that we are studying. Now, why is the need for this study? Now, it goes without saying that the need for this study goes because the need to document the journey of Sora as a tourist destination in these 50 years of statehood. Besides that, we also know that Sora is a wet desert, and as a wet desert, we'll find that heavy rain lashes away the topsoil, rendering the area practically impossible to support substantive vegetation. The periphery region, say like the Riwar areas, they are suitable or for cultivation, but farming as a remunerative enterprise still faces a lot of challenges. And apart from that, what we notice in Sora during these last few years is the certain developments that took place which affected the lives of the people. Say, for example, here we can see about the restriction and regulation as regard to mining that was affected by the NGT ban in 2014. Now, this practically affected villages like Mausmai, Laitdo, Maukma, and Laitrengo. Now, besides this, there is also the case of the flaying health of the MCCL, or the Maumlu Chera Cement Limited, which has for a considerable period of time been the rice bowl of Sora. And the need for this study can also be understood in the form of the limited number of write-up on the socio-economic impact on Sora. This is still very much lacking. Now, it needs to be mentioned, however, that in our study of the literature that is available now, the write-ups mostly are the ones that we find in the newspapers. Plenty have been written on the newspaper in the form of articles, etc. And the notable scholar is our chairperson himself, who has written, of course, beside writing the newspapers, he has written in a number of journals, international journals, as regard to tourism and as regard to tourism in Meghalaya and also in Cherrapunji or Sora. But we've thought that we'll just because being from Sora and having taught at Sora Government College, we thought that we'll just make an attempt at least to try to look at the socio-economic impact of Sora and try to look into the players that were involved there. So that is the reason for our study. Now, as a theoretical basis, we have tried to understand about the impact of tourism by following the direct or primary impact and the secondary impact, and also to understand the community participation in terms of decision making and process and their involvement in the benefits accruing from tourism. Now, as a research methodology, we have used both the quantitative approach and the qualitative approach. Now, through our study, we have come across certain findings and some results. Now, what are these findings and these results? Now, if we look at this slide, now what does this slide show? Now, this slide shows what I have been telling earlier, or what has been said earlier about the growth of tourism in Sora as an enterprise, an organized enterprise. Now, if you look here in this chart, it shows that before 2000, there were only six establishments. Now, this we have got from the 80 respondents that have responded to our questionnaires. Now, of these 80, 6 have existed before 2000. Then from 2000 and 2009, as you see there, another 6 is added. Then from 2000 and to 2014, 12. And so from 2015 onwards, we will find that the tourism as an organized enterprise, it increased leaps and bounds. Now, if we look at the type of ownership, now this pie chart here will show that the type of ownership that we will find is that mostly that we will find that there are mostly private individuals and local darbar. Because if we look at that chart here, you'll find that about say 81.3% of the establishments are owned by private individuals and the local darbar. Now, this indicated that income generated from tourism for the local community is very huge. Now, the next slide will show us about the employment for the locals. Now, if we look at the slide here, we'll find that a majority of the people who were employed were people from around the locality, from around Sora and its adjoining areas, which constitute about 67.48%. Now, here also, if we look at this next slide, as regard to the number or the presence of workers, now the full-time workers are about 90.54%, while the part-timers are just 9.46%. Now, what does this indicate? This indicates that tourism in Sora has provided a stability of income and income generation. Then if we look at the total amount invested, now if we look at this chart which shows the total amount invested, we will find that those who invested below 1 lakh, they constitute about 45%. And those who constitute, those who have invested between above 1 lakh to 10 lakh, they constituted about 48%. Now, these two indicators would show about tourism in Sora being more or less of a small enterprise, which would point to the fact that the large number of people of the lower income bracket might have been the beneficiaries of these kinds of enterprise. Now, again, if we look at this analyzing the data that we got, now this is what we get. Proprietor engaged in other business besides tourism sector. Now, 76% said, about 76% said that they have not engaged themselves into any other form of employment other than tourism. Now, this shows that these people are solely dependent on tourism for their livelihood. Now, it is sometimes it's very difficult to quantify the socio-economic impact of tourism because it involves many things. So, as an understanding of that, what we've tried to do is we've tried to make this analysis, which kind of give a present picture of who are the primary beneficiaries, who will be the secondary beneficiaries, and who will be the tertiary beneficiaries. Now, if you look here, it's very interesting, not just those owners of accommodations or those local darbars who run the tourist spots, not just those owners of the bed and breakfast establishment, but what is also interesting is that people from the surrounding areas who are good craftsmen, they also tend to be benefited from this tourism. Now, these are the local products that you will find in and around Sora, and these are the products that are manufactured by these people who might not necessarily been from that same area where the tourist spots are located.
So
but nonetheless, yes, sir.
Please try to wind up.
Okay, sir. Yeah. I'm almost coming to the answer. Now, these are the local products that we find across Sora, and then we also notice some adaptability and improvisation that the people have adopted. Now, here also we'll find there's a community involvement in which from the maintenance or the organization of the tourist spot, we'll find that it's the local darbars that are mostly handling them, and that the proceeds from there usually goes back to the community. It goes back to the community, in which we find that development activities are being carried out, and not just those that some philanthropic activities also are being carried on from the proceeds of these tourist spots by the local darbar towards the local community. Now, government also plays a role, but the role played by government is usually at an initial stage. Say, for example, there's the Eco Park, which was set up under the leadership of the DRDA, and then there is the Soil and Water Conservation Department. Now, that is also responsible for setting up these important places for tourists, but these are usually at the initial stage. Now, there are also societal challenges that are faced by the people. Then, besides that, there's also challenges for further growth. There's an issue of infrastructure, then issues of electricity, then issues of non-existence or practically non-existence of tourist information centers, and so on and so forth. So what we have tried to ascertain through this study is that the journey of Sora Plateau as a tourist destination has been fruitful, especially in the last few years. There's greater potential to excel, and the guidance of a well-crafted and long overdue tourism policy that will address the sustainable aspect of tourism will go a long way, not only in the upliftment of the people of the region, but more importantly, add further to the coffers of the state 50 years on. So with that, I have come to the end, sir.
Thank you so much, Sir Klur Manik's Aim and Miss Karinia Lisa Sun for this wonderful paper. I will sum up the papers together later on, but it was a very, very interesting paper, and a lot of insights you have you have shown in your presentation. So congratulations to both of the authors of this paper. It was a wonderful presentation. Now I'll call upon Dr. Rusivan Shankliang to give his presentation on the paper Heritage in Meghalaya and Analysis. Over to you, sir. Your microphone.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Please carry on.
Okay,
please.
all right. Is the screen coming up, sir?
No, not as of now. Keep on trying. I cannot see the screen.
Yeah,
just try sharing again.
Tab. No. Yeah, is it coming now?
No. Have you done screen sharing? Have you done that?
Yeah.
We can see your screen now.
Yeah. Is it clear?
Go to it is clear now. Now go to the PowerPoint presentation full screen mode. Just click on that. Rusivan, just click on that small icon over there, no?
Small icon.
Yeah, that one. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not.
It's not.
It's not moving. I can see your screen, but I think you can continue like this also. It's okay.
Let me try the PDF more, sir.
Okay, you try the PDF. PDF will work. Try the PDF. Sometimes PPT doesn't work. I don't know why.
Yes.
You try the PDF. It will work.
Is it coming?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
You can continue with this PDF format. Huh?
All right.
Yeah, continue with this. Good.
Okay. So the title of my paper, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Benjamin Lingdo, the chair of this session, and also good morning to all my dear colleagues, presenters. So without much ado, I would like to begin my paper. The title of my paper is Heritage in Meghalaya, an Analysis. So, heritage is a very big concept, and we have to see how it links with history. And the past is all around us. Everywhere has a history, and everywhere has a heritage. Now, the word heritage comes from the old French word, meaning something that is passed down from previous generations. And eventually, in more recent times, that's taken on a much broader definition, uh, like those things from the past which are valued enough today to serve for future generations. And when it comes to the word history, it comes from the Latin word historia, which means inquiry or knowledge gained by investigation. So history is, we can say, is the discovery, the collection, the organization and presentation of information about past of people, places, and events. Now, as part of history, objects, artifacts, and monumental sites are important to the study of human history because they provide a concrete basis for ideas and can validate them. Their demonstration, recognition, and preservation uh, is a necessity of the past and of the evidences that tells its story. Hence, the connection between history and heritage is thus fundamental and inextricable. Now, as a concept, heritage requires a retrospective contextual framework for their meaningful appreciation, but also there exists a need to present or to represent historical information in a way that it continues to be relevant to the present and the future generations. According to the UNESCO, it classified heritage into two categories. One is tangible cultural heritage, and second is intangible cultural heritage. Furthermore, the tangible cultural heritage is subcategorized into movable and immovable heritage. Now, as a concept, heritage has become a debatable subject in academics, a concept which implies that the past can be recorded through both tangible and intangible cultural heritage, a notion that generates historicity of historical memories and which shares the significance of the same at different capacity and stages. It also presents the contribution of human capability and behavior, which eventually defines the identity of an individual, a community, a state, and a nation. Now, scholars speak of heritage as a different form of human expression in preservation of identity, culture, religion, authority, struggle, services, so on and so forth. Therefore, there is a close relation between material culture and the various technical or aesthetic characteristics of heritage in its different forms. Now, let us look at the constitutional mandates on preservation of heritage. The preservation of heritage, however formidable it may appear, it is an inevitable responsibility. The preservation of national heritage is a duty imposed by the Constitution of India under Article 51A, Fundamental Duties. Although the framers of the Constitution were very much conscious of the need of protecting the monuments and places, objects of artistic and historic importance, so far as Northeast India is concerned, or in our state, it seems to take a while to fully realize the objective of the Constitution. Here in the slides, you have seen that I have put in the Directive Principle of State Policy, Part 4 of 5 of the Constitution, Article 49, there is an obligation which has been imposed on the state to protect every monument or place of object of artistic or historic importance declared by or under the law by the Parliament. Now, in Meghalaya, since the time of its inception, it is known for its rich heritage, such as the megalithic culture and others. However, there are numerous sites that require immediate attention for preservation. Now, the state also has ample sites which have socio-cultural and religious and political link to the Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo communities, and some of which fits the description and criteria of being the tangible heritage sites. Now, from the information that I have gathered, there are so many sites which have been taken by the government of Meghalaya to protect them, either by fencing or renovation or resetting under various state and central schemes. Some of these have local representation, while others are connected to a larger areas of influence. So in the slides, you can see I've written heritage in Meghalaya and the sites declared as heritage sites of Meghalaya. So altogether, I will not read all of them. You can see in the paper, there are altogether around 116 sites in Khasi Hills, Jaintia Hills, and Garo Hills. Now, as mentioned earlier, constitutional mandate has been oriented by a clear moral imperative to conserve and safeguard that which is irreplaceable and in danger of being lost or destroyed or misused. Far more than merely a practical or political position, anxiety about loss and disappearance involve a certain disposition towards social and physical change. Here, we are talking about modern development, industrial and environmental changes, which may have already impacted on the heritage sites. Not only that, the speed of economic growth occurring in the state enhances these anxieties. Hence, the voice of concern about the fragility and loss of irreplaceable have become more uh, vociferous and legitimate. Accordingly, the state came up with the framework for preservation and conservation and protection of heritage, both tangible and intangible. This is witnessed with the passing of the Meghalaya Heritage Act in the year 2012. Now, let us look at another dimension of our study. Here we can see why I've written this applicability of heritage. This perhaps it would be best to suggest that the guidelines of the UNESCO has to be taken into consideration before declaring the sites as heritage. And more so, the historical and cultural significance of the sites is indeed a required criteria. In this connection, Noel B. Salazar, in his work, The Colocalization of Heritage Through Tourism, Balancing Standardization and Differentiation, states that a single heritage site can provoke varied degrees of understanding, be it in a local, national, regional, or even global scale. In fact, there is no heritage without interpretation, and the attached subjective meaning is always culturally reconstructed and often contested. In this connection, I would like to point out that among many, there are many sites that require immediate attention. Now, apart from those 116 sites, I would like to mention few which has been out of the fray from the from the government schemes to protect those sites. Now, one of the old monuments that deserve our focus and did not feature in the list of heritage sites are the Gor Shongthaj, or the resting place for travelers. These are similar to the monolith in structure and construction, but are well furnished and designed. There are many Gor Shongthaj in around Khasi Hills and that have not received the attention of the government till date. Next, in our discussion, I would like to bring to your notice another building of recent times, which have historical attachment not only to the state but to the whole of Northeast India. And this is the Mountain View, the residence of late Reverend J.M. Nichols Roy. Till date, this building was supposed to be around 100 years old and still stand as a landmark of historical importance, being the residence of a political statesman. Now, when Pandit Jawahar Nehru came to Shillong in 1945, he stayed with J.M. Nichols Roy in this house, and they also planted 2 trees to commemorate the occasion, and these trees are still there till now. Now, I have written a letter to the CEM of District Council, Khasi Hills Autonomous District Council, last year on August of 28th of August, and a copy was sent to the Chief Minister, Sri Konrad Kesangma, and even to the Minister of Arts and Culture at the time, Mr. L. Heck, and other concerned parties. I have attached along with the photographs of the site and also highlighted the important reasons as to why this site deserves to be recognized as a national heritage site in honor of the legacy of Reverend Roy. However, till date, there is no response or action of any kind. Now, let's go to another important aspect of our discussion. In our discourse about heritage, another important aspect is the effect of climate on tangible heritage. This is important since in other parts of the world there is a heavy emphasis on technical responses to climate change, with a focus of understanding the physical threats and working out how to deal with them. The English Heritage has released a report on the importance of retention and conservation of the historic built fabric. Now, while from the records, the government of Meghalaya frequently used the term preservation of these sites. However, when we visit most of the sites, although the fencing is there, but the sites are often left to themselves to defend from the onslaught of the climate, intruders, etc. And hence the concept of preservation of the sites is far from reality. Some of the sites which have been clubbed by as heritage sites by the government that I have personally visited, which have become victim of harsh weather conditions and negligence by the authorities concerned, include the cemetery at Nongsaulia, Sora, established in 1845. This is a historical landmark where some of the Welsh missionaries and their relatives who brought Christianity into the region
Dr.
were
Sivan,
buried. Yes, sir?
yeah, just try to wind up.
All right. So let me show you some of the photos which I have taken. See, these are the cemeteries in Nongsaulia, at Nongsaulia. And this is the church, the first church we can say in Northeast India. And I would like also to mention the crematorium. See, the fencings are there, but the place is left is very dirty and no preservation was taking place at all. Now, when it comes to tourism, now tourism, we know it depends largely on heritage. And as defined by the Meghalaya Heritage Act, the scenic site over the state offer a strong ground to be included as heritage sites, which may also deserve the attention of the state for preservation. However, if we are addressed to the shifting nature of globalization in the 21st century, new ways of looking at and thinking about interpreting and conceptualizing the interface between heritage and tourism are required urgently. In my conclusion, firstly, while in different parts of the world, preservation of heritage has been taken seriously, however, in a state of Meghalaya, there seems to be a setback in these measures. Thus, based on the observation above, it can be concluded that more efforts are required to be put in with regards to the preservation of cultural heritage in Meghalaya. Secondly, although there is a tension between economic growth, developmental works, and heritage preservation, however, our point is a somewhat different one. It is possible to ensure that economic development does not harm the immediate heritage preservation. Now, should heritage preservation advocates be engaged in the whole process of encouraging economic growth at all? This question will no doubt came as a shock to many. Perhaps we can put in a different or more open way. What role can heritage play in the creation of sustainable societies? Thirdly, it would be duly noted that according to the suggestion made by the Directorate General Central Public Works Department, Government of India, the three concepts need to be understood to determine whether a property is worthy of listing as heritage sites. Firstly, it should have historic significance, historic integrity, and historic context. Based on these criteria, it should raise a question whether the sites discussed above deserve the treatment they are given, given the fact that they have withstood the test of time and nature to preserve the history and represent it too in their own context and association. The efforts could be built by the government authorities to act fast towards preservation and restoration of the heritage sites. On the other hand, the civil societies themselves should create awareness towards preserving and maintaining them. It is only then that the idea of managing a heritage will attain its full form by focusing on the cultural significance and historical importance of the sites. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rusivan Shangpliang, for that very informative presentation that you have given through your presentation paper on heritage in Meghalaya. Thank you so much. Now I'll call upon Ms. Afira Khatun, the research scholar from the Department of History, Nehu, to please give your presentation on the paper Khasi traditional medicine. Ms. Afira, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Is it audible, sir? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. A very good morning to you, sir, Chairperson, and to the other fellow presenters. My paper is on Khasi traditional medicine, exploring progress and challenges. I will not be presenting slides as my previous presenters are doing. I will just be reading out the important points. Now, traditional and folk medicines have been developed over millennia using the acquired experience and accumulated knowledge of man. The development of traditional medicines has been influenced by the different cultural and historic conditions in which they were first developed. Plants have formed the basis of traditional medicine for thousands of years and continue to provide mankind with new remedies. Both beneficial and harmful effects of plant materials have been studied, and theories about their use have been developed. Thus, man has succeeded in discovering cures using herbal, animal, and mineral medicines. Traditional medicine has been known to man since the start of human civilization and therefore has a long history. Also known as indigenous or folk medicine, traditional medicine comprises knowledge systems that developed over generations within various societies before the era of modern medicine. According to the World Health Organization, traditional medicine is the sum total of the knowledge, skills, and practices based on the theories, beliefs, and experiences indigenous to different cultures, whether explicable or not, used in the maintenance of health as well as in the prevention, diagnosis, improvement, or treatment of physical and mental illnesses. The World Health Organization observed that it is difficult to assign one definition to the broad range of characteristics and elements of traditional medicine, but that a working definition is essential. It thus concludes that traditional medicines includes diverse health practices, approaches, knowledge and beliefs incorporating plant, animal, and or mineral-based medicines, spiritual therapies, manual techniques, and exercises applied singularly or in combination to maintain well-being as well as to treat, diagnose, or prevent illness. Traditional healing practices amongst the Khasi Jaintia tribe is the method to treat ailments by using herbs in the form of fresh drug, crushed juice, decoction of drug part, and powdered medicine for oral intake and paste for local application on skin diseases and wounds. They use locally available medicinal herbs, cultivated drugs from different habitat, as well as cultivating depleting medicinal plants. They also have faith in divines and worships for cures of ailments. Those who believe in and rely on traditional medicine base their trust on the fact that traditional medicine has been practiced a couple of thousand years longer than modern medicine. Traditional knowledge went through trial and error for a considerably longer period, while practitioners of modern medicine still discover undesirable side effects after they have prescribed new drugs. Over the past several years, Meghalaya has seen a noticeable decline in the awareness of traditional healing and the use of traditional medicine, especially among the younger generation. This may be attributed to the increasing popularity and improved access to modern Western medicine, which has confined traditional healing to non-mainstream and localized practices across small pockets of the state. It is as the country focuses on making medical care and medicine accessible to all sections of the society, it is equally important to preserve this unique and valuable traditional knowledge that has been accumulated over centuries of experience and practice by a vast number of traditional healers and prevent this knowledge from being completely lost. In Meghalaya, experienced traditional healers still have thriving practices across the state. The Khasi no doubt acquired a good amount of natural wisdom when it comes to healing. These healers possess deep knowledge of traditional herb-based treatments that has been handed down through generations orally or by word of mouth, and this knowledge is sharpened and perfected through regular practice. These healers are also well known and sought after for their skills and expertise, such as massage therapies and bone setting. For instance, some of the complex bone fractures which the learned doctors and specialists find difficult to restore to normalcy, these village doctors are able to put back into their original forms. Many people have been saved from amputation of their limbs through the cure effected by these indigenous healers. It is not surprising, therefore, that the effect being positive, this kind of therapy is being practiced up to this day and is also being sought after by people from different places. In fact, some traditional healers claim to have patients visiting them not only from outside the state but also from foreign countries. The main objective of the present review is to explore the significance of traditional system of medicine, in particular the role of the traditional healer as a primary healthcare giver in the Khasi Hills district of the state of Meghalaya. And it is also an endeavor to identify the existing major challenges and the opportunities to preserve this age-old precious gift of nature to humankind. If we look at the progress that has been made in the field of traditional medicine in the Khasi Hills district of Meghalaya, we will find that a number of changes has come up. There are some organizations and associations that have recently come up with the sole purpose of generating awareness on Khasi traditional medicine and to help the Khasi traditional healers get due recognition by the state government. One such organization that has been founded to help these traditional healers is the Society for Promotion of Indigenous Knowledge and Practices, or the Speak Up, with Sri John F. Karshiang as the chairman. There's also another association called the Meghalaya Indigenous Tribal Healers Association, or the MITHA, where a well-known traditional healer from West Jaintia Hills district, Joai, Sri Kerhom Pakanteng, is the president. Similarly, there are also boards like the Meghalaya State Medicinal Plans Board that have been constituted to handle all matters related to policy formulation, coordination of various agencies dealing with medicinal plans, local health traditions, sustained availability of medicinal plans, validation and certification issues, and conservation and preservation of medicinal plants in the state. Several externally funded projects and studies on traditional medicine in the state have also been undertaken by the students and faculty members of the Martin Luther Christian University in Shillong. With an aim to identify and preserve the medicinal plants in the state, the Society for Promotion of Indigenous Knowledge and Practices has started the process of documentation and mapping of local health traditions in Meghalaya, which also included prioritization, identification, and mapping of medicinal plants used in the traditional medicine system of the Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo tribes of the state. In the area of progress, no doubt there are a number of traditional practitioners who have come forward and attended trainings provided by certain forums, and some of them have even got recognition from the state government. But there are still others who are notoriously tight-fisted about sharing their knowledge and refuse to collaborate with the government in various trainings organized by different associations. Now, in India, the codified streams of healthcare systems such as Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy, collectively called Ayush, are being increasingly mainstreamed through the national health policy. But other traditions, who are as yet without professional regulation or codified systems of knowledge, are now being referred to as local health traditions, or LHT, in Indian policy documents. This comprises of local herbalists, traditional birth attendants, massage therapists, bone specialists, spiritual healers, etc. Local health traditions represent a community-supported health system which effectively and efficiently manages the primary health care of the rural mass of India. This tradition still exists in most parts of the country and support healthcare system, but the full impact of traditional medicines are not seen as the services rendered by them are overpowered by the mainstream medication. With the continuous and ardent efforts of some prominent leaders in the state in helping to give recognition to the indigenous Khasi herbal practitioners, the Meghalaya state government, along with the Khasi Hills Autonomous District Council, passed the Traditional Medicine Act and the Protection and Promotion of Khasi Medicine Act in the year 2011. The preamble to this act states that Khasi traditional medicine is accessible, affordable, and efficacious, that it provides opportunities for livelihoods and trade, and helps in the conservation of biodiversity. The preamble also avers that Khasi traditional medicine is under threat from depletion of medicinal plants, inadequate documentation and transmission, and domination by other systems of healthcare. Since attaining statehood, Meghalaya has made rapid strides in the field of development, and sustained efforts are being made to keep pace with the rest of the country. In the past year, several efforts have been made by the state government in ensuring that local traditional healers get due recognition for their work, and also to impart training to them on how to maintain the local flora and fauna and how to treat certain diseases based on their knowledge, skills, and expertise. However, Meghalaya is in serious threat of facing scarcity of valuable herbal plants due to modernization, globalization, and a tendency to change traditional lifestyles. Many of the traditional healers expressed anguish as to the scarcity of valuable herbs, which is caused largely due to increase in population and human activities from mining and forest activities, and due to the unchecked wanton burning of hills and forest fires in the jungles during winter, and hoped that the government would do something on this part. They also stated that the pollution from waters in industries was also threatening and endangering a number of crucial herbal plants.
I think there is some problem with the connection. Apira, can you hear me? Apira?
It seems she lost connection, sir.
Yeah, it seems. Let us just wait for 1 minute. Maybe she'll be able to connect.
Yes.
I think she must be trying now. Let's wait. Oh, yes.
Just left. She'll join again. Oh, she has joined.
Join again.
I'm so sorry, sir. The electricity just went out.
It's okay. You can continue. You can continue.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. When leaves only are harvested, the damage is very small. But when a stem, tubers, reproductive parts, or the whole plant is harvested, it reduces the regeneration capacity of the plants, especially the perennials. Now, part of the plant should be left out so that it can propagate again. It is high time that the collectors in the Khasi and Jaintia Hills start to establish their own herbal gardens. Indeed, the induction of modern healthcare services has posed immense threat to indigenous health practices because of their potential and speedy therapeutic effect. This has also led to the disappearance and displacement of traditional system of medicine. Also, traditional systems are undervalued by the urban and educated sections of society. However, the rise in population, inadequate supply of drugs, prohibitive cost of treatment, side effects of several allopathic drugs, and development of resistance to currently used drugs for infectious diseases have led to increased emphasis on the use of plant materials as a source of medicine for a wide variety of human ailments. The Khasi Jaintia people depend on word of mouth or oral tradition. There are, in fact, many barriers in promoting traditional knowledge, one of them being lack of documentation of traditional knowledge and lack of passing the traditional knowledge from elders to younger generations. The present youths of today are not sure
Apira, you're there? Hello, Apira.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, I'm so sorry. The network. There seems to be an problem in the network. Are you hearing me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Hello, sir.
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, okay. Then I can just conclude my paper, sir. The state of forest in the rural still hold on to be a positive. Therefore, though there is a medicinal plant, the past, poor as compared to the afforded, to traditional healers and are easily provided by them. Hence, it is the traditional also helps in be it indirectly.
Ms. Apira, are you done?
Yes, sir, I'm done.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you, sir.
Although the later part of your presentation we are not able to hear because of the connectivity issues, but then the major part of the presentation we were able to follow. So thank you so much for your presentation. Now I'll call upon Sir David Kharshandi from Synod College itself to give his paper presentation on study of Khasi traditional architecture and the Yingsat. Over to you, sir.
Okay, a very good afternoon to the chairperson and to all my fellow paper presenters. My topic for this presentation will be a study of the Khasi traditional architecture and the Yingsat as a center of religion and governance. Now, without wasting time, the word architecture is not an original English or rather a borrowed word from French. And etymologically, the Greek architecton, which is a combination of two words, archi and tecton, that is master builder, seems to be the root word of architecture. This Greek root inspired the Latin architectus with the same meaning. From these, a similar French word architecti, one who plans and executes the construction of a building, had evolved. The word architecture is derived further from French and adapted in English. Originally, the word was used in the context of the construction of buildings. However, today it is broadly used in many fields. Now, architecture is defined by Webster's dictionary as an art or a science of building or construction, or the art and practice of designing and building structures, especially the habitable ones. The first century Roman architect Marcus Vitruvius Pollio, who talks about the characteristics of architect and architecture in his voluminous book De Architectura, is noteworthy. Vitruvius, who lived some 2000 years ago, talked about three concepts that bring out some important elements of architecture which is still valid today. One is the firmitas, that is the design materials and the durability of the structure. Two, the utilitas, the purpose and function of the structure, that it should serve the intended purpose for which it is constructed. And three, the venutas, which is an aesthetic nature of the construction that gives a unique position in the minds of the audience who view it, that which makes a structure notably set apart from the other constructions. Now, people do not admire some insignificant constructed blocks and structures as architecture. It should go beyond the space, functionality, and utility, integrated with unique, creative, innovative, artistic appeal, good enough to stimulate the brain. Only then it is labeled and admired as a piece of architecture. Consider the Yengsat, which is located at Smith, a village about 14 kilometers from Shillong. People all over the world, they flock to see and admire it. How many would say that it is an artistic beauty that appeals to the eyes. Usually people admire the Yengsat for its design, massive build size, shape, and durability. Now, among the vast number of icons and symbols that symbolizes and expresses identity, architecture both reflects and shapes identities, personal as well as collective. To decipher the language of architectural styles and interpret its meaning, syntactic as well as semantic, is the task of a historian. Indian architecture evolved in various ages in the different parts of the region of the country. The architecture of India is rooted in its history, it's rooted in its culture, in its religion, and outside cultural interactions. As in the case of the Khasis living in Meghalaya, they have had their own architectural styles, as in the case of the Yengsat. Now, architecture is not a modern phenomenon. It emerged with a combination of needs, imagination, capacities, capabilities of the people through the ages. However, Craig Howitt described architecture as eminently suited to the long-term communication of tribally encoded messages that could enable tribal communities to three-dimensionally manifest their uniqueness, to delineate the boundaries, and to communicate aspects of tribal cultures to others. Now let's come to Khasi traditional architecture. Now, as far as the traditional Khasi concept of architecture is concerned, the indigenous people have shown a close relationship with nature in terms of seasonal changes, water bodies, flora and fauna, and the other natural paradigms. So as a result of this harmonizing relationship between man and nature has developed a sense of unity that has remained perhaps the greatest source of inspiration. Now, meanwhile, the indigenous people also popularly, they utilize local indigenous materials such as stone, clay, and timber, which are easily available, although there are variations in the use of natural materials depending on the geographical conditions. Now, construction of houses from flora has been the oldest human-made production, which has had a round shape. The Khasi had indigenous knowledge about building systems, and they created architecture that responded to the forces around them. They were not professionally trained in design, yet they had a sense of those forces are important, should be respected, and responded to their profound Khasi belief systems and to their values and social systems. As such, they also took into consideration the physical factors such as climate, such as earthquake, thermal comfort, economy, and the availability of the resources. Now, all these resulted in a house form that is sensitive to their way of life and to the larger environment, touching the earth lightly. Now, Khasi houses were not large by any standards, but the basic architectural styles was common throughout the land. This may have been due to the social and family structure, which though close-knit lived in individual houses. The traditional Khasi concept of building a dwelling is in the shape of an inverted boat. built on a raised platform, which acts as a shield against the severe climatic conditions such as the raging storms, the thundering squalls in summer, and the biting colds of winter. Now, the shape also symbolizes the form of an egg, and in fact, the egg is the true primordial form of shelter to any living creature, and incidentally plays an important factor in all Khasi rituals and ceremonies. Basically, the traditional houses is divided into 3 rooms, a porch or a bacha around 7 feet in length, together with the singkup or the entrance, the nengpei resembling the living room, which houses the yeng kindong or the sleeping area, and the rimpei or the hut where the family gather around. Now, in the porch are stacked fuel and odds and ends. The imposing roof that looks like an upturned boat has direct association with the knup, still used by many as a mobile rain shelter or umbrella, which is thatched with leaves of a palm called utinreo, and sometimes by usder or utrao made from wild grasses. Now, the use of different types of construction, material depends on the prevailing weather condition. Mud and stone walls are common in areas with heavy rainfall. The floor is supported by intervals by, limestone or wooden pillars and on a raised plinth some 2 to 3 feet from the ground. Now, this area is called as the singkup, the only window called pongshai to protect the interior from the lashing rains, and the wind is a small opening on one side of the house which admits but a dim light into the smoke begrimed interior. Now, most houses, they have 2 doors. One on the front, which is 3 feet wide and 6 feet high, with 1.5 feet each sides, and the other on the side of the house, known locally as pongshai. However, no beam or frames are attached to the roofs. Now, the Khasi consider the use of nail as sang or taboo, and only use a certain kind of timber for the fender which surrounds the hut. But there are references of the use of square nails or prek saudong, which reason that the Khasis might have had, knowledge of the excavation and smelting of iron. Now, again, it is a taboo to use part of a fallen tree for house construction. So the people use only a particular timber cut from the forest during the dark moon or the dumbnai, soaked in water for almost a year. And the common timbers used for construction are the dengbti or puma and the dengrai or champa. Now, in the designs of their houses, the Khasis has incorporated earthquake safety measures. When one looks into the traditional houses located all over the Khasi and the Jaintia Hills, people have adopted the post and beam construction, which is the same concept in modern building as it is in most suitable form of construction in earthquake-prone areas. Now, the entire load of the roof of a traditional house is carried by the wooden beams or the timpang, and then transferred to wooden columns onto the ground below, very similar to the columns and beams which we have nowadays. And in order to respond to the wind and the rain, the roof extends lower to the ground with additional beams that sits on a double stone wall surrounding the house without affecting the structural system. Now, hence, while the exterior wall might crumble in the event of an earthquake, the main roof might still be intact as its system is independent of the exterior wall. Now, coming to the Yeng Sat as a sacred icon, of traditional architecture, of religion and governance. And as we have already stated earlier, that the Yeng Sat is located at Smith, a village about 14 kilometers from Shillong. Now, the Yeng Sat is a traditional house of worship and a sacred icon of the Khasi Highlanders. The Yeng Sat was constructed in the late 1800s, and this house is where the Queen Mother resides and functions as the High Priestess of the Hima Khairim. Once a year, either in the months of October or November, the 5-day festival called Kakpomblang is held on the premises of the Yeng Sat, and no nails or metal fasteners are used in its construction. Instead, wooden and bamboo pins, pegs, dowels are used to keep the whole structure in place. Now, the framework of the roof is made of wooden beams and bamboo poles, and the whole is covered in thatch. Vents are cut on the thatch roofs, and glass sheets supported by the bamboo frames are placed at regular intervals to allow sunlight, to illuminate the house. Now, the entire house has no electricity and is illuminated by kerosene or solar lanterns at night. The Yengsat of Hima Khairim remains the only true symbol of Khasi architecture and depicts the original traditional design till date, even after 50 years of statehood. Now, although the older structure which precedes the present one was dismantled in 2008 and a new one was erected in its place in the same year, it was built in the same way. Now, the institution of Kasat Kasunan in its material form exists in the form of a house known as Yengsat Yengsunan, which is constructed by the people of the Hima. This house usually consists of a number of paraphernalia. The Duan is the ground in front of Yengsat, a compound where all the dances, the rituals are performed according to tradition, fencing on all the three sides with stone walls and wooden posts. There are three openings, each one on the north, on the east, and on the west. And on the south stands Yengsat, which is the resident of the same Sat, the queen. And the Yengsat is a big house with entrance facing to the north. Using of iron nails of any kind of metals is not allowed in its construction, and the house consists of rooms with different sizes. Now, the important rooms associated with the rituals, Kapomblang, can be mentioned here. First, there is Kirpong, a room at the back of the main room, which is used for cooking, is carried for the Duhalia during the Pomblang festival. Next to this, there is another room called Kashlur, or the main hall, with a hearth where sacrificial goats killed in the outskirts are cleaned and cooked. And it is also a room where the rites and the rituals are performed during Kapomblang with the dancing called Kashat Tingko by the male dancers. Now, however, the room serves as a living room, in other days. Another important room, which is at the center of the house, is the Yengbak, where the Aim Sat resides. This is a big room where Aim Sat used to meet the people for various, purposes, and everyday activities are carried out.
David,
now, to the north, yes,
David,
sir?
try to wind up, okay?
Yes, sir. To the northwest corner of the house, there is a small room called Kinramblang, where all the sacrificial goats are hoarded. And the porch-like structure called a tingkong, or a veranda, is the frontmost portion of the house where the Dorbar Sla is being held. There are 3 hearths in the house, 1 in each room. Now, the political and socio-religious initiation of Yengsat could be seen in the Sop Yengbak, a community participation actively carried out in the 5th day of the market, which is called as Yoring Hep. And this is one-day construction work where all the residents of Smith, irrespective of their religion, they participate in the roof covering activity of Yengsat, which again symbolizes the sovereignty of the Hima. Now, this institution is one of the most important institutions of the Khasi socio-religious and political system. Theoretically and practically, no ruling's aim can be considered as aim unless he has Kasat Kasunan. This is because it is the real power behind the seat of power. The Khasi theory of sovereignty rests with it, not with the ruling's aim, and this is because it stands for the ruling's aim, the elders and the citizens of the Khasi state. Yet, in contrast to the accepted political tradition, the custodian of the institution is not the ruling's aim, but the eldest female member of the aim's family. And to conclude, the survival of the traditional architecture in the form of house construction is essential to understand the vitality it has on the Khasi way of life. Even today, as we look, we have reached a stage wherein we are inspired by past architecture in the things we build today. Khasi tradition, as reflected in the Yengsat, plays a greater part in the making of moral norms. The sanctity that resides at this traditional architecture signifies the acceptance of the people to the authority of this Yengsat, and the Yengsat in Hima Khairim has imprinted a niche in the world's limelight. It has captivated, architects and historians in the quest of traditional treasures across the globe. The preservation of Khasi, traditional structure in general, and that of the Yingsat in particular, and the respect to those who have participated and contributed to its splendor will be possible if the generations of today, they go back to the roots of understanding and appreciating the contribution made by one's ancestors to enrich one's culture. So this paper is only a sort of introduction to the subject, which will prove useful, for the elementary study of the subjects to scholars, and will also inspire, some researchers to delve deeper into the subject and find out for themselves the importance of Khasi ancient heritage. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sir David Kashanti, for that wonderful presentation. I think Phidarihun Warjri is not here. David, I think she's not here.
It seems she hasn't joined till now, sir.
Okay, then what shall we do? Shall we wind up?
I think we should wind up because it's already 12:35, and we are
David,
supposed
do
to
one
end by.
thing. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
David, do one thing. I will request you as the organizer to do one thing as far as Miss Wajri is concerned, Dr. Wajri is concerned. You put her paper presentation in some other session, maybe today or tomorrow, wherever possible.
That is what I was thinking to do only, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. Yes.
Because the paper looks very, very interesting. It's a very interesting paper. So we should not miss out on this paper. Okay. You put her presentation in some other session today or tomorrow, maybe, wherever it is feasible for you. Okay.
Okay. I'll do that.
And once you do that, just let me know also when is her presentation. I would like to see the pictures that she has.
Okay, sir. I'll do that.
Right. Thank you so much. So, do we have any queries or anything, any comments or anything which we would like to add as paper presenters and the other people who are present here? We can do that now, and then I will just wind up the session after that. If you have any query, where you want to interact with one another, or you want to discuss something, or you want to add something, you can do that now to all the paper presenters. Otherwise, if nothing is there, then I would like to sum up the entire session, and I would like to give my comments as far as the papers are concerned. Overall, I think all the... Yes, David.
I just would like to ask something from Dr. Champling, since it's more related to his topic, the one I have presented, something with the heritage in Meghalaya.
Okay,
Dr. Champling, are you there, sir?
Hello, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to know from that 100 list, I mean, the list of those 100, heritage sites that has been mentioned, is there any, architectural, houses that has been clubbed under that heritage site, sir? Apart from the one which you have already shown, the residence of late Reverend J.J.M. Nichols Roy, which is something very important, which the state government should take, in fact.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, there are some architectural structures mentioned, means not the Yingsat is not there. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Yeah.
Okay. The Yingsat is not there, but most of the heritage sites are usually those which are outside, not inside a building or something like that. So I think the Yingsat also should be a part of that. It's a very important part of heritage, and it should be considered in that way. So till date, there are very few heritage sites which are, architectural designs. So because suppose like in Garo Hills, that Mirjum Latom.
Yes, sir.
Mirjum Latom, that is also an architectural structure. So if that can be included as a heritage site, why not the Yingsat and other? Because Yingsat, there are some in Boy area also, and
yes,
the one you are studying also, sir.
Yeah.
So many temples are there also. Shiva temple, Ganesh temple and Buddhist stupas are there in Garo Hills. So these things can be put forward, sir, I think.
You know why I'm saying, sir, is that in the course of my research work that I have undertaken in these past few years,
Yes,
I
sir.
have come across one place, one traditional, I must say, Khasi traditional, house which dates back to more than 180 years. And it is in Norway. I believe you must have seen or you must have heard about it.
Yes, sir.
In
Yes, sir.
fact, I was in the process of approaching the state government, to declare it as a heritage site and to find alternative, for those people who are residing over there. It is the only one, I think, apart from the Yingsat, which still exists till today. It dates back to 180 years plus. And again, in the course of my, research again in Cherrapunji, Saklor, Miss Karinia, they will know better. There is again another house at Sopen also, which dates back even to before the earthquake of 1897, and it still stands very strong till today. I mean, extremely strong. And
Yes,
if you
yes,
look
sir.
at the kind of architectural styles and designs that they have, it is mostly, like that Assam type, but it's still well maintained. And I have interacted with one of the, the owners of that particular house. They told me that, the beams, the posts, which I have just stated some time ago, which is part and parcel of the construction of these houses, you'll find that over there they have made use of the railway tracks which exist, in Sora. So that is
Okay,
something
that is very
which I
interesting.
think this
Yes,
is
yes.
something, which is very interesting and something which I think we, as researchers should take up and, club and try to work for the sustenance and preservation, as you have already stated. Yeah. Thank you,
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Chan.
Even when I went to the funeral of Dr. Graham Nukundri,
Right.
his ancestral house, I must say, is a very old structure. And those things, if we don't preserve now, of course, the state government should do something. Otherwise, once they are lost, it will be irreplaceable damage. So
right, sir.
We have to thrive as scholars to put forward to the government which one to declare as heritage and which ones are not supposed to be declared. That also is one thing.
Right.
Because in declaring of heritage, there's a lot of contentions,
Right,
political things,
right.
this and that. So we have to be careful in that. So that is my observation.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Champion.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Champion. Thank you, David, for that discussion. Is there anyone else who would like to share something or say something on any other matter concerning the papers we heard?
So I would like to point out, just observe regarding Sir Kloor's paper and Miss
Okay.
Karina.
Okay.
When they are studying, of course, it's a quantitative study and qualitative also. But if you look at the, because I've mentioned in my paper, if you see those cemetery, crematoriums,
Yeah.
they can be a part of attraction for tourists.
Of course, they are.
They should be.
Yeah. So Kloor is here. He can discuss a bit. Even Karina is here. Any one of you? It's your paper.
That is true. What Rusiban says is true. Not just the cemetery, but if you go down to Sora, now before you reach that cemetery, which Sir Shampliang has pointed out, Dr. Shampliang has pointed out, there's that kpep. They call it the kpep.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, that one also it is left in a very dilapidated condition.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to be under the aim of Sora, who's supposed to be the custodian of that area there. But I don't know. Maybe it's because of the climatic conditions or what. It becomes very difficult because, as we all know, Sora is the
rainfall.
Rainfall is terrible, and they can't maintain it properly. It's the grasses that grow there are taller than a human being, like that. Not just that, even in the one that Sir mentioned, Dr. Shampliang mentioned about that cemetery. There's a cemetery of John Roberts. John Roberts cemetery is also there.
Yes.
Now
yes.
that also is not kept well. So I think we can't say what or who is supposed to be taking care of it, whether in the case of the cemetery, whether it's church at Nong Saulia, or whether it's the case of Kipep, the same of Sora, but those should have been taken well, and they, as you have rightly pointed out, they should have been places of tourist attraction.
Yeah, if you can put that in your paper, it will be very, it will bring another insight, another perspective, because this custodianship also sometimes it serves as blockade. Sometimes the government cannot do anything because it belongs to this aim, belongs to the right, belongs to the core, like that. So these things, suppose like if all these left out places or neglected sites can be, renovated, protection can be given, preservation can be adapted, then it can attract more tourists. So in the journey of the state from now onwards, that should be the perspective, to look out for these places before more damage can occur. So thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, so now,
if I may just add, Dr.
Yes,
Benjamin,
please. Yeah,
like
please.
say, for example, it was a few years ago, we from the side of the college also, we were thinking something about the KPEP regarding the weeding, the simple thing that we can do, but then there were issues there, which Dr. Shankliang has really pointed out, the issue of custodian. So these things needs to be sorted out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sir CM. Thank you, Sir Shankliang. So
thank
now, we have come to the end of the session. It's 12:45 by my watch. So I would just like to wind up this particular session by summing up all the papers. Like I said a while back, all the papers were very good papers. I think you have time now. You should develop them further, make them better. Right, and once you're able to do that, I'm sure the Synod College will do the needful as far as the proceedings is concerned. So you have time to do that, so please do that, especially in the case of Sir Aim and Miss Sun, and even in the case of others where you got these wonderful insights. You can include these things so that your paper becomes better, and then it will highlight wonderfully in the proceedings of this particular webinar. It was a very interesting paper by the joint authors, Ms. Sun and Sir Aim, tourism in Sora in the context of 50 years. It was a wonderful paper, and yeah, as they have rightly pointed out towards the end of the paper, which is very, very true, infrastructure is indeed a concern for Sora as a tourism destination now. And not only that, I think future planning, right from the local level to the state level, this is something which has to be looked upon. And the authors have not touched upon one very important aspect of tourism, and that is the tourism services. So if you could look into this to a certain extent and maybe modify your paper a bit by including this particular aspect of tourism services, I think your paper will become far better, and it'll be something which you can really highlight to others, through which they can learn a lot about tourism in Sora today and in the past 30, 40, 50 years. And as far as the paper of Dr. Rustiban Shankliang is concerned, it's very touching that he has highlighted those tangible heritage properties, sites that we have in our state. And it's indeed very, very sad to see most of these places to be in such a very poor condition, poorly maintained condition. And I think it's high time that, as scholars, as researchers, people should approach the state government to make it aware as to the need for conserving these resources that we have, because they are all a part of our history, a part of our cultural heritage, part of our tradition, we might say. And if these are lost, then a certain part of our culture will be lost. So it's very, very important for us, as scholars, first of all, and then for the people in authority to do something as far as this particular aspect is concerned. So that way, the paper by Dr. Champion is very, very significant, and I think you should take it further. Once the proceeding comes out and your paper is there in the proceeding, you can highlight this particular aspect to the appropriate authorities, Department of Arts and Culture, maybe of the state government, and the people concerned, so that they can they can initiate the process as far as preserving and conserving our tangible heritage is concerned. Not just tangible heritage, even the intangible heritage. Like we might think about the singing village or the whistling village that we have in Kong Thong now, the Khalashnong side of our state. So this is something which is very, very important. We have to do something about this. Otherwise, a certain very important aspect of our culture will be lost. Sticking with culture, again, the paper by the research scholar from Department of History, Nehu, Ms. Apira Kharkogor, was very, very good and very, very interesting. Although the second half of the presentation, I was not able to hear properly because of connectivity issues, but I got the gist of the paper by listening to the first half of her presentation. And it is very true that traditional medicine, Khasi traditional medicine in particular, is it is a lost practice, we can say. Knowledge is not being coded, information is not being coded, nothing is being recorded as such in a proper way. And as generations go by, with urbanization and modernization, these traditional knowledge that we have, which is very, very important, which is a part of our culture, it's all getting lost. So that way, the point raised by Apira, that codification is important now, especially in an era where we have Ayush under the government of India. So we have to do codification as well. Otherwise, this is another aspect of our history, our culture, which is going to be lost very soon. I can speak from experience. I know some people who practice traditional medicine. The children don't know anything about such practices because nothing is codified, nothing is recorded, no documentation is there. So once the actual practitioner passes away, then with his or her passing, the knowledge is also lost. So this practice is something which we have to revive one more time, and reviving means codification. Documentation, preserving this knowledge in a tangible form. That is something which is very, very important. And keep in mind, with the Ministry of Ayush being there at the central level, this is something which we should really work on. And then last of all, the paper by Sir David Kharshandi, again, somehow this particular session has all revolved around that. It's more about heritage and culture and history, and also tourism in terms of heritage and history, we might say. And he ended with a talk about the Yingsat. He was talking about the Khasi traditional architecture, the traditional Khasi homes that we have, which we normally don't see anymore now. Now we have RCC buildings everywhere, right? So we see these Khasi traditional architectures only in villages, mostly, and the Yingsat, of course. So even this is getting lost. Some of the homes are in dilapidated conditions. They are poorly maintained, in a very poor state. So, but then he has presented very beautifully as to what Khasi traditional architecture is all about, and a detailed presentation about the Yingsat. In the end, two papers were not presented. One was by Ms. Dakhar, a research scholar again from History Department, Nehu, and a paper by Dr. Pidari Wajri. But I think the organizers will do the needful as far as these papers are concerned. To sum up, I think there was a wonderful session. It was a learning experience for everyone. It was a learning experience for me. And I think this session is it's a forward-looking session, in the sense that a lot can be done in terms of the papers and the presentations that were being made. So I would suggest all the scholars one more time, work on the papers further, have a wonderful publication in the proceedings of the webinar and beyond that also. And once you're able to do that, you can you can take up these issues with the appropriate authorities so that things can become better in terms of the history, the tradition, the heritage, tourism, and the architecture that we have in our local community. We can say this is all about our local community. So that is all from my side. Thank you so much again to each and every one of you, and especially to Synod College, and for holding such a wonderful webinar. Congratulations, Synod College. One more time, all the best for the remainder of this day and also for tomorrow. Thank you so much from my side. David, over to you if you have anything.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah,
Thank
the
you,
next
sir.
session will start at 1:45 p.m. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, everyone. All
Thank
the
you,
best,
everyone.
everyone.
Thank you, sir.
All the best. All the best. All the best.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second session of our, of our webinar on 50 years of statehood in Meghalaya, and our journey so far. We have had a very good program in the earlier sessions, and we look forward, to having a more vibrant discussion even in this afternoon session. From the paper, from the program that has been given to me, I note that there are 5 presentations this afternoon, and I would just like to, to call out, the names of each one of the presenters. And as I do so, just kindly, acknowledge so that I know that you're all here. Mr. Daniel Stone Lingdor, sir, you're here, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Sangra A. Sangma, are you here? Yeah, okay. And then Dr. Soma Gupta, she's there, I can see.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Dr. Sharalyn Kriamujat, she's also there.
Yes.
And Dr. Maxwell Lingdor, are you there, sir? Dr. Maxwell Lingdor. Okay, so maybe he will be joining us a little bit later. So we are very, very fortunate. Looking at the titles of the presentations, I can see that there's a very diverse kind of topics that have been slated to be presented this afternoon, and I'm really looking forward because I've been acquainted with many of you through the webinars that we've had in the past, and we've always had a wonderful time of discussion and listening to all of you, and we look forward to more of that this afternoon. Now, you all know the timings. 12 minutes have been designated for each presenter. After which we will have at the end of the session, we will have about 15 minutes discussion time. So whatever questions you may have, please just note it down so that we can bring them up later in the discussion period after all the papers have been presented. So without further ado, I would like to call our first presenter, Mr. Daniel Stone Lingdor, to present his paper. And the title of his paper is The Contribution of Hoping Stone Lingdor Towards the Hill State Movement. And I just want to read out a little bit also that Mr. Daniel Stone Lingdor is presently an advocate with the Supreme Court of India. So, sir, we welcome you to our to this podium, and we hope that we'll hear a lot from your side. So, without further ado, I would like to give this time over to Mr. Daniel Stone Lingdor for his presentation. And I would like to remind all the participants to kindly keep your microphones mute. You may on your videos if you want to. It's always nice not to see blank squares, but to see faces in front of me. Bapin Crow, I can see yours, so thank you. So as much as possible, if you can keep your videos on, or if you don't want to do that also, it's okay. But please keep your microphones mute until you have something to share, all right? So without further ado, I would like to call Mr. Daniel Stone Lingdor for his presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone here. Thank you for your warm introduction. My topics for today's presentations is on the contribution of Hopping Stone Lingdor towards the Hill States movement. I am his nephew. I am very close to him, and I knew him well. And his courage always drew inspiration. The concept of the Hill States movement was not of a recent origins, but as far back from and during the Indian struggle for independence and after post-India independence, the concepts again has been revived by a few educated leaders from the Northeast regions. Since in the 1947, Gopinath Bordoloi, and in 1960s, another chief ministers of Assam, that is Chaliha, they adopted the principles, means they propagated the ideology of how to adopt Assamese language as the official language. That was a turning point, and it has become the one of contentions which encouraged leaders from Northeast, to start what's the so-called Hill States movement. When speaking about Hopping Stone Lingdor, and his involvement in the Hill States movements start from in the 1950s, and we could everyone see that in the 1960s, his contributions went in a large scale. Actually, he became a member of the Eastern Indian Tribal Unions from the very beginnings of his career as a propagator of the movement, and after which, when all the political when all the regional political parties has come together, to form another political party, that is the APHLC, and during that time, he was expelled from the party by the APHLC, and the main factors, everyone said that times that it was because due to which he adopted the principle of satyagraha, or violence. See, when speaking about the violence, it's not his intentions, but because of the people's emotions that times, and people's, especially in the West Khasi Hills, they adopted like the Tirot Singhs. They have the spirit, they cannot wait for the freedoms, and they fought against the British. That's why for him also it made him to adopt these principles, not intentions about the emotions of the people that he was not able to control so far. So that was the reason that he was expelled by the leaders from the APHLC, and after that with his supporters, he formed another political party, which they called this HSPDP. See, everyone might see that there would be a parallel between this APHLC and HSPDP, but yes, of course, they fought for this Hill State movement. They have the common goal and the objective, how to achieve a state. But the only difference, the unparalleled, which I mean to say, APHLC adopted this kind of ideology to motivate people for sub-states, or which later on they have changed to the so-called autonomous states. But in the HSPDP, which Hopping Stone Lingdor adopted, or propagated in this full-fledged states. And from the very inception of his fight for the state, he always sticks to the points that the border should be the prime focus. But I would like to conclude my presentations by saying, besides his contributions in the field works as a leader and encouraging peoples, how to involve in the Hill movements. But in the limelight of the educations or the field of education also, he was able in the 1962 to the 1967 within a 5-year spans, he was able to build up and to establish around 1,800 lower primary schools. The field of education also, during the course of his involvements in the Hill movement, education also went along side by side. So we are so lucky to say that the Constitution of India, in the legal perspectives, with this Northeast Frontiers Reorganization Act 1971, recognize the state of Meghalaya, and Hopkinston Lingdo contributions also is remarkable in one way or the others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel Stone Lingdo. Through your very brief presentation this afternoon, even though it's brief, but you have been able to sort of, the point that you have been trying to make is that Hoping Stone Lingdo has contributed so much, not only to the Hill State movement, but even his contribution after the state of Meghalaya got its statehood. He has contributed richly, both in terms of of politics, as well as education in the area in which he was elected from. So even though it's a very brief presentation, yet I think you have been able to bring home that point. So we want to say thank you to you. Of course, I know that there will be many people out here, many participants who will be ready with their questions, but as I said, we will leave it till later. So our next presentation will be from the Garo Hills, and it is Mr. Sangra A. Sangma, Associate Professor and Head Department of History, Don Bosco College, Tura. And moving on from Hoping Stone Lingdo, Mr. Sangra's paper will focus on Captain Williamson A. Sangma and the role and his role and contributions in the Hill State movement. So, as I said, we have seen just now the contribution of Hoping Stone from Khasi Hills. Now we will be looking at the contribution of Captain W.A. Sangma, a very illustrious name, both in the state and in the Garo Hills. So I would like to invite Mr. Sangra Sangma to kindly make his presentation. Mr. Sangra?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Is it audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay then. Thank you. I have some problem with my camera. Is it okay? Okay.
It's okay if you have a problem with the camera.
Okay.
You can just present. It's all right.
Okay then. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank Synod College and Center for Historical Research for giving me opportunity to present a paper on Captain Williamson Ampang Sangma, his role and contribution in the Hill State movement. Now, as our chairperson has rightly said about Captain Sangma, he does not need any introduction. But as a background, I will go from the life, his early days, his place of birth, before I come to his role and a contribution, so that we have, sort of a knowledge about who was Captain Williamson Sangma, where he was born, and so on and so forth. Now, Captain Williamson Ampang Sangma was one of the most dominant figures in the political life of northeastern India throughout the second half of the 20th century. A statesman of rare quality, Captain Sangma was admired and respected by all across the political spectrum. During the post-independence period, the whole of Assam turned into political turmoil, looking for one's own political identities. In all these movements, whether it was a Garo National Council, GNC, Eastern India Tribal Union, or All India All Party Hill Leaders Conference, APHLC, Captain Sangma was elevated to lead the party. He was thus rightly regarded for his political acumen and diplomacy. Now, he was born on 18 October 1919, born in the same month and died also in the same month. 1919, Bakmara, that is in South Garo Hills. Captain Sangma, he received his lower primary education from his native village. Thereafter, he came to Tura for his middle schooling, where he studied up to class 5. Now, he was the youngest son of the family of 4 brothers and 5 sisters, and his father, Gongsun S. Mara, who was a businessman and has a business links with the many businessmen of Calcutta and Arabs. And his mother, Numalis Ampang Sangma, was busy in looking after her children and a vast property they have. Now, in the meanwhile, his brother-in-law, Mr. Emerson Moman, was transferred to Goalpara High School as a Garo vernacular teacher, and he admitted Captain Sangma in class 6 at Nisangram School, where he passed his Mingmi School and awarded merit scholarship for higher studies. Now Captain Sangma proceeded to Goalpara for his high school, where he studied during 1934 to 37, and from there he passed his matriculation examination in 1938. Now he joined in Jagannath Intermediate College in Dhaka, Bangladesh, and passed Intermediate of Arts 1940, after which he continued his studies in BA in Serampol College, Kolkata, West Bengal, during 1941-42. Now, immediately after 1942, he came to Tura and joined the National Cadet Officers training at Dhaka in the same year. And after completing the training course, he joined in a commissioned rank as a lieutenant and rose to the rank of captain during the Second World War. And so in 1946, after the Second World War, he returned to Tura. And in 1947, he joined as a secretary of Multipurpose Cooperative Society at Tura. In 1948, he was appointed as a rural development officer under Deputy Commissioner of Garo Hills District. Now, his married life, Captain Sangma married to Miss Gladys C.H. Moman of Papachanai, Tura, of whom 5 sons and 1 daughter were born. And after the death of his wife on 27 May 1964, that is the same year where Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, our first Prime Minister, also died. Captain Sangma was given in marriage to her sister. This is our Garo traditional law. In case if my first wife died, then obviously the sister-in-law will be given in marriage as per our customs, of whom they have 3 sons and 2 daughters. Now I'll come to his role in the Hill State movement. Now, as you are all aware that the Garo National Conference was the first political party among the Garos. The first meeting of the Garos leaders of the erstwhile Assam met at Tura on the 7th November 1946 under the initiative of Mr. Emon Singh M. Sangma, who was the Rajya Sabha MP during the time of Assam, the first Garo Rajya Sabha MP, and the Singdon Koksi Sangma, in which activities Captain Sangma took keen interest. And it was a historical occasion that the meeting took a dramatic step to form a political party known as Garo National Conference, or Achek Jatni Melani. Now, altogether, 79 delegates from different parts of Assam and Garo Hills attended the meeting, and the first executive body was elected following members of Modi Mara as president, Jobangdi Mara, etc., etc., where Captain Williamson was the member of the reception committee. In fact, he was a convener. He was not come to the active politics at that point of time. But, there was always a dispute in the leadership. And later on, when the Garo National Council has changed its name in 1948, he emerged as a consensus candidate to lead the Garo National Council. From 1948, he became a president, and till he, joined the Congress. Thus, it was the GNC that has remained widely accepted party among the Garo masses, and this was due to the Captain Sangma's charismatic leadership than to anything else. Now, it is very interesting in Garo Hills, or if you look at the developments here in Garo Hills. In 1947, on the eve of Indian independence, and there was so much of political activities in the hill areas of Northeast India. The activities of Khasi and Jaintia Hills particularly had a tremendous impact on the Garos. Now, at this juncture, a Khasi leader named MacDonald Kongor, he came to Tura to propagate the idea of a hill state and address a meeting at Tura, which was attended by the top leaders of the Garo National Council or Conference. However, Kongor was unable to get a positive response from the Garos as they were not prepared to accept the idea of a hill state at that point of time. So you can well imagine. So the activities in Garo Hills were quite slow after the Indian independence. But with the formation of Garo Hills Autonomous District Council, he was elected for the first time in a general election 1952, and he became the chief executive member. Now, this was the first step in his fight for socio-economic and political upliftment of the Garos and the tribal of North-East India, as he got himself involved in the Eastern India Tribal Union in 1954. Now, this, where Eastern India Tribal Union was formed, this house still remains. They have now converted as a museum. You can go. Recently, myself and Dr. Karluki and Charles Ruben on the 12th of October, we visited this museum, and we get a lot of information, all photographs, correspondence, his typewriter, telephone, everything is there. And the Eastern India Tribal Union, where they had a meeting, that room is still they are keeping as a museum. Now, in that, he was elected as a president, and B.B. Lindo was a general secretary. Now, in the meeting of the District Council Executive Committee, it was decided to enlarge the meeting of the Hill Leaders Conference and have a session at Tura on 8 October 1954. This has mentioned in the keynote address by Professor Gasa this morning. And that time, the State Reorganization Commission constituted by the Government of India, and they were examining the whole question of reorganization of the states of India. And the Tura meeting decided to submit a memorandum on the proposed plan for a hill state, and the name of the state might be called the Eastern Hill State, which would include the tribal areas of Assam, Tripura, the whole of Manipur, and present Nagaland. The Eastern India Tribal Union did not wish to include the whole of Tripura because it was afraid of a Bengali domination. Now, prior to the formation of Eastern India Tribal Union, or ICTU, it was Reverend J.J. Nichols Roy who first mooted the concept of statehood for the hill areas of Assam through his memorandum to the subcommittee of the Hill Advisory Committee of the Minorities of the Constituent Assembly of India. In fact, that was the first time that Reverend Nichols Roy met Captain Sangma. At that time, Captain Sangma was early 30s, and Reverend Nichols Roy found Captain Sangma as a promising leader, that he will be the future leader that he has predicted, that he can lead the tribals of Northeast India to a greater heights. Now, however, it was Captain Sangma who advocated the Hill people that no longer, he advocated that the Hill people had no other way than to go for a separate state to enable them to preserve their racial identity, language, and culture. In retrospect, it was clear that the district council under the 6th schedule did become a launching pad of the Hill State movement. He was elected again to the Garo Hills Autonomous District Council in its second general election in 1957, and he became the chief executive member for the second time and continued to hold office till he joined in the Assam Congress Ministry in 1958 under B.P. Chaliha, January 1958. He was also contested and won in the second general election to the Assam Legislative Assembly from Tura, and he joined as a cabinet member to give a priority to the proposed administration in lieu of a separate state for the tribals of Assam. Now, meanwhile, a movement for the Hill State was gaining momentum, and so he met the minister in charge of tribal affairs because Prime Minister Nehru had persuaded the tribals to participate, because Vishnu Ram Medi, who was then the chief minister of Assam, he stepped down, and Bimal Prasad Chaliha, he became the new chief minister of Assam. Now, in addition to that, and that time he established the Tribal Advisory Council. He solved the border problems, and he established good and a cordial relation between the hills and the plains, and ostensibly gave up the idea of a separate state. Now, some political observers said that the Captain Sangma and other hill leaders has given up the hill statehood demand after becoming a minister in Assam government. Of course, some Mizos also, one Mizo was also made a parliamentary secretary. But he resigned from the cabinet in protest against the language bill seeking to impose Assamese as a all official language in Assam in April 1960. The movement for a hill state became more organized in 1960 when the Assam government decided to recognize Assamese as a state language for Assam. To take a firm and united stand on the language issue, the hill leaders met at conference in Shillong on 6 and 7 July 1960. And at this conference, the hill leaders decided to forget their respective political identities for the time being and form the all-party hill leaders conference where Swantatra Party and even the Congress, they all affiliated. And it is a regional party with a national outlook. Now, Captain Sangma was elected as a president of the APHLC, along with Bibi Lingdo as vice president, SD Nichols Roy as a general secretary, and Maham Singh as treasurer, but he resigned from the membership of the Assam Legislative Council Assembly to fully devote for a movement for a separate hill state. And he remained the president of the APHLC till he joined the Indian National Congress in 1976 and Mendipatar Conference. Now, APHLC corresponding letters and all like that, I have got it from Professor Milton Sangma, but I'm not going into the detail of all the APHLC resolutions because of the paucity of time. Now, he was re-elected to Assam Legislative Assembly in the general election of 1962, but APHLC MLS resigned in protest against the policy of Assam and the central government. However, in view of the Chinese aggression, the APHL leaders suspended their agitation for the separate state. But the Mizos fought for the by-election of 1962 and swept the polls on the issue of a sovereign Mizo state. The APHLC leaders rejected not only the Scottish pattern of administration, but also the report of Pataskar Commission in 1966 and wanted to continue agitation. Now, again, Captain Sangma elected and he resigned in 1968, and it may be mentioned that when he resigned from the BP Chaliha government, while coming to Tura in his own ambassador, he lost one of his daughters on the way. What a sacrifice that was. And meanwhile, at that point of time, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, then the Prime Minister of India, promised to fulfill the aspiration of the hill people, and consequently a conference was held in New Delhi where Captain Sangma, Professor G.G. Swell, S.D. Nichols Roy participated. And Parliament finally passed a bill in December 24, 1969 for the formation of an autonomous state as a Christmas gift within the state of Assam, and thus born the state of Meghalaya as an autonomous state of Meghalaya on 2nd April 1970. He was nominated as an interim assembly of the autonomous state of Assam as a chief minister in 1970 March, and became the first chief minister of Meghalaya, and became a full-fledged state on the 21st January 1972. And he was the first chief minister again, as his APHLC party having swept the poll with 32 seats, while Congress 9, HSBTP 8, and Independence 11 in the first general election. As it may be mentioned here that there was some understanding with the Congress, so they were given the 10 seats, and APHLC contested on 50 seats.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'll conclude. Shall I conclude? Should I conclude?
Yes, now, please conclude. Please conclude.
I'll come to his contribution. That he was, his contributions are enormous. I should not tell all like that. But while serving in the country in such an exalted position, that he did not forget to see the upliftment of his own people as well. And under his encouragement, and the famous harvest festival Wangar was revived, and that was fading due to the poor economic conditions. And it was for his patriotic feeling that Garo women's souls Dakmanda was also made popular. It may be mentioned that he was the longest serving chief minister, and he was remembered not only for the benevolent activities but also for the attainment of the state by democratic and non-violent method. It was indeed a fatherly figure in the socio-economic and political life of the people of Northeast India in general and the tribal people in particular. Now, Captain Sangma will remain as a shining star in the political life of the people of Meghalaya and Garo Hills. Thank you very much. Thank you. And in his name, that from that time onwards, 1995 onwards, the district administration has declared holiday on the 25th, which is going to fall this year on Monday. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Sangma. I think it's a very, very good paper because you have highlighted the contribution of Captain Williamson Sangma, not only to the Hill State movement, but even to the, even in shaping the political, the political picture of the state of Meghalaya through his many contributions. I wish we have more time, but unfortunately we have to move on, but thank you so much. Just now we have been hearing about two important key figures from within the state who have played a significant role in the Hill State movement as well as in Meghalaya as a state. But now for the next paper, we will be looking at the impact that others from outside the state have played in making Meghalaya what it is. And I would like to invite our next presenter, Dr. Soma Gupta, who is an assistant teacher from the Department of English from Government Jail Road Boys Higher Secondary School. Welcome so much, Dr. Gupta. And the title of the paper is The Impact of Vivekananda, Tagore, and Bose's Visit to Meghalaya. So I would like to invite Dr. Gupta to kindly present her paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I will just begin with my paper without further delay. Meghalaya is laden with rich, diversified culture of the Khasi, Garo, and Jaintia tribes. Apart from the traditional practices, customs, rituals of the state, its scenic beauty captivates the hearts of many visitors. However, prior to Meghalaya's attainment of statehood, it has undergone a series of transformation over the years. The arrival of the British and Christian missionaries in the Khasi Hills threatened the age-old cultural practices of the indigenous tribes and affected the cultural dynamics and structural integration of the people. The socio-political life of the people were affected when the converts abandoned their traditional practices to embrace Christian teachings. It is during this time when, with the initiative of a few Khasi intellectuals, the Ramakrishna mission was warmly greeted into this region. Swami Prabhananda, who is better known as Ketaki Maharaj, one of the pioneers of the Ramakrishna movement in Meghalaya, started with activities of the mission in the united Khasi and Jaintia Hills in 1924. He began primary schools at Shela, Cherrapunji, and Shillong, and started imparting education based on vocational training advocated by Vivekananda. With this initiative, the traditional rites, rituals, and culture took a flight towards attaining new heights. The mission also contributed in the field of music, health and hygiene, diet, economic, social, and political development, integration of art and craft-based learning, elimination of myths, superstitions, and fears that affected the Khasis, and their attempt to preserve and uplift their ancient practices. Records state that two Bengali Jains, the name Rai Sahib, Kailash Chandra Das, and Jatindranath Basu, brought Swamiji and his team from Guwahati to Shillong in a horse carriage by walking alongside it for 2 days. Vivekananda's visit was evident when the details of his lectures could be traced from an edition of a Khasi monthly magazine of May 1901 entitled U Khasi Minta. This was translated into English almost 100 years after he visited the place. The only public lecture on record that Swamiji gave in Shillong was delivered at Swinton Memorial Hall on 27th of April 1901, whose report was probably written by a Khasi journalist by the name of Hormunai Dingdo, who brought out the first Khasi monthly magazine in 1895-96 that was secular in nature. It was translated by Swami Gokulananda and appeared in the Vedanta Kesari in 1998. Swamiji's speech stressed on good deeds of human beings. He also highlighted the need of vocational education, development of critical, analytical, and creative skills, along with self-sufficiency. During this period, the Welsh missionaries also ventured to evangelize the people of this region and condemned the followers of Khasi indigenous religion as animists and heathens. The initiative taken by the Khasi leaders to establish a secular educational institution in Meghalaya with the aid of the mission led to fulfillment of Vivekananda's dream of initiating institutions for self-sufficiency among the hill people and the people of India at large by merging vocational education into the academic curriculum. The poet laureate's visit immortalized the state through his writings. Tagore visited Shillong thrice, 1919, 1923, and 1927. Many of his works were also based in Shillong. Initially, many people in Shillong avoided his company, especially during his first visit, in fear of offending the British rulers. However, in the long run, his frequent trips eventually created an unbreakable bond with the people and the city. His presence rejuvenated the cultural life of the newly set up capital city of Assam. The main venue of this cultural renaissance was the residence of Binod Bihari Roy and Leela Roy, the well-known Brahmo couple of Laban. Tagore and majority of his family members were dedicated followers of the Brahmo Samaj. The couple's home became a meeting center where people could congregate and discuss the ideas and works of Tagore. Their daughter created awareness about Tagore in Shillong. Manisha Devi, who was Tagore's niece and the daughter of Hemendranath Thakur, lived at Jeet Bhumi in Bilbong, taught Rabindra Sangeet. Lady Kim College, in collaboration with the Bengali Literary Circle in Jail Road, organized performances on Tagore's work. However, in spite of the social and political distance created between Tagore and the masses, a connecting link was formed when a few local intellectuals took up the initiative to translate his works into Khasi and Garo languages. Both visited the abode of clouds and created a strong impact here. The tremendous influence he had on Shillong youngsters ignited their spirit of patriotism to participate in the freedom struggle. Many joined the Azad Hind Fauj by both. For the first time from Mandalaya jail on 12th June 1927 to recover from ill health. He stayed here till 18th October 1927 in the Kester Lodge in the European ward, which is the present Auckland area. However, certain records highlight that Netaji paid 2 visits to Shillong between June and 1927 and was under medical supervision. His visit came to Shillong via select as the president of AICC. Sir Saadullah was determined to form the Muslim League ministry in Assam during that period when Netaji came, and he vehemently opposed it. He was here to form the Congress ministry in the then undivided Assam, of which Shillong was the capital. He is believed to have visited Shillong again in October the same year. Both questioned the Congress and believed that the marginalized class, the youth, and the laborers could contribute greatly towards India's independence. It was Bose's ideology and dynamic leadership that attracted many youngsters to join the INA. A few soldiers from Meghalaya who were a part of the INA were Havildar Stoverall Thankyou, Sub-Officer P. Kongwar, Captain D.H. Rice, L.P. Desan Kongwir, S. Lorot Singh Nongtrao, and Nor Bahadur Guru. Netaji was invited by several organizations and delivered patriotic speeches in Polo, Opera Hall, Khasi Darbar Hall, Jail Road Field, Hari Sabha, Laban, and Hindu Mission Anath Ashram Complex. His first lecture in Shillong was delivered at Polo Ground in the evening of 16th September, where 15,000 people hailing from diversified caste, creed, and religion gathered. His first historic public address in Shillong was published in Amrita Bazar Patrika on 17th September 1938. A birth centenary committee to celebrate Bose was formed to coordinate the celebrations in Shillong from January 1996. In the 2-year-long program, processions taken out at break of dawn were organized, a cinema on Bose's life and works was screened, fruits were distributed to hospital patients, and a lecture series was organized to sensitize the youth about the multifaceted saga of the freedom struggle of India. Further, plaques of honor and shawls were presented to the ex-INA activists and unsung freedom fighters, namely late S. Lorot Singh Nongtrao, late P. Kongwir, late D. Kongwir, late Stobarao Thank You, late Captain T.H. Dykes, Helimon Dingdo, Purnendu Paul Chaudhary, Lakhon Shalai, late Rising Star Rimbai, Nor Bahadur Gurung, Dharanidhar Mahanta, and Hipson Roy Karshe. The events threw light on BOSA's impact in the Northeast and India at large. To conclude, over the years, Meghalaya has made a name of its own, marching ahead in diversified fields. The visit of the national icons laid a foundation stone towards attaining greater glory. However, it has to be kept in mind that our culture and dharma teaches us to uphold and move together and embrace the belief that the entire world is a family. The progress of Meghalaya in the years to come will happen when we learn to become conscious of our individual thoughts and feelings. Only then we can be proud of our rich heritage. That concludes my paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta, for that paper. As you have mentioned in your paper, it's a very heartening, it's very heartening to note that the making of Meghalaya is not only dependent upon the people from within the state, but actually the people from outside the state, like Vivekananda and Rabindranath Tagore and Subhash Chandra Bose have also had a very close brush with the state and its people, shaping the identity of the state. And we hope that what your paper has succeeded in doing is to bring home to us the fact that Meghalaya, will prosper only if there is this understanding that it is very much dependent not only on its, on its local heritage, but also on the national heritage at large. So thank you so much once again for that paper. We will be looking at more questions and discussions after the rest of the presentations. Now, we will be moving on to another paper, and it will be presented by Dr. Sharalyn Karyamujat. She is the head and the assistant professor in the Department of Sociology, Shillong College. And Dr. Karyamujat's paper will be on Khasi, the organizational structure and preservation of Khasi. So without further ado, I would like to give this time to Dr. Sharalyn. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. A very good afternoon to every one of you. The title of my paper is on Khasi, focusing on the organizational structure and preservation of Khasi. This paper, I know all of you must be thinking, why do I have to bring here? It's just that I want to stress on Khasi, how it has been formed in the process since its formation in 1899, and in the process with the influence of Christianity, and over the process it has developed into an organization. So without wasting much of my time, I will go straight to my paper. Traditionally, Khasi were a mono-religious society practicing a religion known as Khasi. However, after the arrival of the British some 200 years ago, Christianity emerged as an alternative religion. While Christianity is a scripture-based religion, Khasi does not have any religion as such. It is also not a church-based religion either. Further, there is no priesthood in the Khasi society. I will like to stress here on this point and bring to you that the Khasi society are a matrilineal society. It consists of a number of exogamous clans, spread all across the Khasi Hills. Each clan is divided into a number of matrilineal lineages called kpo, and each kpo is further divided into a number of domestic groups called ying. Both the kpo and the ying, they function as corporate group, meaning that all members of all male adult members of the at the level of the kpo and the ying, they used to come and gather on occasionally basis to carry out some collective action. And one important action is that where we have the eldest maternal uncle, who is the eldest male member of the lineages, who plays several roles as a brother to his sisters and as a maternal uncle to his sisters' children. We find that his role is very important, where in the sphere of kinship, he is a caretaker of the members of the matrilineage. In the sphere of marriage of the children of his sisters, he is the main negotiator. In the sphere of economy, he is the manager of the lineage property, which is held in the name of his sisters. In the political sphere, he is his main spokesman. And in the sphere of religion, it is his task to perform the various rites. Therefore, the function of the kpo and the ying act as a corporate group, and the rites are being performed by the mother's brother at the level of the domestic group, or the lineage of and the knowledge of these rites is being passed down from the senior to the junior generation. So given such a scenario, this paper would try to trace the development of Khasi, which is an organization which came as a reaction in the Khasi society against a gradual but sustained conversion of the Khasi population to Christianity and the adoption of the Western style of living by the Khasi converts. So further, this paper will also focus or it is an overview of the Khasi on its organizational structure, how, as we know that Kaniam Khasi is a clan base and focused mainly at the Ying level, but how with the impact of Christianity and the modern education, it has formed itself in the process over the years, developed into an organizational structure with its aim to preserve the cultural practices and belief of Kaniam Khasi, which is already growing in its growth alongside the already prevalent Christian faith that was brought about by the various missionaries group that came to the region. So I will now come to how the formation of Khasi. In fact, there are a lot of discussions, but because of the shortage of time, I will focus only on important points. We find that the influence of Christianity were initiated when the Serampore Baptist Mission, a branch of the London Baptist Mission, took the first initiative to start its missionary work in these hills. And these early contact between the Serampore Baptist Mission and the Khasi people were which mainly happened outside the hills, had not much significant impact on the indigenous religion and culture. However, the evangelical mission of the Christian churches in the Khasi Hills became apparent in 1841 when the Welsh Presbyterian Mission sent Reverend Thomas Jones and his wife as missionaries who reached Cherrapunji on 22nd June 1841. And Thomas Jones, as you all know, he introduced a script for the Khasi dialect by using the Roman script. He reopened the first 3 schools in Sora, Maumlu, and Mausmai, which could not take off which was started by Alexander Lish of the Baptist Church, and he started imparting education to the local people. So the inroad of Christianity and its impact upon the Khasi became more and more pronounced when the Roman Catholic Church started its missionary work with the arrival of the German Salvatorians on 27 February 1890 at Leichensow. So we find that over a long period of time, the numbers of individual converts increased, and a situation arose where in the same domestic group or the lineage group, one could find members following different religious faith. Obviously, those who became Christians had to give up the practice of Kaniam Khasi under the pressure of the church leaders. And if a woman changed her religion to Christianity, then she did not have to follow the rites of the Khasi religion for a domestic group, and her children would obviously be born as Christians. However, if males adopted Christianity, then it was a problem for the lineage of the sisters, as the rites or the rituals has to be performed by the brothers, which he no longer could do so. And in the absence of the scriptures in the society, the knowledge of these rites was passed on by the memory of the elders. So as more and more people began embracing Christianity, it became difficult for such lineages groups to find members who would conduct the religious rite properly and completely as per Kanyam Khasi. And also at that time, during the initial period, the church had also put severe restrictions on the converted males to render their service to the matrilineages. The number of knowledgeable people also started dwindling. Consequently, the choice for the members of such lineage groups was to either get males from outside to play the roles of the religious rite for those or to get converted to Christianity, as the life cycles had to be performed. So it became problematic, since people started deserting their religious practices in favor of other religion, which was scripture-based and had a tradition of priesthood. So in view of such a situation, an association under the name of a Kaseng Khasi was formed to produce literature containing the belief systems of the Khasi according to Kanyam Khasi, and to provide knowledgeable persons for the conduct of the various rites, and for those who do not have anyone to do so. So as practitioners of Kanyam Khasi began to realize the decline in the faith in the wake of Christianity, Kaseng Khasi came to be established in 1899 with the aim to preserve and protect the religion, customs and traditions of the Khasi, which was showing signs of decline due to the tremendous activities of the foreign missionaries who enjoyed the patronage of the then British administration. This organization, which still exists, has had a history which was based on the immense desire to preserve and sustain Kanyam Khasi. Therefore, it can be argued that the British and the Welsh missionaries in the Khasi Hills influenced the lives of the Khasi significantly by introducing Christianity and Christian-based education. However, it should be noted that at that time, the conversion was made at the level of the individual and not at the level of the Ying or the Kur. We found that the influence of modern education was evidenced when in 1896, when Uhormuroy Dengdo, he started editing the monthly periodicals entitled Ukhasi Minta, which remain in circulation for more than 10 years and contain a number of articles on Khasi religion. So through sustained efforts, the Christian missionaries succeeded in making inroads into the Khasi society, and the Khasi boys and girls were imparted formal education with the help of the secular and the religious books produced in the Roman script. So gradually Christianity as a new religion gained popularity, and the increase also in the number of converts to Christianity and the elements of the Western culture alarmed educated followers of the indigenous religion, who decided to organize themselves and adopt certain measures to arrest the phenomena of conversion. And Jibban Roy was one of the earlier writers who had written extensively on the Kanyam Khasi. Then we have Rabban Singh, and of the earlier writers, others who were also responsible for the cultural awakening in the Khasi society. We found Jibban Roy played the most important role, and the impact of this awakening of the consciousness about the past was not just limited to the non-Christian, only, but also some Christian Khasi too contributed to the new spirit. Interestingly, many of the Christian elders converted to Kanyam Khasi, mentioned like Echo Maori, Pidi Pugh, Di Shang Pliang, Atier's Aim, which was highlighted in the book of Kilian Sunrem, Revivalism in the Khasi Society. So all these events motivated the band of 16 educated youths who, along with the advice from the various Khasi elders, they gave shape to this organization, and Kaseng Khasi thus came to be established in Shillong in 1899 as an association of the followers of the indigenous religion with the aim to preserve and protect the religion, customs, and traditions of the Khasi, which was showing signs of erosion due to the tremendous activities of the foreign missionaries who enjoyed the patronage of the then British administration. So when the founder members formed this associations, they came out with the aims and objectives. And what is interesting to note is that the aims and objectives of the Kaseng Khasi, it developed from time to time, where we find records that has been developed in the book of Kilian Sunrem by the writings of Kong Sitiman Rinja, and also the writings of A.S. Kongpai in the latest, that is the centenary souvenir of Kashat Sukman Sim. They have change, they have modified, they have developed the aims and objectives. But the founder fathers, when they formed this organization, the main aim was to organize a congregation of the Khasis, and also they focus on 4 main aims. This is very limited the time, but I will just highlight some of the important points. The main was banyo ek jingilang jengki para Khasi, to organize a congregation of the Khasi. Ban im ye jingnang jingkio irat shaka jing imbabha, to consciously strive to achieve the high aims, so on and so forth. So, but initially, when Kaseng Khasi was founded, its intention was to unite all the Khasi under one banner, irrespective of the beliefs and religion, for the upliftment and betterment of the Khasi society. The followers of the Unitarian Church and the Brahmo Samaj did participate in the activities organized by Kaseng Khasi, but not the Christians. Right from the start, the missionaries had viewed the emergence of Kaseng Khasi with suspicions and concern as a threat to their activities. This is quoted from Kilian Sunrem. And we found that there were other prominent educationists, social workers, and elders. They contributed to this movement, and they tried to bring these to revive, to preserve the traditions of the Khasi society. Now, coming back to another part, I wish I'd be able to present, to focus with you, share with you all the objectives, but it's very lengthy. I hope we will be having a different forum where we can discuss on that. Another part which I'm focusing is on the organizational structure of Kaseng Khasi. The Kaseng Khasi, as I've told you right from the beginning, it's the Yang and the Kpo, they function as corporate group, but with the number of Khasi converts into Christianity, it led to the formation of an organized structure where we find that the headquarters of Kaseng Khasi was located at Maukar, Shillong. This is a place where it carries its function. It carries out its activity through an executive body known as Kajingalang Perkatkam, JPK, also known as Kajili Perkatkam. It also has its wings, its various committees, and also the village level units. It also has a general council consisting of members, adults of both the sexes from every household following the Khasi faith, who select the various office bearers and other members of the JPK, as well as the office bearers of its wing. The General Council, they meet once a year at the headquarters. Yes, I'll just try to wind up, okay?
Yes.
Yeah. So just give me a few more minutes. The wings, the Kaseng Khasi also have its wings. They have the wings of the Kaseng Khasi are the Kaseng Khasi, the Kaseng Kente Kaseng Khasi, Kaseng Samla Kaseng Khasi, Kaseng Kena Kaseng Khasi, and also Kaseng Pen-I. Beside that, they also have the different committees: Lom Sepet Beneng Committee, Lom Jing Thang Committee. Lom Sepet Beneng Committee is a committee which looks after when they make a pilgrimage to Lom Sepet Beneng once a year. We invoke the god, and then they have the Lom Jing Thang. Lom Jing Thang Committee is a committee where elders of the Kaseng Khasi, because the death rituals plays a very important role in the Khasi society. So the Lom Jing Thang Committee looks into all the affairs, the cultural committee, the social welfare committee, and besides that, they also have the office bearers, the president, the vice president, the general secretary, the joint secretary, and the treasurer. One very important function is that the Kaseng Khasi also strengthen its activities in the village by encouraging the formation of the Tanat. And for running the affairs of the unit, they used to make a voluntary contribution known as Lum by the pay. Besides that, another important function which the Kaseng Khasi comes out is that Kaseng Pen-I. What is the Kaseng Pen-I? It is a wing of Kaseng Khasi, and the main function is to teach and inculcate the traditional values among its followers, especially on the youths, the adults, and the children alike. So to conclude, I will say that it is clear from the discussion that through this organization, the believers of the Khasi faith try to fill the void created by the conversions of the Khasi male to Christianity, and through its various organizations and activities, particularly by providing knowledgeable people to perform the traditional rites as per Khasi belief. And also another radical impact that the Singh had was the fact that the women became more active in their roles in the organization. They had more representations and the agency within the Singh, and this had brought many positive changes which were seen and felt across. Finally, the Kaseng Khasi also brought about with it a recognition and awareness of the history and legacy of the past to the present time. The Khasi belief and practice were firmly rooted in God and nature, not to mention the fact that it has a vast wealth of knowledge and embedded with it. And it is Kaseng Khasi, it tries to create this awareness, and it strives to work through education, through cultural celebration, through social service, with a mission to safeguard the custom, traditions, and religion of the Khasi, And we find that the Khasi is an organization which has an organized proper structure, which has taken the role where the function of where initially at the level of in the Khasi society, the function of the yin and the kapor, that means the lineage and the yin, plays a very important role. But now we see that the Khasi has formed an organizational structure, and this is more important for us to look into the changes that has been brought about in these years of development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharalyn. You've given us a very detailed look into the organizational features of the Khasi. But more than that, I think what your paper has also done is to trace the context leading to the need for reorganizing the Khasi, from a very fluid kind of an organization to a more formal structure. So it's a very interesting paper. Thank you so much, and we look forward to more to further studies actually in the coming days.
Yes. Thank you.
That brings us to the last paper in this session. And that is a paper which is a very current, a very contemporary one, I should say. We have been looking at the past, and now we are going to move on to a more contemporary space. And it is a paper which, the title of the paper will be on career preparedness of students in Shillong, Meghalaya, a reflection by the undergraduates. So it's a very current paper, a very current look at the now generation, I should say. And it will be presented by Dr. S. Maxwell Lingdor, who is an adjunct faculty in Martin Luther Christian College. So I would now like to give the time over to Dr. Maxwell Lingdor. Please carry on, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this time. I would like to bring my greetings from Martin Luther Christian University to everyone present. Ma'am, I would just like to confirm if my slide can be seen.
Yes, it can be. Please carry on. Yes.
Thank you. So my topic is on career preparedness of students in Shillong, Meghalaya, a reflection by undergraduates. So here, after Meghalaya is going to be 50 years, I thought it would be nice to have a look at the career preparedness in terms of career preparation, in terms of career planning, career decision making of the students, and how ready we are to make our students global citizens. I'm going to the next slide. I hope, please let me know if you can see. In case there anything that you cannot see, please let me know. I'm in the introduction slide. So Frank Parsons founded the movement for organized vocational guidance way back in 1854. In India, the history of career guidance started with the origin of the counseling movement. It can be traced way back to 1915 in Calcutta University to begin with, and then in the subsequent years, in 1941 in Bombay University, 1945 Patna University, 1947 Parsi Panchayat, 1947 Uttar Pradesh government, 1950 Bombay government, and so on. Guidance in India, in the recent times, efforts has been made to spearhead career guidance by the UGC under the guidelines on lifelong learning and extension during the 11th plan, that is 2007 to 2012. Apart from the official implementation, there are numerous private firms, experts, and institutions who had initiated career guidance as a service and as a means of livelihood, which has gained mileage because of its demand. So if we have to look at career guidance in India, it started way back, from the 1800s, and then it continued on till this day. And then we had the UGC, we had, other bodies who are, looking into the education system of the country. They have also identified that career guidance for our students, for our young ones, is very important. And then following those years, and then with the implementation of the 11th plan, career guidance was taken off very seriously. Taken on very seriously, sorry. So when we look at career guidance in Meghalaya, in the same line of discussion, career guidance in Meghalaya, sadly, we do not have any kind of literature. Literature search, however, shows that the trend is picking up. Career guidance is very much happening in our state. However, we do not have it as a mandatory kind of a rule or an implementation whereby all schools and all colleges and universities practice career guidance. However, it could be traced in few schools and few colleges, educational institutions, higher educational institutions, etc. The methodology that I picked up for this study is based on the objective, and the objective is to determine the career preparedness level of the students pursuing undergraduate courses in various educational institutions in Shillong, Meghalaya. Based on the objective, the research used explanatory research collecting relevant quantitative data. The area of the study is East Khasi Hills District, Meghalaya. The study design adopted for this research study is a cross-sectional study designed whereby students from different courses were picked up as respondents for the study. The sampling used in this research study is a non-random, non-probability sampling designed whereby the researcher used the convenient sampling. The sampling unit consists of students pursuing their undergraduation, that is Bachelor's of Arts, Bachelor's of Commerce, and Bachelor's of Science in Shillong City from 6 different colleges. The sampling size is 300. Ethical consideration was taken. The respondents were briefed about the research study. Informed consent was also taken from the college and the departments, and even the students' consent was taken before they were involved in the study. Major findings. I do feel completely in charge of what is happening to me. We can see that there is a low percentage of 22% agree and strongly agree 3% where they feel they are completely in charge of themselves in terms of their decisions, in terms of their planning, etc. The others, there is a high percentage of 38% where they disagree and 10% strongly disagree. Second major finding, I need to know more about what I really want in terms of their studies, in terms of the training, in terms of the education. 49% agreed and 27% strongly agreed. So students are kind of aware of what exactly they're looking for, of what exactly they really want to be trained and taught in the subjects, in the curriculum, etc. Third major finding, I feel positive about making job applications. There's a small percentage again, 29% of them agreed, 8% strongly agree, while we have a high percentage of 38% of students who are not able to decide or are not applicable. So they are not even thinking about job applications very seriously, or they're not even thinking of what they want to do after they complete the studies. I never know what to write on an application form where it asks about yourself. Okay, so the students 21% agree, strongly agree 6%, 36% disagree, 7% strongly disagree. We can see here that our students, though they are in their graduation, they have they are still pursuing the graduation. They are still not sure of how to really express themselves, of how to really share, or what are the uniqueness of their strengths and their weaknesses that they can share when they apply for a job application. Perhaps this is something that is alarming, because what happens with many of our colleges and many of our higher education institutions, we stress too much on completion of the syllabus, we look at performances, we look at so many other things, but preparing our students as basic as writing an application is something that we miss out most of the time. I feel that there is more to find out before I decide. 51% agree and strongly agreed 18%. So yes, they have conditioned their minds, they have thought about it, but at the same time they feel that they need to know more about what do I do after my graduation? Do I go for higher studies? Do I start working? And if I start working, where should I apply? What kind of competitive exams that are there? How do I go about preparing for allied services? How do I go about preparing for bank exams? All of that is something that the respondents have shared here that they would like to know more. Yeah. I am worried about the decisions I need to make. Okay, so what happens with most of our students when you ask them, what do you do after graduation? They don't want to think, they don't want to stress themselves. Immediately they say, I'll go for my master's. Again, when you ask students who have completed the master's, you ask them, what do you want to do? Immediately to escape, or even to brainstorm what they want to do after the master's, immediately they say, I want to do PhD. Okay. So this is a very normal trend where they say, where students try to escape because it is something that perhaps they have not been trained to say, okay, let's sit back, let's brainstorm, what is it that you really want to do? Of course, I'm not saying that all are like that, but we do have a lot of our students who really try to escape from even planning for themselves. So majority of them would say, I will work after I finish my graduation. Where, when, how to apply is something that they're absolutely clueless. I do not know enough about how to prepare for an interview. 45% of them agree, 16% strongly agree. Perhaps it is something that we need to start adding into a curriculum, especially in the final semester, whereby students need to know what to do next. If they are planning for higher studies, what kind of entrance exams they have to do, where to apply, what are the deadlines, how to even apply to these different prestigious institutions and universities in the country, and if at all they are planning to go for an interview in terms for a job, how do they go about it, how do they prepare, etc. I'm confident of making a good impression at an interview. Undecided 27%, 28% agree, strongly agree at 12%. Okay, this is again a very comparatively, it's a low score because perhaps students are not really sure that they're going to make it in the interview by be able to prepare themselves, to know what questions will be asked, to know what kind of scrutiny that they'll have to go through when they are sitting in an interview, etc. Right? So it could be on two aspects. One may be very, very well thorough with the subject matter, but they may not know about presentation skills. They're not able to present themselves well. On the other hand, some are able to present themselves very well, but they don't know how to go about, or they're very weak in the subject matter. So all of these things is a package that one has to be aware and prepare well. I have found information about opportunities that might suit. 44% agree and strongly agree, 7%. So by and large, all of these preparations are part and parcel of students or individuals preparing for the outer world or for the world of work that they'll have to face. And of course, there are colleges in the city, there are colleges in Shillong, which have started realizing that preparing students for the career is an important component of the course, etc. And they have started including components such as life skills, career skills, mock interviews. All of that is something that people have realized our college management, university management realize that it is important, and they have incorporated during the course of study. I know myself well enough to know what kind of help I want. 52% said they agree, and 19% strongly agree. So this is kind of a good percentage, so to say. To a certain extent, they kind of are aware, or they are, when it comes to self-understanding, it is good to a certain extent, whereby they have started realizing that what are their strengths, what is it that they're good at, what is it that they would like to pursue in the future with the career planning, etc. Conclusion, I have divided the conclusion into 4 aspects. Number 1 is the employability skills. Proper planning, self-understanding, and keeping oneself well updated are core employability skills that have surfaced over the years. Okay, so proper planning, as in self-understanding, like I've mentioned in the previous slide, is something that we need to make our students go through this exercise, because when we're talking about planning, yeah. I'll conclude, ma'am. So, yeah. Moreover, it's noted that formal education and training systems can contribute to creating opportunities for youth to acquire employability skills, something which were highlighted in the findings. Career guidance in terms of career advancement of students will support individuals manage their career and make educational training and occupational choices match their personal settings. So career guidance is something that is not a one-time kind of an affair, but it has to be a continuous process. Students have to be, there has to be some discussions that have to go through throughout their course of study, time and again. A lot of exposure is needed, apprenticeship, internship, etc. It includes career information, relevant suggestions about education, training, work opportunities, etc. Youth career decision making. So when it comes to career decision making, what we have noticed that is when it comes to career decision making, it involves many aspects. That is, the family. It involves financial aspect. It involves the culture, etc. So all of this has to be taken care of. So yeah, the kind of responsibilities they have, the obligations, expectations from the family, all of that has to be taken into account. The last part, career planning is more of a one-time occurrences. Like I said, it has to be a continuous process and not a one-time affair. So like life skills and soft skills, career skills is also very important for our students. Additionally, due to the fact that there are still many youths who are struggling to secure jobs, there is always the tendency to have a mismatch between the skills that they have and what is really required when it comes to employment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maxwell Lingdo. Please excuse me, I have lost my question, so I will communicate it through the audio. It's a very well-researched paper, and it is, it's a very in-depth look into where we are as a state in terms of the current education scenario. And I think one thing about the paper is that it questions whether the present education system is actually meeting the needs of the students living as we do in a job-oriented world. So I think it asks a very pertinent, asks a very pertinent question, and I hope that we will, it will enable all of us, the state, more seriously into this very, very important aspect of the, of the lives and the careers of our. For the overshot our time because of because of the constraints of the internet. We have lost, some of us have lost. We do have maybe a few minutes of discussions. If there's any questions at all to any of the presenters, maybe we can at all on the papers that have been presented. They've been a very diverse, types of key note, on very key figures, state, as well as from outside the state. And then we have also looked at, at the education system in our state. So I'm sure that there's a lot of questions and from these papers. Please feel free for a few minutes. We can give the time. Anyone? If there's any comments or observations, perhaps. I'm getting a very silent screen. I don't know whether the problem is with me because I've lost my, whether the papers were so well presented that it leaves no more room for questions or doubts or discussions. Yeah. Okay. So, as I said, maybe the presentations have been very well presented so that there's no more need for clarification or questions. But if there is anyone out there who would like to, to make a comment or a suggestion, rather, to the papers that have been presented.
Okay, ma'am. I just have an observation.
Of course, yes. Okay.
Just have an observation. It's just a comment on the last paper presented. It's very well presented paper. I completely agree. But with regards to the paper that has been presented, sir has been talking about employability and career counseling and career guidance. I personally, since I'm a school teacher, I personally feel that this has to begin right from high school and higher secondary, because students sometimes they are just swept away with the influence of their friends. Sometimes they opt, for instance, they opt for science because their friends have opted for science, or they have opted for the art stream or commerce stream simply because they are under the influence of their parents or maybe friends for that matter. And they do that. I've seen that this has been going on for quite a number of years, and they are not sure about what they would pursue next. So, with regards to the national policy of education also, which stresses on, importance of and inclusion of co-curricular activities into the, syllabus in a very strong way. I feel that, this has to be looked into right from the high school level. Once they are guided well, and they would be sure enough by the end of their completion of college, they would be sure enough about what they would opt for, or at least which job they would need, or they would require some kind of skills that they would they would try to sort of like polish on their skills, and they can at least find some kind of avenue to stand on their feet. Just a comment on the last paper. I don't know what sir has to respond to that, because this is just from a personal experience. I've been teaching in a school for a very long time, and I've seen that many students who are they are very good at a particular field, and we cannot convince them. We just cannot convince them to opt for commerce or for arts because they are good at it. They think that everybody has gone for science, or everybody has gone for commerce, so I have to go for that. Otherwise, I would be looked down. So, what is your take on that, sir? Just a query.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the question. Your point is well taken, and I completely agree. Career guidance is something that is compulsory, that is mandatory right from class 8 and above. Class 8, class 9, and class 10. As a practicing career counselor, I've been involved with career counseling for schools throughout Meghalaya, and I have made it a point that career counseling should start as early as class 8, and like I've mentioned in the presentation, it is a continuous process. So what has happened is we give career guidance to the students one time, and we thought we actually we thought it would be enough, but then researchers has shown that career guidance is a continuous process. So career guidance has to be there at class 8, class 9, class 10, and then when they are in 11 and 12, it has to be there as well. When they go into the graduation, it has to be there as well. In fact, career guidance, we use the term career guidance and not career counseling anymore. It's because this kind of guidance is important, not just for studies, but till one attains a job. That is where we are talking about job satisfaction, etc. So career guidance is imperative, and it is continuous for an individual from as early as class 8 till he or she is employed. Okay, so there are various stages, there are various levels of career guidance which we provide for the students at depending on what they want to study, the course that they're doing, on the kind of family background that they come from. Here in Northeast, where we have majority of us are tribals, so even the career guidance has to be approached from the career from the tribals mindset point of view. So all of this is there, ma'am. Yes, your point is well taken. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for responding to that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maxwell. I wish that we can have a few more minutes for discussion, but unfortunately, the way the current and the connection is behaving, I don't think that is going to be possible. So, I think we will have to, to wind up our session. But once again, I just want to say that all the papers that have been presented, all the papers presented have been very well presented. It has revealed that there's a lot of research that has gone into the presentations, and we wish that we would have more time to explore this in the coming days. But we look forward to the publications of these papers in the book, which will be brought out shortly, and we can carry on with these academic discussions. And I hope that they will not just end here on the academic platform, but that it will bear fruit in some way or the other into shaping the Meghalaya, the state that we desire to see for ourselves and for the younger generations in the days to come. So with these few concluding remarks, I just want to thank all of you once again for your excellent presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
So have a
Thank
good
you so much.
day, and I wish that, for further
Thank you, ma'am.
interactions in the day of the seminar. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, so a very good afternoon to all the presenters, paper presenter in this session. As part of this seminar, which is being organized by the Synod College, the Center for Historical Research, in collaboration with the Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya. In fact, first and foremost, I would like to congratulate the organizer to have come up with this idea of organizing a program such as this, which I believe is indeed a very vexed and pertinent program, considering the fact that as a state we have journeyed through almost reaching 50 years, and so in today's in this program, actually the theme of the program is a retrospection into Meghalaya's 50 years journey of statehood. So I believe that the presenters would be keeping this in mind, that their paper is basically a retrospection into the journey that the state has traveled. So 50 years, it is indeed a very long journey, which I believe you would expect, just like if we look at the life of an individual. 50 years is a life, I believe, a very mature life which is, where as an individual, I believe a person by the age of 50 is one who is very well established and who has made some mark for himself. And so I believe also maybe the state of Meghalaya is also, has something to share and to tell the world, and which we will only know, I believe, through the work which has been carried out by some of the presenters for today's session. And so what we're going to do in this session is, I believe all the, except one, I think most of the presenters are here. I Banskem, yes, he's there. Then Banda is also there. Then Subro is there. Charlie is not there. And Damutskem Umdor. So other than Dr. Charlie, so all the 4 presenters are there.
Yes, sir.
May I request maybe all the paper presenters and others to maybe just switch on their video mode just for moments, that we can see each other, and before I invite one by one to to present their paper. So, yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Banda.
Good evening.
And Ivan is there. Yeah, good evening, Doctor. So right away then, I would invite Mr. Ivan Skem together with Kezia Ganmei, Research Scholar in the Department of Economics, along with Kenny Shulai, who is from the Department of Economics, Commerce and Management from Martin Luther University, to make their presentation on the topic structural change in Meghalaya theory and empirical findings. So I believe one of you would be giving the presentation. So, and please stick to the time. The hosts have given us each presenter 12 minutes. So I would request you to kindly stick to the time. So at the end of say 10 minutes, what I'm going to do is I would give you a signal to maybe to wind up and to to conclude. So is that okay with this? So may I request now the first presenter on the topic structural change in Meghalaya theory and empirical findings. So I'm sure this would be quite interesting to know how Meghalaya has gone through these changes, or whether there is any change or not. That I believe the presenter will be able to tell us. So may I request one of the writers or the authors of this paper to make their presentation. Yes. Who will be making the presentation? Ivan? Yeah, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, so may I request this paper, the first paper from, I think, either Ivan Skem or Kezia or Kenny to give their presentation.
Good afternoon, sir. I am sorry I was not being able to get connected because of my internet issues earlier. I am sorry. I am extremely sorry. Well, I am preparing now, sir.
How much time will you take, Kezia, to present? And how much more time do you need?
Oh, sir, sir, is the screen visible?
Yes. Yes. So go ahead, Ms. Kezia. All the best. All the best.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. So a very good afternoon to all of you and to all the participants in here. And we, Ivan Skem, Kezia, and Kenny would be presenting the paper on the structural change in Meghalaya theory and the empirical findings. Now, this structural change is inherent in
developing economy. And the structural change involves a long-term change in the structure of the economy, in terms of production, in terms of employment, and in other interrelated parts that are required for the continual growth of the economy. So therefore, in this paper, we have attempted to examine the evolution of the concept of the structural change by reviewing some of the important literature on the structural change, and verify in the context of the state of change or not. And now the structural change traditionally is being considered to be the transition of the economy, taking into consideration the economic aspects. But however, in the modern view, the structural changes are not only in economics, but it also encompasses the social change in the social institutions, change in the social beliefs that are required for the modern economic growth. And the economy of Meghalaya is not exclusive from the effect of this change as well. Ever since its inception as a full-fledged state in the 21st January 1972. So therefore, we have made an attempt to examine the structural change in the state of Meghalaya by focusing on some of the indicators, both the social and the economic indicators, such as the population growth rate, the change in the demographic attributes, the sectoral composition of the economy in terms of income and employment, and this education and infrastructural advancement, etc. And for this study, we have made use of the secondary data from all of these sources. From the National Account Statistics, we have used the gross-state domestic product at constant price from each of these series, and we have converted them into the same base year, that is at 2004-5 series. And for the employment data, we have used the employment and unemployment survey of the NSSO during this particular year by using the data of each of this round, and this other sources of data have also been used. And now, before coming to the empirical findings of the structural change in Meghalaya, I would like to give the short introduction of how the structural change has been developed in the economic theory. Now, in the beginning, the structural change has been neglected by the economic historian to be the historical phenomenon, because they usually ignored the economic wide aspects of the structural change. And industrialization was given the main focus to be the source of economic growth by this economic historian. And the development economics had considered the structural change from the economic phenomenon point of view. And so therefore, they have recognized two key components when we talk about the structural change. The first one is the accumulation of capital, the physical capital accumulation, and also over time the human capital accumulation has also been considered by the development economics when we talk about the structural change. And now it was Fisher and Clark who first gave the sectorial composition of the economy, and where they emphasized that the economy had passed through the three stages of production, where in the first stage the economy is dominated by the primary sector through agriculture, mining, forestry, and fishing. And in the second phase, the economy passes through the stage of industrial production in the form of manufacturing, construction, electricity, gas, and in the final stage, we have the service sector or the tertiary sector playing an important role. And apart from this, there are many other development economies who have put an emphasis of this sectorial composition in the process of structural change. But it was Kuznets who gave a more comprehensive definition of the structural change. Now, according to him, apart from the economic aspects, the structural change involves social institutions and beliefs. And many other economists have also given have also added a comprehensive definition into this structural change, such as North, where he says that a structural change involves an institutional change, and many other economists have also given. And now, in the word of Timmer and Akas, structural change transformation involves these four interrelated processes in the economy, where we talk about the transition of the economy from one sector to another, where we have the declining share of agriculture, the rising share of the industrial and the service economy in both the output and employment, and where there is a migration of the rural migration of the people from the rural areas to urban areas. And there is a rapid process of urbanization. And also structural transformation also involves demographic transition from high rates of births and deaths to lower births and death rates. And so therefore, in this paper also we have adopted a multi-dimensional approach to the examination of the structural change that could happen in Meghalaya by making use of all of these socio-economic indicators. So first, we analyze the sectoral composition of the economy by making use of the variable ZSDP at the constant price and the employment, and other socio-economic indicators such as this the birth rate, the death rates, the birth rates, the growth of population, and all of these have been taken into consideration. So now let us look at the change in the demographic features. Now, coming to this population growth in Meghalaya, we can see the growth of the population.
Miss Kezia, can I interrupt you just for a moment?
Yes.
Your screen,
Yes.
can you move the screen, because your presentation, it gets stuck only at the title, so that we can also get to see.
Pardon,
your
sir?
presentation. No, you're giving your presentation, but it is stuck only at that title page only.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, then, sir, can I stop sharing and start again the screen? Okay.
You can continue, but also move your slides. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. if there's a problem, you can just go ahead, okay? If there's a problem,
Yes.
yeah, you can just go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Sir, from my end, when I am scrolling, it works, sir.
Okay, okay, then you go ahead. Okay, okay, go ahead.
Okay, okay. Uh, okay, sir. Okay, coming to the population growth in Meghalaya as given in the charts and in these tables, we can see that there has been a change in this, and the percentage growth in the population both in the rural urban areas has been, in terms of percentage, has been on the decline, and the birth rate, the death rates, and the natural growth rate have been on the decline. The decline of the natural growth rate over the years, say from 1976 to 2011, was because of the declining birth rate and the death rate. And in terms of the sex ratio, from 1971 onwards, there has been an improvement in the sex ratio as well. So this increasing trend in the sex ratio in favor of the female population and the declining birth rate, death rate, do indicate that there has been a change that have occurred in the socio-economic sphere of Meghalaya, especially after 1980s. Now, coming to the changes in the gross state domestic product and the sectoral employment. And now, if we look at the table, we will see that over the years from 1980-81 onwards till 2016-17, we will see that the share of the primary sector has been on the decline, while the contribution coming from the other two sectors, the secondary sector and the service sector, have been increasing over the years. And that the service sector dominates the state income generation, and along with the growth of the gross state domestic product at the price at this 2004-5 constant price, the per capita income of the state, as measured in terms of per capita state domestic product, is observed to be increasing over the years. And now, coming to the average annual growth of this ZSDP at 2004-5 price, it is observed that each sector, these three sectors, performed well during 1980s and 1990s as compared to the 2000s, and it is observed that the primary sector grows the least. And coming to the sectorial distribution of workers over the years from 1981 to 2011-12, it is observed that the share of the workers in the primary sector has been declining, while that of the other two sectors increasing. But regardless of it, the primary sector still continues to be the dominant employment provider, as in 2011-12, primary sector still employs around 60% of the workers, while the service sector employs around 32% of the employment in the state. And coming to the education, in this we have taken the school enrollment rate, the literacy rate, and also the educational participation of women as an indicator of the change in the human capital accumulation. And looking at the tables and the graph here, it is observed that the student enrollment in Meghalaya at all the educational levels have been increasing from 1980 onwards to 2015-16. And the number of the female postgraduates in Meghalaya have also been increasing. And the literacy rate from 1971 onwards, it is seen that it has also been increasing both for the male and the female. And also the annual enrollment rate has also increased. And now coming to the economic infrastructure, there is also a growth in this road infrastructure in Meghalaya. If we take the indicators such as the road density, it has increased over the years, and also the average annual percentage growth rate of the road length, it has increased over the years, and from 1973-74 to 2015-16, it grew at the rate of 4-5%. So all of this points to the fact that there is a growth in the road infrastructure as well. And now coming to the power as one of the important infrastructures. And for this, we have used the installed and the generation capacity of electricity in the state. And over the years, it has also observed to be increasing. And along with it, the rural electrification has also been growing, and the per capita consumption of the electricity has also been increasing over the years. And in terms of the transport as one of the important infrastructures, there has been a growth as the number of the registered vehicles over the years has been increasing. And coming to the post and the telecommunication as well, there has been a growth. And coming to the banking, the scheduled commercial banks, the number of the scheduled commercial banks from 1983 till 2016, data have been given in this table and in the chart, where it is shown to be increasing. The number of the commercial banks have shown to be increasing. And although the credit deposit ratio remains relatively low as compared to the rest of the states in India, but there is a growth of the banking infrastructure in this state as well. So even though there has been an infrastructural slow advancement, but there is an advancement in the infrastructure as well. And we have seen the changes in the population. There has been change in the demographic features. There is a shift of the economy from the primary to the tertiary sector. And the educational attainment, all of this indicate that structural change does in fact had taken place in Meghalaya over the years. And the economy of Meghalaya is becoming a service-driven economy, but this is more so in terms of output than an employment, because the contribution of the service sector in terms of output and employment has increased over the years, but in terms of employment, the primary sector still continues to be the dominant employment provider. So with this, I conclude my presentation from here. So thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kezia and the other team members. Now, what I would suggest is this, that after we finished all the presentation, then we will have a round of Q&A. So may I now call upon the next presenter, Ms. Banda Kerlin Lindo, along with Wandinesha Talia, to give their presentation.
So I will share my screen.
Okay, okay.
Is it
All the
visible?
best, Banda.
Thank you, sir.
No, the screen is not visible there. Yeah.
Is it visible?
It is coming.
Okay. Are the slides moving?
Not yet, not yet. No, not yet. It is not coming. I'm not able to see. I don't know what about others. What about others? Are they able to? Are you able to see the presentation?
No, sir, not yet.
Yes.
Not
yes,
yet.
Yes. So.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Just check. No.
Is it visible?
Yeah,
no?
It's coming. Yes, 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 yes,
Okay.
yes, yes. It is.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
go
a very
ahead.
good afternoon to everyone, to our respected chairperson, to my fellow presenters, and to everyone on this webinar. My name is Banda and I will be presenting a joint paper with Dr. Wandinesha Taryang. And the title of our paper is Expenditure Pattern of Women-Headed Households in Meghalaya, Role of Female Income on Household Welfare. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, yes, Banda. Yes, you're audible. I hope others are able to hear you too. Yes.
Okay, sir. So there is a demographic transition with single parenthood representing an increasingly common family structure. And over the years, single parenthood in a society has arisen from widowhood, cohabitation, divorce, or separation. These marital disruptions significantly affect household well-being, primarily because of the need to make social and economic adjustments. Moreover, single-parent households are usually headed by single mothers who have lack of access to financial aid and employment. Furthermore, single mothers, they do not have a prior experience in heading a household or as an income earner in the household. In the context of household well-being, income trajectories of a household head will reflect the stability in the economic well-being of households. Therefore, as heads of households, it is imperative that single mothers maintain stable employment with a steady income stream. In the context of a maternal state like Meghalaya, women have a better social status with access given to property rights and ownership. However, the lack of economic resources for a woman in a maternal society would be attributed to her lack of education qualification and employment. The definition of a single mother refers to a mother with a child or children who is responsible in taking care of her children and her household. Furthermore, Russell has defined a single mother as a mother who is parenting and providing care to her children in the absence of spouse or a partner. Single mothers head their households in the event of a marital dissolution and become the head as well as the earner of the household. Thus, single mother households are also women-headed households. Due to the definitional and measurement problems, various scholars have argued for using specific terms such as female-headed household or women-headed household in order to capture the various types of family structures that are economically dependent on women. The review of literature has been divided under three themes. The first theme pertaining to family structure and household welfare. According to Malden, investment in human capital is essential in enabling single mothers to become economically independent. Therefore, any kind of skill set or training that could be given to single mothers would enable them to take part in the labor force and therefore improve their household welfare. Smock et al. Suggests that women become vulnerable to economic uncertainty and hardship outside the marriage structure. Consequently, financial distress will arise out of marital dissolution. which leaves a woman-headed household in precarious economic conditions. Weston et al. Suggests that family dissolution causes income losses, creating economic uncertainty, and therefore women and children are at a higher risk of poverty in the context of a marital dissolution. Siemanska suggests that the changes in the family structure is a strong indicator of the income and wealth which determines the welfare of a household. The single mother who is a sole income earner has very little capacity to accumulate her income as wealth for the future well-being of the household. The second theme pertains to single mothers' income and household welfare. According to Berman et al., single mothers who have access to employment opportunities have greater autonomy over income and economic resources. Therefore, they are able to cater to the welfare of their children and their household. Rogers and De Boer suggest that income earnings from women contribute to an improved well-being on the household in single mother families and contributes to improved marital happiness in the case of two-parent families. Steer and Lewin suggest that at the household level, employment reduces poverty levels for single mother-headed households who are usually vulnerable to economic risk, while at the macro level, income through part-time or full-time employment would significantly reduce poverty in single mother-headed households, which would reduce the disparities that exist between single mothers and two-parent households. Tapan suggests that women strive to ensure the well-being of their household, and participation in the labor market would give them autonomy over household decisions. Further, their income would be utilized to improve their children's education, health, and nutrition. The third theme pertains to consumption expenditure and household well-being. According to Thomas, when income is earned by women and the decision on household expenditure is taken autonomously by them, there is an increase in household consumption. A larger proportion of income would be spent on education, health, and expenditure that would improve the well-being of the children. Zick et al. Suggests that when employment status of single mothers is stable, it enables them to purchase services to compensate for household production time. Therefore, working single mothers would increase their expenditure on takeout food, house cleaning, and other household services to compensate for their time constraint in performing household domestic duties. McKeever and Wolfinger suggest that there is a negative association between marital dissolution and household income. Therefore, single mothers lose income from their spouse in a marital dissolution, reducing household consumption and well-being. And Meyer and Sullivan suggest that income earned by single mothers have a direct influence on expenditure and consumption pattern of the household, which are strong indicators of household well-being. The theoretical framework of the study is as follows. The relative income theory of consumption expenditure suggests that the consumption expenditure of an individual depends on the personal income of the individual and its relation to social income in the economy. Furthermore, the life cycle theory of consumption expenditure contends that an individual's consumption expenditure does not depend on the current income, but rather on their lifetime expected income. Another theory known as the permanent income theory of consumption has similar arguments with the life cycle theory, supporting that the current consumption expenditure would depend on income expected in the long run. Furthermore, Becker presented an insight into the family unit, which comprises of the resources that are essential for the development of the household. Therefore, by recognizing each individual in the household as an integral part of household development, marital dissolution would therefore reduce the skills, knowledge, time, and distribution of household tasks amongst partners, which will affect the economic and social well-being of the household. Furthermore, McLanahan and Booth suggest that income insecurity is the biggest challenge to a single mother-headed households due to low earning capacities. Thus, a single mother will have to incur heavy burden of the economic cost in taking care of the children and also in maintaining the household well-being. The objective of the study is to determine the household expenditure pattern of women-headed households in Meghalaya, which has a significant impact on the well-being of such households. And the data that has been used for the purpose of the study has been derived from the 46th, 57th, and 68th NSSO rounds. And for the purpose of the study, data from the household consumer expenditure has been used for analysis. Descriptive statistics such as mean and percentage has been used to represent the expenditure pattern of the households. In examining the 46th round data, The weekly activity status of women-headed households in Meghalaya are as follows. 36.4% of women heading their households in Meghalaya are self-employed, while 22.7% are engaged in domestic duties. Only 15.5% of women are engaged in salaried employment. The employment status determines the income of a woman who heads a household. Thus, it is observed that the income levels of women-headed households in Meghalaya, as per the 46th NSSO round, is low. In terms of the average monthly expenditure on food items is as follows. For cereals and pulses, it is rupees 148. For vegetables, it is rupees 44. Edible oils, rupees 99, and meat and eggs at rupees 82. And the annual average expenditure on durables taken together is 4,047 rupees. In examining the 57th round data, the weekly activity status of women-headed households in Meghalaya are as follows. 31.1% or 31.3% of women heads of households are self-employed, while 20.9% are engaged in casual wage labor. Furthermore, 20.2% of women are employed in a regular salaried employment. Thus, it is observed that a larger proportion of women are engaged in activities that do not guarantee income during economic shocks and insecurity. And the average household expenditure of food items, such as cereals and pulses, is 450 rupees, wheat and rice is 397 rupees, vegetables 240 rupees, edible oil 74 rupees, and meat and eggs is 285 rupees. In taking the average monthly expenditure on health services and education, for education, it is 120 rupees, and for health is 87 rupees. In terms of health services, single mother households usually access health services that are given by government and other agencies. While for education, only a small proportion of income is spent on allocated for education of the children, because single mother households usually engage older children in employment activities to generate additional income for the household. The 68 NSSO round, the educational level of women heads of households in Meghalaya are as follows. 25.9% of women heads of households are educated only up to the primary level, while at the secondary and higher secondary levels, women heads of household comprise 11.7 and 9.6% respectively. However, women heads who are illiterate comprise 13.7%, which indicates lower household well-being due to the lack of education. Moreover, women heads of household that have lower education attainment would be engaged in casual work in the informal sector or part-time employment with minimum wages. Thus, in the case of illiterate women heads, their income generation capacity would be very low, which would affect their household expenditure, reflecting a lower household well-being. And in examining the number of meals in women-headed households in Meghalaya, it is observed that a woman-headed household in Meghalaya, on average, is capable of providing only 2 meals per day. The average monthly household expenditure on food items are as follows. For cereals and pulses is 493 rupees. For wheat and rice is 448 rupees. For vegetables is 189 rupees. For edible oils is 152 rupees. And for meat and eggs is 562 rupees. And the annual average expenditure on durables for the 68 round has been collected for both uniform reference period and mixed reference period. However, for the purpose of the study, only the mixed reference period has been taken into consideration because it represents a much more accurate information on expenditure on durables. Therefore, average annual expenditure on durables such as household appliances is 653 rupees, on kitchen cookware is 344 rupees, and on household furniture is 736 rupees. Therefore, marital resolution causes drastic changes in both the amount and the sources of household income. Moreover, the economic deprivation and uncertainty encountered by single mother households becomes intergenerational, which means that children who are raised in a single mother household usually have lower social and economic well-being even in their future. Economic activity and employment status has a significant impact in improving household welfare, especially for single mother households. However, single mothers face labor market biases due to their multiple domestic responsibilities and their role as a single parent. Thus, the findings of the study suggest that the improvement in the status of women-headed households in Meghalaya in the 3 decadal observations has been relatively lower due to the lack of proper employment activity, which implies that they have lower income and economic resources that could improve their household welfare. And in a maternal society, the role of the kin is essential in providing immediate financial and social assistance during marital dissolution. Therefore, the presence of family or kin would enable mothers to seek employment and become economically independent. Thus, empowering women through employment opportunities would equip them to participate in the labor market. We can conclude that policies should also be designed to promote and encourage women's participation in the labor force and acknowledge their contribution in economic production, recognizing women as an integral part of human capital formation. However, there is a need to further explore the various factors that affect the expenditure pattern of a household in order to have a better understanding on household welfare. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Panda, for very the presentation with all the data, which I'm sure we will be having some more discussion on that. I have noted some few points which maybe I'll be asking you, and so may we move on to the next presenter, and that is a friend from the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, Mr. Subro Michael Gomes.
Yeah.
Good to see you again, Mr. Gomes.
Yeah.
And for your interest and taking part even in the last program of this college. So
yeah.
you'll be Mr. Gomes will be sharing his thoughts and his views on the topic that he has mentioned, taking a leap forward by the experiences of the past, reinforcing practices of the indigenous market. So the time is yours, Mr. Gomes.
Yes.
So please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor Ricky.
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Gomes.
Yeah. Is the screen sharing visible?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Fine. Very good afternoon. This particular webinar seems to be now a practice of ours, but then we need to go back to the olden days. Old is always gold. And perhaps from that inspiration, I have been able to scribble something and present one of the outcomes of it. And that is why I've titled it as taking a leap forward. However, you have the option to go back. But I still consider that to be, as time is flowing, no? So we need to leap forward. But how? From the experience of the past. And I really mean past means going too much back, perhaps. And when I say this, let me highlight what I'm going to talk in present. Introduction is already on, something on tribal markets. Perhaps this can be a new term, coercive barter. And then some distortions which I've noticed and others, and then I'll conclude. And here I go. This whole article of mine, which you are seeing as an output, which I've just started to present, this presentation is one, already the full paper is there. The inputs have been from various sources of literature. So this has been more on a literature review. But then when we talk about literature review, it doesn't mean that I just take from that and put it in the paper. There has been my inputs also. In a sense, my experiences with statistics, econometrics, and then submit my innovativeness. And then this all has got into the process of research methodology, established methodology, and the output is here. To begin with, where I wanted to just mark a note, that, see, when we talk about markets, we have an idea of that it's a physical place. Fine. Now we have also got into virtual places. But the origin of it comes from three. It can be rural fairs. And just imagine, it can be international trade. But then, do note that when markets we are talking about, it is basically, we are talking about physical goods. But intangibles, service to landlord had also been a market. And that's how I'm trying to identify certain characteristics of tribal markets. When we talk about economic transactions, it was through barter. I'll talk about barter a bit later also. So the traditional one. And then when we talk about measurements, etc., it was by volume rather than by weight. Some uniqueness about the availability of the products was the production was small scale. And relating to that, you can also consider the market was also small in size. And what type of goods? Mostly it was consumer goods. And most striking thing is that there was no competition as such. And what about the prices? Yes, we talk about it's an interplay of demand and supply, but traditionally it had been relative values. And I've taken this from Synod 1968. And I identified that there had been a hierarchy in the markets. Rural periodic markets, which used to appear. Then in market towns, there were, in towns there were markets also, as well as some had been centers for finance and commerce, which had been on the top. So perhaps we are trying to look at the lowest level markets, which are periodic in nature. I have consciously used the word rural because now we get a bit confused with tribal, rural. And that is why when I talk about today's ones, I find rural markets, its basic features are same person at times acts as a seller as well as a buyer. Obviously buying different products maybe, but in the market. Even then in the market, which is the mostly available ones? It's the local produce. As the market serves a very small area, the hinterland is very small. So looking at those markets and trying to compare it with the urban ones, I'd seen that the town structure, that is vital. That plays a very important role in distinguishing whether it is rural or urban. Then the sanctions, I mean to say, the control very much is formal. In rural cities, less formal. Even the permanency feature, the rural ones lack permanency feature. I can't say the fourth is reputation, but then I purposely mentioned that the dominance of this non-formalist functions are more prevalent in the rural ones. And when you talk about these, it comes as the forums for exchange and services. They happen, these marketplaces were forums. And when I say forum, the social one, then the next point becomes very important. Integral to what? Integral to the social structure in the countryside. And in that line, if a local person, he can be famed, or he can shrink to some irreparable shame, as because that had been a very important center in the society. Perhaps I'm not going too fast, but then I have to now focus on the core area where I wanted to share, right? And barter. It's nothing new to us, but then please note the two important points which I'm saying is established ratios were there. It's not merely by actual bargaining. Both methods were prevalent. If you talk about some established values, it's okay, but bargaining was also there. And I'm now taking towards a very common one, the beetle chewing mead, where I've identified the pepper leaf, the beetle nut, and that powdery one is lime. I take these and try to mention that these products, based on which I have worked out, say of the fishermen, I try to name them as the sea people. Then the beetle nuts being grown on by the land people, even the taro. But the other picture, it's corals been burned, and then from there lime would be prepared. Why I'm mentioning this is because of the next slide. I'm terming this as coercive barter, and the product exchanges, say fish with taro you had seen there, or maybe with beetle nuts. So that's the line. And so the exchange rates are like this. Same quantity of fish which gets 10 taros, it can fetch 40 beetle nuts. But you look very strangely when it comes to lime, taro, and beetle nuts. Quantity of lime which fetches 4 taro can actually, that lime can fetch 80 beetle nuts. You don't say mathematically this is absurd. Yes, you may say so, but here lies that coercive barter. Coercive here, don't think that people are being forced, but influenced. How it is so? Just not. This is the exchange rates which I have calculated for you. Fish, which fetches 10 taro. Exchange rate with respect to your lime. So fish lime exchange rates in terms of taro, 2.5:1. We need to note this very important ratio. But then when I take it this way, that effective rates for fish and lime in terms of beetle nuts, the ratio is there, but I have worked out, see, 40 beetle nuts and 80 beetle nuts for lime. So where is that influencing part? A person of, say, fishermen, for them, fish is easier as a catch, or preparation of lime is easier. This is the question. I got the answers from here. Fish is easier, but then the land people, they want that lime. They're trying to influence them. Who? The sea people. Hey, you don't need to catch fish. We prepare lime. I'll give you more. But for what? To satisfy their needs. And just note, the exchange ratio is now 1:2. These all ratios, I wanted to convert into and quantify the influencing power. And in this case, it is a fish lime exchange rate ratio in terms of beetle nuts by the fish lime exchange rate ratio in terms of taro. And the calculation, it can be done 2 ways, but the power is 5 times. Had it been normal, it is, say, 1. But in this case, when these are coerced, it would be 5 times. And it happened long back. It is not a recent phenomenon. And there lies my point. Reddy rightly points out, 2010, the tribal markets are not characterized to have exploitative practices. So this influencing is not exploitative in nature to them. There is no underweighment. There are no monopolistic tendencies. And these regulations, etc., were not there. The mitigations of the evils of, it took place through standardization of commission rates and weight procedures. Try to understand this. And some distortions which took place, say, in the tribal market, it had been basically for growing use of money, then measurement of weights, the introduction of mass production, then obviously these factories, and then price fixation by demand and supply, and then the regulation part. So I'm not trying to sum up, but then I need to say that these tribal markets should be characterized as indigenous markets. From regulation of today's, we should go for quasi-regulation. we should not let it be considered as merely a limited market products. Okay, we should also think of expansion of their scope. The government should act as a facilitator. As researchers, one of it is me, perhaps, we should create more awareness and advocate these. And now it's a question to the society where I consider you as an important part. Do you accept or reject? With this question, perhaps I mention a selected bibliography and I say a thank you from Kolkata.
Thank you, Mr. Gomes. You really kept your time, and thank you so much. And so now we move on to the last presentation of this session on the title, The Economy of Rewar After the Formation of Meghalaya. Rewar is one of the, it's in the border area bordering Bangladesh. And this will be presented by Mr. Dambat Skem Umdor, a research scholar from the Department of History, Northeastern Hill University. So, Mr. Dambat Skem Umdor, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Dambat Skem. Thank you for the introduction, sir. And a very good afternoon to each and everyone. Can you hear me, sir? Hello? Hello?
Yes, but it is not, your voice is breaking. So anyway, but I hope maybe it will improve. Yes.
So the topic for my presentation will be the economy of Rewar after the formation of Meghalaya. So my main focus will be on the people of, especially the people of Warshela and its adjoining areas. And for this paper, I have divided into 3 parts. The first part of the paper traces the traditional Khasi economy and changes that took place with the advent of colonialism. And the second part of the paper brings forth the problems that the people face after the partition of the country. Finally, the paper talks about the creation of Meghalaya and its effect on the economy of Rewar. So going to the first part, which is the pre-colonial and the colonial part, for a very long time, the people of Rewar had great relations with the people of the plains of Sylhet, Chatak, and beyond. Various markets known as huts, which were located in the foothills, not only just in economic interchange, but it also had a cultural impact on the people of Rewar. It was also thought that the people who lived in this area did not need or want to develop business relationships with individuals who live in the uplands, because they relied heavily on the traditional ties with the inhabitants of the Sylhet and Mymensingh districts. So that was the pre-colonial period. Now, coming to the colonial period, the first contact with the British and the inhabitants of Rewar followed upon the acquisition of the district of Sylhet by the English East India Company. Once we could grab the Diwani of Bengal in 1765, British control Sylhet after 1765 and Assam after 1826 meant that the Khasi had perforce to negotiate with the new political masters. And when it comes to the economic activity of British in Rewar, especially in Shea and its adjoining areas like Sobar and Mustor, like British intervention in the economic activity of these people brought them substantial revenue, especially from limestone. Before 1853, the amount collected from the limestone trade was 1,007 rupees, but revenue collection increased to rupees 20,000 as a result of the more extensive working of the limestone quarries. By 1877 to 1878, rent from limestone quarries fetched the government a revenue of 66,963 rupees. So you can see the increase from the beginning until the late 1878 period, how that economic how that British intervention led to the rise in their economic activity. So that was the British intervention. So that was the British period or the colonial period. And then coming to the second part of my paper, that is the partition of the country. Like it happens in the year 1947. Like another hurdle which the people had to face was the partition of the country, which took place in the year 1947. It had such an impact that their huts were closed down and they had nowhere to market their horticultural produce. The region's economy was entirely devastated, and the countryside, which had previously buzzed with activity and wealth, was now overshadowed by poverty and misery. However, the government or the administration have made many attempts to rebuild the border economy. In the year 1950s, one of the earliest experimental measures was the airlifting of oranges from Sheila to Calcutta. However, the airlift proved insufficient, failing to cover even a small portion of the oranges produced in the area. Even this was halted after a few years of operation. And in the year 1960, when the Chief Minister of Assam traveled to the southern slopes, such as Nongwa, Musto, and Terna, he makes recommendation to engage them with the people of the uplands. Therefore, the government of Assam initiated a reform of their economy in which their produce were carried to the north, that is to the plains of Assam. Now coming to a very important and which we are talking about, this is the 50 years of Meghalaya statehood, Meghalaya attaining its statehood. So this will be my third and the last part. So establishment of Meghalaya as a full-fledged state on 21st January 1972 raised new aspirations for the people of Meghalaya in general and those living in the border areas in particular, with about 80% of the population residing in the villages in the region. The government strives not only for overall development in the state, but also seeks to make special efforts for the rehabilitation and upliftment of the economy of those people living in the border areas by providing for accelerated progress of development in communication, cash crops, marketing, and social services. So the government has been trying many strategies. Some of the strategies I can mention, like the emphasis on the development of road communication in the border areas for connecting these areas with the rest of the state. And the second point will be emphasis on the improvement of horticultural crops in the border areas, supply of necessary inputs, including technology and research. Next would be that to make the economy of the border areas self-reliant. Due emphasis is to be given to cash and food grains crops, extending cultivation in new areas. For diversifying the economy, necessary emphasis on the development of animal husbandry, etc. So these are some of the viewpoints the government of India or the government of Meghalaya was trying to improve, was trying to enact in order to improve the conditions of the people of Rewa. But however, on the census, on the 2001 census, should in East Khasi Hills, which is considered the most developed of all districts, the border villages are not well connected and do not enjoy access to quality health and educational facilities. Studies also showed the poor quality of infrastructure of these areas. In many villages with tarred external roads, the conditions of these roads are found to be very bad. While the percentage of village electrified is 74%, in most cases, the villagers have reported not getting quality and regular power supply, especially during the monsoon. The provision of safe drinking water, facilities, and sanitation are also grossly inadequate in the villages in the state. Now coming to the income and livelihood of the people, because I think these are the indicators of economy. So in the year 2007 and 2008, the share of hills is the largest in the net state domestic production at 39.5%, followed by West Garo Hills, which is 17.7%, and Jaintia Hills, which is 15.1%. And my whole concentration will be on Sheila. All right. So when it comes to Sheila, the economic conditions of Sheila and its surrounding areas reveals that the government efforts to develop the area's economy have failed to produce meaningful results. Agriculture, for example, is still in its infancy. Orange groves are shrinking and disappearing, and areca plants yield are diminishing. There are no irrigated lands, and agriculture is at the mercy of the monsoon. Even though the area is endowed with enormous resource, no important industries are established there. Shela is constituted of several scattered hamlets. Like there are around 21 hamlets like Nong Nong, Ring Song Katnor, Nong Rum, Mauring Hong, Jamel, Jasir, etc. The people out of the 21 villages, the 21 hamlets are mostly Khasis, were the village earliest settlers. The majority of settlers in the remaining hamlets are non-Khasis, with two major communities, Bengalis and Garos. And regarding the literacy and educational status of people of Shela, according to the census of 1981, the literacy rate for the village was just 22.67%, which is significantly lower than the district level, which is 42%, as well as the state level, which was 33%. According to the census, the male literacy rate, which was 29%, is higher than the female literacy rate, which is 16.57%. When compared to the census of the year 1971, the percentage of literacy in the village has remained relatively constant throughout the 1970s. Literacy in the villages where the Khasis, or more prominently the War Khasis, are there, has decreased from 52.9% in 1971 to 39.13% in 1981, whereas literacy in the areas where these non-Khasis settled has increased from 7.65% in the year 1971 to 11.38% in the year 1981. So there has hardly been decline in any rural poverty in Meghalaya in the last 2 decades. Though for the country as a whole, rural poverty has declined from 45 to 27% between 1983 to 1999. It may, however, be pointed out that the Northeast have been assigned the same poverty level as that of Assam. Now coming to the employment procedure, female participation rate in Shela is at 20.9%, which was the lowest, which with 5.6 shows the highest proportion of its men engaged in other activities. That is essential for development tourism this year. Shela Bholaganj block already draws a huge number of tourists, and people in some of the villages such as Thangkarang, Sobar, Shela, Laikin, and Nongriat are already benefiting from this flow of to the sites. Therefore, tourism can boost the income of the people in these villages. Especially now the government has stressed on the importance of the tourism sector, and most importantly, the domestic tourism, which is growing rapidly during these few years. So I would like to conclude my paper by saying following the formation of Meghalaya, the government launched a variety of reform initiatives to enhance the people's economy, such as surveying new roads, increasing the number of PHCs and CCs, and many more. However, these developments have taken a long time to be implemented. And for one reason or another, the majority of them have vanished or have been cancelled by the state even before they were executed. Thus, the government of Meghalaya has a long way to go when it comes to improving the economic activities of Rewar, because many villages are still not connected by road or power. So that is my conclusion, sir. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Undor, for your presentation. You have, as a scholar from history, you have shared with us some historical facts, and also you have shared your economic views and opinion with regard to the state, and particularly in the area, I believe, I don't know if you are from that particular area, but nonetheless, you have shared your economic thoughts and views, particularly in that area in which you had just shared with us. So we have come to the end of the presentation. We've had 4 presentations. So now what we're going to do is we'll open this time for discussion and for question. So what I would request anyone who wants any question, wants to raise any question to address the question to these on to these respective presenter. Okay, so you might be having a very, or you could also give a very general comment overall. But if you have any question, I would request you to kindly address to the presenter so that we can get maybe the discussion could be meaningful. So may I invite questions and comment from all the learned scholars who are present in this session. Yes, so the floor, this part is now open for the participants and guests who are with us right now. Yes. So any question to or any points you'd like to raise right now to any of the presenters? Yes. Yes, all of you who are present right now, I am sure you must be having something in mind, something to ask, or maybe you want to make some statement, you want to share your views, your thoughts on what has been presented today. We, as a state, we are touching 50 years. So I'm sure many of you who are born and brought up in the state of Meghalaya, I'm sure from your own personal experience also, you will be having much to say. May not be maybe in line with what the presenters have presented, but even from your own personal view. So I welcome questions and statements and suggestions and views and opinion. So may I request anyone to please come forward. Yes. Brother Michael Gomes, how about you? Maybe, you from outside, you many times, when, inside or, people inside find it very difficult to see where is our problem, but outsiders, they get to see, a bird's eye view of what is happening. So may I request you, brothers Gomes, to shed some of your thoughts and your views, particularly with respect to the state of Meghalaya. Oh, he's gone. So anyone from those who are present right now? Oh, you're back there. Yes, Mr. Gomes. Would you like?
I'm sorry. There had been a connectivity issue.
Yes.
But
yes.
If you go to what's the question, I don't know.
No, what I'm saying is that many a times, myself as an individual, I may not know, my problem, but it's always the others who are able to see, problems that I have or any shortcomings. So likewise, since most of us, almost all of us, except Kezia and yourself, I believe are from outside the state. So maybe you can shed some light or share your views on the state of Meghalaya. 50 years, is touching. So yes, Mr. Gomes, what do you have to say?
Hello?
Yes, yes, yes. We can hear you.
Yeah, Meghalaya has not been a different state for me. And I can't say that I go very often, but whenever I had been going, I bring back pleasant memories. But from that perspective, when I bring something, from my heart, I had always wanted to make some difference. And if you note, I have not mentioned about Meghalaya. I tried to say that in states or in places where we identify this indigenous culture, that will be restored. I'm not saying it should be reinstated, but I'm also saying that it has got a sustainable future. We have shown and accepted a departure. That's where I'm saying we should learn, unlearn, relearn, and go ahead. And from that perspective, Meghalaya is such a state where there are indigenous people and it is a cosmopolitan. So we have to have the owners and we can make such changes. And Meghalaya has already been in the limelight for many good things. And I don't want to name them, but since this paper has been written targeting that, I don't mind saying that there are many places you know very well than me where this indigenous culture can be restored, can be continued. That way it is.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gomes. Anyone else before I put forth some question to the presenters? Okay, so let me ask the first presenter who has shared on the this structural development that has taken place or has not taken place in the state of Meghalaya. They talk about structural changes in Meghalaya. So you have shared with us, we talked about both the theoretical as well as the empirical finding. Now, from your presentation, what I've seen is, it's just more or less almost like a comment, I would say. We looking at how, the different sectors, we are seeing that, yes, talking about road, there's an increase in the density, then road length, there's a lot of improvement, rural electrification, talking about banking, yes, we have, many branches have come up in the state. And so like that, in many sectors, we see to have been, there is some progress. But the question is, it appears to me that it's just, in terms of numbers, but quality leaves a lot to be desired. Yeah, that is what I could gather from the presentation made by Kezia and her other friends. So that where I see that it's more about quantity and less of quality. So, Kezia, what do you have to say on this?
Thank you, sir, for the comments and for your opinion, sir. Well, our study is more of a quantitative in nature. But then, while reporting the quantitative data on all of those variables, we have taken also the growth in most of the variables that we have discussed. And in some of the variables, the growth rate is low, some is positive, some are negative. So the findings of our paper does not mean that the structural change that has been happening in Meghalaya is good, but through our paper, what we have been saying is that there has been a progress in the state of Meghalaya when we take some of the variables under our study are taken into consideration. There will always be some limitation on the data that we have used, and the study period covers from 1970s to mostly 2015-16. So there will always be a limitation involved when we make use of the quantitative data.
Okay. Well, I think that leaves a lot of room, and scope to study, not in terms of quantity, but I think qualitative study to really see where we are as a state. So
Yes,
thank you so much. Now coming to the second presentation on the expenditure pattern of woman-headed household in Meghalaya. Well, I have this one comment to make, and in that presentation, it's mostly we've taken the 46th and the 57th round data. Now, then the decades, the previous 2 decades, or the first 2 decades, the 70s and the 80s were not considered. So, having said that, well, to see the trend, I think maybe this is my suggestion, to make this paper, more meaningful and to give a deeper insight into the status of the expenditure pattern of female-headed household, which I'm sure will translate into, definitely will lead to demand and of course the growth and development. So my suggestion is that maybe to improve this, if you can go into, because we're talking about 50 years, so you're just starting from, it's like, looking at this at the youth. So if the foundation is not taken into account, maybe we might miss out something. So this is my suggestion, or maybe as the presenter, do you have to say anything on this? Why did you take only the the 90s and the 46th and the 57th NSS data? Why not the previous round? What is the reason? Banda is there? Yes. Dr. One Dinesha, like to say something on this? Why not? Why didn't you take the previous, the data in the 70s and 80s?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yes. Regarding the rounds of NSS, I'm not sure. Probably it could be the lack of data, because in some of these parts it was prepared by Banda, so she will be clear on that.
Okay. So my only suggestion is that I think if you take those data also, it will make the study more concrete, more precise, and give direction maybe to the state. So thank you so much. And coming to the third presentation by Dr. Subro Michael Gomes. Well, you have shared work in other place, and I believe you're trying to tell us that how to go back to our roots, because strengthening our roots, I always believe is very important. We should not forget our roots, because many times we look at others and we think that is the best, but we fail to actually see and to realize that we have certain the indigenous economy or the rural economy, they are, if proper care is taken to them, they are very robust. But it's just that, we always look at that we see that, oh, the grass is much more greener on the other side, but we always forget about ourselves. So I think, and I hope that, what you're trying to say is that how to, to look into what we have, and then on that we build ourselves. So, and I, for one, also always of this in agreement with you that we have to, to take care of what we have if we want to move forward. Otherwise, we forget the roots. If we forget our past, then I don't think so we can have a future if we forget our past. So thank you so much, Brother Gomes. And last but not the least, well, we made comment on Umdor's presentation, where as a student, a scholar from the Department of History, yes, he has shared so the facts, historical facts, and shared his view also of how what is going on in the economic front in that area. Well, what I would say is this, that, like in most cases, which is very sad, well, the intention, the planning is good, but then the implementation is something which leaves a lot to be desired. So this is what I believe Umdor also would agree with me. Yes, Umdor?
Yes, sir, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I totally agree with you, sir.
Yes, so...
Yes, sir, I totally agree with you.
Yes, so that, which means that there is still a lot, for our state, still a lot of room, and for our state to, to improve upon. So, as the chairperson of this session, I have, few observations, and these observations on the basis of the presentation that were made today. Well, first of all, we are seeing that in our state, in the state of Meghalaya, 50 years, it's quite, 5 decades, we should have been a state which is, self-reliant, a state which, which could be a model state to others. But what we are seeing is that so far it's all about quantity and nothing about quality. And also, what is very disturbing, when we look at the state, which is a matrilineal state, and seeing what is happening, for example, in the presentation on the expenditure pattern of this female-headed household. Well, it is quite obvious there is still, needs a lot to be desired, and it is quite understandable because a family which is being headed by a woman, she has to perform so many roles, which is quite difficult for her. In fact, yet quite commendable, for the women who are heading the household. But what is more serious, I would say, is it is a reflection of the serious, the social condition that the state is in right now. So what I have to say is that it is high time that, we strengthen like our core values, we strengthen the moral value, and we, as policy makers, I wish they are here with us to consider this, this issue. It is very serious, where it's high time that, proper counseling is given to the youth. Otherwise, if the family values are not taken care of, we cannot expect much from the society, and we cannot expect much, from the state. Because Michael Porter said that if the economy is to grow, if you want economic progress, then social progress should also be considered. And when we talk about social progress, I believe these social issues, whereby family is one of them, must also be addressed. And Yes, promotion of the indigenous market is and the rural market as per the goals that shared. Well, this is indeed something which I already mentioned. It is, we cannot ignore because our state, the majority of people are in the rural area. So the rural market, rural economy must be addressed, I believe. And last but not the least, I would say that the planning is good, the intention is good, but the implementation part leaves a lot to be desired. So, having said all of that, I'm sorry to say that Meghalaya 50 years we are touching, but yet we do not have much to show to the world. But yet we should not lose hope because I believe that with all the contribution of the academicians and the intellectual to through their research, I'm sure if the policymakers mm, they pay attention, they listen to these facts and figures and really are serious in doing something, I'm sure that the state of Meghalaya with so much of potential, whether it's about the natural resources, it's about the human resources, it has so much. But unless we come up with we have a vision, we have a mission, we have a come up with strategic policy in channelizing these resources. Unless we do that, I don't see anything good that will take place in the state of Meghalaya. But nonetheless, there is always hope, and I hope that the policymakers, when maybe if they are really serious to interact, to have an interface with with many scholars, researchers who have done some very good work. I'm sure we can take this. We can. There is hope for the state. So, with these few words, once again, thank you all, the presenters, and I just want to, to apologize for, at the initial stage. What happened? You see, right now I am also coordinating a refresher course, and it so happened that the resource person, he was supposed to come at 1:30, and I thought, okay, I have 15 minutes time to be ready for this program. But he got delayed, and that is why there is some glitch in between. I apologize for that. And anyway, once again, I wish Synod College and all the team the very best, and may continue to provide a platform to the many scholars and to the practitioners to share their views and thoughts, because we're all here, to help and improve, our society, our state. So with these few words, may God bless each one of us. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we'll start this special talk. So first of all, I wish each and every one of you a very good afternoon. And first of all, I would like to thank you, all esteemed guests, invitees, my dear colleagues, everyone who are present in this special talk. And especially I welcome Sri B.M. Lanong, whom we lovingly call Abba Indo. He's a very well-known personality. I welcome especially Sir in our midst, and it is a privilege to have you in a lecture as this and in a program organized by the college. So this afternoon we are here for this special talk. The special talk is on the contribution of regional parties to the state of Meghalaya from the Hill State movement onwards. And this special talk is organized as part of the webinar on the theme Retrospection into Meghalaya's 50 years journey of statehood,
which is being organized by the Center for Historical Research, Synod College. And this webinar is organized in collaboration with the Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya. And as I've said, it is a privilege for us to have a person of the stature of Sri Bindo M. Lanong to deliver this talk on this webinar. And I know Sir is a person who needs no introduction. And Sir, I know everybody knows you very well in the state and outside the state. But still just a few words to say about you. Sir was the former Deputy Chief Minister of the state of Meghalaya. He was the former Speaker of Meghalaya Legislative Assembly. He was the former CM, Khasi Hills Autonomous District Council. At present, he is the co-chairman of the State Law Commission. And many more could be said about Sir. As I've said at the beginning, Sir is such a personality. I mean, we need not to be given so much introduction because he's a very well-known figure. And I think Sir is the right person to deliver a lecture on this or a talk on this subject because he's a person who has spent decades on regional politics, regional parties. I think many decades he has spent. He is the most experienced person, I think, in the state of Meghalaya to speak or to deliver a talk on this subject. So I think without much ado, I would like now to invite Sir Sri Bindu M. Lanong to kindly deliver the talk. Please invite.
Mr. Moderator and friends, at the outset, I would like to express my gratitude to you all for remembering me to invite to a discussion of this kind organized by Synod College, Shillong. I'm happy to be in your midst. And the subject that you have chosen is a very important subject, pleasant to discuss, and for many people and all the people of the state and others too will be benefited from the knowledge of the political situation during the last 50 years in Meghalaya. In fact, with your permission, I would like to touch right from the time that Meghalaya achieved its statehood. In fact, 1 year plus as a provisional government, that was in 1970, April 1970, when the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi came to Shillong to inaugurate the provisional government, the sub-state, and finally in 1972, 21st January, she came to fulfill the dream of the people to make Meghalaya a formal state of its own. So, right from 1970, from the provisional government, the government was run in a manner that a new state by almost all new people, with the exception of Captain Williamson Sangma then, who headed the provisional government as as a person who had experience, he was a minister then, before that, in Assam. And so he had experience, and he headed the provisional government also in 1970. And when Meghalaya was created, Captain Sangma again, he won the election from the All-Party Hill Leaders Conference then. The party that fought for statehood, and it will be interesting to know that the party that fought for his statehood got only 32 MLAs elected. Statehood was fought with great difficulty. We were very small then. In course of time, we became young people, and we did participate also in running around, shouting and supporting like youngsters then. So in 1972, state was achieved, and Captain Sangma was from the APHLC. He was president then. He continued right from the provisional government that I said earlier, 1970. Then 1972, he took over again as the Chief Minister of the state. It is good to know the history that in 1976, 16 November 1976, I can't forget this date, very important incident, the historical date for the state of Meghalaya, the 16th of November 1976, when Captain Sangma, with only about 81 people belonging to the APHLC, All Party Hill Leaders Conference, he held the conference in Garo Hills. That was Mendi Pathar, to be precise. And in that conference of about 81 people, he resolved to dissolve the All-Party Hill Leaders Conference amidst protests from a number of other leaders then. But then he went ahead to dissolve the All-Party Hill Leaders Conference and merge the party with the Congress then under the leadership of Indira Gandhi as Prime Minister of India. Immediately on the next day itself, 4 ministers resigned from the APHLC who opposed the question of dissolution and who felt that Captain Sangma should have consulted the party as a whole, and finally perhaps he can do whatever he wanted to do. But against the wish of the majority, he dissolved the APHLC, the party that brought statehood, and immediately those who opposed the dissolution went to Supreme Court. And I'll be very brief. In 1977, that means about a year after Supreme Court took up the issue of dissolution, Supreme Court came up with the order that those who dissolved and who wanted to leave the party, they were free to do so. and others who opposed the dissolution and who wanted to remain and retain the party, APHLC, they have freedom to do so. So therefore, the dissolution of the party was rejected by the Supreme Court, and APHLC came back to life. And as someone said, the rose, which was a symbol of the party, was buried in Mendipathar, but it bloomed in Delhi after the order of the Honorable Supreme Court in 1977. So that was the beginning. And so in 1975 to 1977, yeah, I think we all remember, the country as a whole was under emergency for about 2 years, But life in the states, including Meghalaya, was normal. So all these things happened during the period of emergency itself. Government went on, and it was, extended. The term of the government of 1972 was extended to 1978. In 1978, the government did not, come in favor of the APHRC again, as it was in 1972. Because, as I said, Captain Sangma has dissolved the party, he joined the Congress. So in 78, there was a coalition government, 1978, a three-flag government, and three-flag government was, that of the APHLC, then the HSPDP of the of Mr. Hopingstone Lingdo, and the other flag of others. So that three-flag government run the state government for 1 year by Mr. D.D. Pugh, Darwin Pugh, for 1 year, and for the rest of the term, this is very interesting to know. It's all in my memory. I can't forget that. I was a journalist then, so I had, advantage to see, to visit the assembly, to hear, to listen to them, and know all the incidents that took place. So after 1 year of Mr. Darwin Pugh in office, so 4 years were left, and these 4 years were shared between two leaders. One, Mr. Bibi Lindo from the APHLC, and the other, Captain Sangma, who was then in the Congress. Very interesting. 2 years sharing of the government. It will take time to tell, but I will not go into the details of this. So the first half, that means 79, 80, 81 to 80, the last of 80, was under Bibi Lindo. After that, 2 years till the end of the term was headed by Captain Sangma as Chief Minister in 1970. That means 80 to the beginning of 83. And, what went on during this period of 4 years, before the end of the term of Bibi Lindo, journalists went to meet him, then as the Chief Minister, whether he will honor the agreement with Captain Sangma to hand over at the end of the term, Bibilindo, a lawyer by profession, he said, government does not belong to any individual. Government belongs to the people. So it's up to the people to decide. Captain Sangma started fuming. He told the press, this is something that I never expected from a leader from Bibilindo. And if he does so, it will be, a kind of breaking his promise of the worst nature. Of the worst nature. But you know what happened? When that day came, they all met together, and Mr. S.D. Khongwir was a go-between. Mr. S.D. Khongwir at that time, who is still strong, alive and kicking, in good health, he told all of us about, that incident that he presided over as a go-between between the two. And when they sat down in a meeting, and Captain Sangma sat far away from Bibilindo, fuming, and when the question was put between them, that what do we do now? Do we go for handing and taking over as planned? Or what do we do? Captain Sangma did not sit near Bibilindo, according to Mr. Khongwir. Bibilindo stood up immediately. Immediately he stood up. He said, my term is over. I hand over to Captain Sangma. So all that situation of a doubt whether Bibilindo will hand over at all the end of the term to Captain Sangma came so swiftly, so peacefully, and there was laughter and shaking of hands and all that. That was the term of 1978. I will not go into details of all this, of all the years, because it will take a lot of time. I can only tell you that the administration in Meghalaya suffered from day one. 1972, I have recalled, I mentioned about it. Till now, the end of 50th year plus provisional government. Only in 22 we have to complete, the 50th year plus provisional one, means 50 plus. So let us say the Meghalaya during the last 50 years, we are going to celebrate the Golden Jubilee next year in January, 21st January 22. If we try to analyze and assess the political history, it was fraught by coalitions and coalitions, change of government from one to the other and all that. A number of political parties came up in between. The HSPDP was there right from 1969, after Hoping Stone Lingdo was expelled in Tura, 1968. Then came the PDIC of Professor G.G. Swell, then mushrooming of other parties. So these have really caused a lot of friction, a lot of political turmoil in Meghalaya. And so therefore, the state had really suffered during the last 50 years for want of a good governance, a stable government, which we didn't have during the last 50 years, except for a term or two. There was a term during Mr. Salsing Marak. He was there, Mr. Salsing Marak, as the chief minister. He completed 5 years. I think Salsing Marak, that was in 1993. He was the first to complete 5 years in office, 93 to 98. He was a follower of Captain Sangma, a very ardent supporter of Captain Sangma. 93 to 98 was under him, the lone chief minister of the state of Meghalaya during those initial years. After 93, followed by coalitions and coalitions and coalitions. Of course, even during Salseng's time, there was a coalition government under Congress. Other parties were there supporting him. But then thereafter, a number of political parties, as I said, as I mentioned earlier, came up in between. And the state of Meghalaya really suffered for want of stability and for want of a government that will bring development, that will ensure progress in the state in terms of economy, in terms of employment, in terms of overall, interests of the people. We are what we are. It is because of the political instability all throughout in the state. Now let's come to a question here, to a very important question. Why this instability? How instability has come into, the life of Meghalaya. We cannot keep the people away from this issue. I think, I may be excused, but I have to be frank. People are also equally responsible for this. They are equally responsible for this. It is the people who elected, the people who elect the representatives, and it is the people who also should share the responsibility, or if I may say blame, like the political leaders. I'm sorry to say, many leaders MLAs, even MDCs, in this case, I will confine myself to MLAs, the members of the assembly, whom we do not expect them to be there, quite a number of them, or since they have been there elected by the people, at least we expect them to perform, at least to perform to some extent. Sorry to say, people have elected many people who are not leaders, who are not eligible to occupy the office of public representatives and to represent the people in the assembly. Until now. Till now, I find that this is the legacy that the people, have inherited from the 70s, and it continues till this stage. Now, what do we do? What do we do? You talk of any problem in Meghalaya, any problem. You talk of the boundary which has been there unresolved right from day one when Meghalaya was created. The Chandrachud Committee was appointed sometime in 1985. They came up with the report in 1987. Chandrachud did not say anything except they brought up the report, they submitted the report about what they heard from Assam, what they heard from Meghalaya, and that's all, without any recommendation. There was no follow-up after that. Right from 1987 onwards, there was no follow-up. And please spend your little time to find out why there was no follow-up. So, boundary has remained unresolved till now. Unemployment is a major issue among the young people now. Families too suffer for want of employment for their children, young people. Economy is in a bad stage. Corruption is too glaring too. These are very serious issues that we need to take up, to address. Who will address? Right people will address. Who bring up the right people? How will right people come to the assembly, to the legislature? People elect them. And if people elect the wrong people, who can help? Who can help? This is how we suffer today. And I feel that time has come. Time has come. Many regional parties who came up, mushrooming for a while, sometimes for a year, sometimes for 2 years, at least the maximum for one term, 5 years, like PDM and DHM and all that. PDIC had already dissolved long ago during the time of Mr. Swell himself, his son Boswell. But HSCTP continues to be there till now. Other parties are coming up. Some new parties are coming up again. I don't know. Where are we heading to? Therefore, I feel that right people should be in the legislature. Right people should occupy the government, who will, number one, look into the ails, the pains, the disease that is corrupting each and every one of us. That is corruption. This should be rooted out. I don't see the impossibility of it. I don't see the impossibility. It is possible. People, the right people, can do it. We can, if we cannot root out completely, to a great extent, we will be able to do it. We will be able to check corruption. Not like what is going on today. During the last many years, at least we'll be able to restrict to a great extent if right people come to the legislature. Number two, solution of all these problems that we are facing today. The economic problem, the people. We are nowhere compared to Sikkim, a state that came after us. We are nowhere. We are nowhere even to compare with Mizoram, a small state. Not to speak of Assam, not to speak of Delhi, not to speak of Goa, not to speak of Chandigarh and all that. We are at a very low, level in terms of economy, handling of economy, finances of the state. I think this is very, very important. The right people, knowledgeable people should be there to handle, not people who know nothing about what economy is and all that. So I think we need to appeal. Public should change their mindset. Public should take up this matter of going around telling friends and neighbors and people in general that time has come for a change. Only a good change can bring a good future. A new change, a new good change of good leaders can present Meghalaya with a new dimension of growth, progress in the near future. Without good people, we will be heading more into disruption. We will be heading into many more failures than what we see today. This is what I have to say, in a very short while, within the very short time allotted to me. My message is, people of Meghalaya should see reason, feel, the punch that your people, your family members, young people, your children, are facing. And in that manner, all of us should resolve to bring a good change, a new change, and hope lies only when that era comes in. This is all that I have to point out, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. I think it was a very informative speech where you have shared, even though in brief, you have shared about the history, about the political activities, in our state, like from 1970. You have shared that our state has, always been run, the government has been run in the state by coalition government, which maybe has not been very good to the state because maybe there is political instability. And you've shared that the state needs, better development, better progress in economics, and other spheres of progress we are lacking compared to, many states in India. And we have also shared that people also are responsible because they have not elected the right people to the legislative assembly. So what we have, on a positive note, we have said, and we hope maybe it'll come true one day, that if people elect the right people to the assembly, these right people can correct the wrong, and maybe bring good change and maybe much better development for our state. So thank you so much, sir. In such a short time, your talk was very informative. It was thought-provoking, and I know, but you have put it in a very simple way that all of us could understand very clearly. And it's only a person of your experience, of your knowledge, only can deliver. So once again, I would like to say thank you very much, sir, and thank you everyone. So now, before we conclude this program, I request Dr. R. Shangliam, one of the faculty, or assistant professor, Department of History, and is also the member of the Center for Historical Research and Knowledge, to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Dr. Assam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marasta Rani, the chair of this special lecture, for convening the session. First of all, I would like to thank Sir B.M. Lanong for his enlightening lecture, providing us knowledge about the scenario of the state from all corners since the beginning of achievement of statehood. And there are some information which are very rare, which you have provided to us, which we cannot find in history books. So I hope that all the participants, listeners to the speech provided by Mr. Lanong has gained a lot of knowledge, and also he has put forward the thought-provoking statements which the state has to overcome the difficulties, the challenges which we had faced in terms of economy, in terms of employment, and so on and so forth. So without much ado, I would like to, I'm very grateful to Mr. Lanong for ensuring that as the members of the state, we should see that we are also involved in the new change that we are all of us are expecting. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your time, though we have notified you in the very last moment 1 week ago, but you have agreed and delivered this lecture to all of us. So, and again, I thank all the participants for your participation in this lecture. And with these words, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Assam. So once again, I thank each and every one of you, and the program is over, and I close this program. Thank you.